Chapter 7. Haymarket. Terrified by the great power and solidarity of the workers on the 1st May Day, the Chicago capitalists gathered their forces to crush the labor movement. A huge police contingent, augmented by Pinkertons and special deputies, was ready. The state militia to the number of 1,350 men was on hand. The Citizens Committee of businessmen was holding continuous sessions. The newspapers were hurling their heaviest propaganda blasts. The Chicago Mail on May 1st denounced Albert Parsons and August Spies as two dangerous ruffians who were fomenting disorder. It concluded on an ominous note. Mark them for today. Keep them in view. Hold them personally responsible for any trouble that occurs. Make an example of them if trouble occurs. The McCormick Massacre. Trouble occurred on May 3rd at the McCormick Harvester Factory, where 1,400 locked-out workers, members of the LA 582, K of L, were on strike for the 8-hour day and a $2 daily wage, for an end to wage cutting and the foul-piece work system. On May 3rd, 300 scabs, guarded by 350 to 500 police, had been put to work. When the strikers, aided by several hundred striking lumbershovers, demonstrated against the scabs, the police fired without warning into the unarmed workers. At least 4 were killed and many wounded. 2. This barbarous act, by a police force already sufficiently hated for its wanton savagery against labor, aroused wide indignation. Quickly circulars were printed and distributed calling for a meeting in Haymarket Square the very next day, May 4th, to protest the brutality of the police. Among the circulars issued was one which came to be known as the Revenge Circular. August Spies was so incensed at the police brutality that he wrote a IOS. Haymarket Square. Attacks upon gatherings of strikers continued throughout the morning and afternoon of May 4th. But when it was reported that Mayor Carter H. Harrison had given permission for the mass meeting that evening in Haymarket Square, workers began to assemble as early as 7:30. Within an hour, 3,000 persons, men, women, and children, had gathered at one end of the square. Spies, Parsons, and Samuel Fielden, in that order, addressed the crowd, condemning the police, warning against violence, and urging firmness and organization in continuing the strike for the 8-hour day. With Parsons were his wife and 2 children. Mayor Harrison attended the meeting from its opening, listening to all 3 speakers, and he testified later that the meeting and the speeches were orderly. Toward 10 o'clock, a threatening rainstorm began to disperse the gathering. Spies and Parsons had already left. Mayor Harrison, believing the meeting was over, left shortly after o'clock and called in at the Des Plaines Street Police Station, a half a block distance from the Haymarket Square, to report that there had been no trouble, and, according to one account, ordered that the police should be released for their ordinary duties. When the mayor departed, Fielden was on the point of winding up his speech, and 2/3 of the crowd had left to go home. The mass meeting was within a few minutes of its end when the police appeared. Armed and marching in military fashion, 180 strong, they came on the scene a few minutes after the mayor was out of sight, under the command of Captain John Bonfield, hated throughout the city for his extreme brutality. Captain Ward, on Bonfield's order, commanded the dwindling crowd to disperse. Fielden cried out that it was a peaceable meeting. As though by a signal, a bomb was thrown toward the police, and its explosion killed 1 policeman instantly, wounded 5 others so severely that they died later, and inflicted less serious wounds on some half-hundred more. The police immediately opened fire on the crowd, chasing, clubbing and shooting down workers. Several were killed. How many is unknown, and at least 200 were wounded. 3 Handbill in the office of the Arbeiterzeitung, the paper he edited, in which he called upon the workers to rise in your might and destroy the hideous IJ monster that seeks to destroy you. The circular, printed both in English and German, was headed, Revenge. Workingmen, to arms, and close. To arms, we call you, to arms. Spies later disclaimed authorship of the heading and closing, and insisted that they had been inserted without his knowledge. Henry David, History of the Haymarket Affair, New York, 1936, pp. 191-94. The next day the capitalist offensive against the working class went forward rapidly. The anarchists had espoused the cause of the 8-hour day. We, R, T, _T, RN, G die, A, FF9E _de C less than 1 PJ _ less than 1 E, M, JMLD, TH, IR hireling an excellent opera. TJ.1 nitty _T use the cry of anarchism to kill the 8-hour cray egg fashion and weak. A TH. C mir J _ a Boer movement. Newsp. Aper headlines equated. Bomb throwers, with Belladon 1 nay 8-hour day and other labor demands. 4. Red Scare. Hundreds of workers in Chicago were arrested. Meeting halls, printing offices, even private homes were broken into and searched. Homes were invaded without a warrant, writes Professor Harvey Wish, and ransacked for evidence. Suspects were beaten and subjected to the third degree. Individuals ignorant of the meaning of socialism and anarchism were tortured by the police, sometimes bribed as well, to act as witnesses for the state. 5. 3 years later, in an interview, the Chicago chief of police, Captain Frederick Ebersold, admitted that the police, led by Captain Michael J. Schock, deliberately set about organizing anarchist societies and planted bombs and ammunition at these organizations. Every day the press headlined the raids on these police-instigated anarchist societies and listed the discoveries: ammunition, dynamite, bombs, shells, underground rifle ranges, bayonets, pistols, etc. 6. Of the hundreds of workers arrested and taken into custody by the police, 8 were finally selected for trial: Albert R. Parsons, August Spies, Samuel J. Fielden, Eugene Schwab, Adolf Fischer, George Engel, Louis Ling, and Oscar Neebe. These men were most hated by the Chicago employers, not for the fact that they were anarchists, but because it was due to their militant spirit and organizing genius that Chicago was the outstanding labor center in the country and had made the greatest contribution to the struggle for the 8-hour day. None of the 8 was at the Haymarket meeting when the bomb was thrown, except Fielden, who was speaking. But this did not trouble the grand jury, which quickly indicted the men for the murder of Matthias J. Deegan on May 4 and set the trial for June 2. The men were all accused of murder, but not of throwing the bomb. They were alleged to be murderers on the grounds that the unknown bomb thrower was influenced by their speeches. 7. Actually, 31 persons were indicted, but several bought immunity by becoming state's witnesses. Others were released on bail until the trial of the 8 was over. One of the indicted prisoners, Rudolf Schnaubelt, left the country and was never found. Travesty of a trial. The trial opened at the Criminal Court of Cook County, with Joseph E. Gary as judge, State's Attorney Grinnell as chief prosecutor, and William P. Black, a successful corporation lawyer of liberal beliefs, heading the defense. The jury was composed largely of foremen and superintendents of large factories. Not a single worker sat on the jury. The candidates for the jury were not chosen in the usual way by drawing names from a box. In this case, a special bailiff, nominated by the state's attorney, was appointed by the court to select the candidates. A Chicago businessman, Otis S. Favor, swore under oath that the bailiff had said to him in the presence of witnesses, "I am managing this case, and know what I am about. These fellows are going to be hanged as certain as death. I am calling such men as the defendants will have to challenge peremptorily and waste their time and challenges. Then they will have to take such men as the prosecution wants." 8. Exactly what the bailiff predicted happened. After the defense had exhausted all its peremptory challenges, a jury, openly prejudiced against the defendants, was selected. 9. 7 of the suspects were present when the trial got underway. The missing one was Albert R. Parsons, who had baffied a police search for 6 weeks and, thoroughly disguised, was perfectly safe in a hideout removed from Chicago. Just as the preliminary examination of candidates for the jury began, Parsons walked into the courthouse and informed Judge Gary, "I present myself for trial with my comrades, Your Honor." 10. The trial was a travesty of justice. The jury was stacked. The witnesses for the state were the police and their tools who were paid for testifying. Years afterward, in attempting to defend himself against indignant critics, Judge Gary unwittingly condemned his own conduct of the trial in the words, "If I had a little strained the law, I was to be commended for so doing." 11. Actually, Judge Gary's confession was a masterpiece of understatement. The judge permitted men to serve on the jury who frankly admitted that they believed the defendants to be guilty and that this belief would strongly influence their verdict. He even ignored the fact that one juryman was actually a relative of one of the victims of the bomb. He forced the 8 men to be tried together. He confined counsel for the defense, in cross-examining the state's witnesses, to the specific points touched on by the state, but in the cross-examination of the defendant's witnesses, he permitted the state's attorney to go into all manner of subjects foreign to the issues on which the witnesses were examined. Cution to drag in any and all questions associated with anarchism, but denied the defense the right to clarify the defendant's attitude towards the use of force and violence. He permitted the police to display all types of dynamite and bombs, in order to strike terror among the jurymen, and his insulting remarks about the defendants made throughout the trial within hearing of the jury, revealed his deep hatred of these men. 12. That the 8 men were being condemned for their ideas and not for any deeds was made clear from the outset. The trial closed as it had opened on this note, as witness the final words of State's Attorney Grinnell's summation speech to the jury. "Law is on trial. Anarchy is on trial. These men have been selected, picked out by the grand jury and indicted because they were leaders. They are no more guilty than the thousands who follow them. Gentlemen of the jury, convict these men, make examples of them, hang them, and you save our institutions, our society." 13. Parsons himself summed up the nature of the frame-up in a notebook, hitherto unpublished, which he kept during the trial. According to the instructions of the court to the jury, they were to consider labor agitation in organizing labor in defense of its rights as murder. Parsons added, "These men had an interest in finding us guilty. We the defendants held opinions that the working class were being wronged by the monopolies, capitalists, etc. The employers of labor held the opinion that laborers had no right to such an opinion." 14. As was predicted by the press and even by the defendants themselves, who were under no illusions as to the class character of the trial, the jury on August 20th brought in a verdict of guilty. 7 of the defendants were sentenced to be hanged, and the 8th, Oscar Neby, was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. After a motion by the defense for a new trial was denied by Judge Gary, the convicted men were called upon to speak before sentence was pronounced. Their speeches, lasting 3 days, are imperishable classics of proletarian literature, and reveal these high-minded and courageous men as true heroes of the working class. "Your Honor," began Spies, who spoke first, in addressing this court, "I speak as the representative of one class to the representative of an. It can 8T must be shown to the jury that all this arming was for resistance, not for attack," Parsons wrote in his notebook. Manuscript notebook of Albert R. Parsons, containing notes taken during the trial, WSHS. T. as well put the fugitive slave before his master for endeavoring to gain his liberty. Parsons wrote in his notebook, "These men, the jurymen, were not 8T, could not be impartial 8T, they confessed they were not. They believed us to be guilty when the trial began, 8T not being able to establish our innocence beyond the shadow of a doubt. This class jury were only too eager to convict and punish us. The interests of their class so found." WSHS. Other. He spoke for hours, refuting the charges of murder and conspiracy, charging the state with deliberately plotting to use the Haymarket tragedy as an excuse to assassinate the leaders of the working class, accusing the employers of using the same episode to destroy the Eighth Or movement by murdering those whom the workers looked up to as their leaders. But he was confident that this conspiracy would not succeed. "If you think that by hanging us you can stamp out the labor movement, the movement from which the downtrodden millions, the millions who toil in want and misery expect salvation, if this is your opinion, then hang us. Here you will tread upon a spark, but there and there, behind you and in front of you, and everywhere, flames blaze up. It is a subterranean fire. You cannot put it out." 15. WHO threw the bomb? In his speech, Parsons indicted the press of his day, quoting from editorials in the Chicago Tribune, Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper, and the New York Herald, to prove that these papers, as spokesmen for the employers, advocated open violence against the working class, the killing of people, when they protested against wrong and oppression. He charged the employers with the bomb-throwing crime, which he said had been committed for the purpose of discrediting the 8-hour movement. 16. No one knows even to this day who threw the bomb. But there is much evidence to bear out Parsons' statement. The suspicious conduct of the police after Mayor Harrison's departure, the total lack of motive for the dispersal order, the entire setting and background of the deed, indicate that an agent provocateur, working for the police, was involved in the crime. The Avelings, who visited the United States during the trial, reported in the English Workers' Organ, today, that among the workers of Chicago, the feeling was very general that the bomb, was thrown by an agent of the police. 17. Even more conclusive is the testimony of Chief of Police Ebersold concerning Captain Schock, one of Captain Bonfield's closest co-workers on the police force, given in an interview with the Chicago Daily News. May R.O., 1889. After we got the anarchist societies broken up, Schock wanted to send out men to organize new societies right away. This incontrovertible testimony concerning a member of the police force reveals how the police officials acted as provocateurs. Certainly, men like Bonfield and Schock, in collaboration with the Pinkertons, were fully capable of plotting the throwing of a bomb. Asterisk when one realizes that Schock, as is, the police officials in Chicago were at this time quite equal to such a thing, writes Samuel Yellen, American Labor Struggles, New York, 1936, page 56. Now known, was being paid extra money by Chicago employers to watch the anarchists. The meaning of Parsons' charge becomes quite clear. There is much evidence to show that Rudolf Schnaubelt, an anarchist, was the agent provocateur used by the police. Schnaubelt was twice arrested and both times released, and was permitted by the police to make his escape to the Mexican border. In short, at a time when the police were rounding up and imprisoning all anarchists and their sympathizers, Schnaubelt was released twice and allowed to make his escape without the slightest interference by the police officials in Chicago. On August 6, 1900, the Chicago Daily Intelligencer, in a careful review of the Haymarket affair, pointed out that all evidence proved that Rudolf Schnaubelt was the miscreant who threw the bomb. Hence it was significant that of all the men arrested during the period of wholesale arrests, Schnaubelt was the only one immediately turned loose. It was also significant, the paper concluded, that he was frequently heard from in foreign countries years later, but was never arrested. 7 years after the trial, Judge Gary, reviewing the case, admitted that Schnaubelt was probably the person who had thrown the bomb. He added, "But whether Schnaubelt or some other person threw the bomb is not an important question." 18. In this instance, Judge Gary spoke the truth. The actual throwing of the bomb was not important to the employers and their henchmen. What was important was that the Haymarket affair provided a good excuse for the destruction of the movement for the 8-hour day and the labor movement as a whole. A partner in a large Chicago clothing firm was reported to have said, "No, I don't consider these people to have been found guilty of any offense, but they must be hanged. I'm not afraid of anarchy. Oh, no, it's the utopian scheme of a very few philanthropic cranks, who are amiable with all, but I do consider that the labor movement must be crushed. The Knights of Labor will never dare to create discontent again if these men are hanged." 19. The defense movement. The employers had spoken. They must be hanged. The higher courts hastened to comply. The defense appealed, and the state Supreme Court, unable to ignore completely the trial's open irregularities, pointed out to the lower court what these irregularities were and how to correct them, and then confirmed the verdict. In ruling on the appeal, the Illinois Supreme Court defined socialist principles as the advocacy of theft of property, hence a juror was entitled to prejudice against socialists. 20. The defense tried to appeal the case to the United States Supreme Court, but that august tribunal, as it did later in many cases involving frame-ups of Negro and white workers, refused to review it. In this final appeal for a new trial, the Honorable Leonard Sweet, the old law associate of Abraham Lincoln, joined the defense attorneys, but even this distinguished sponsorship made no impression upon the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the defense efforts in behalf of the 8 men swelled into an international movement. Immediately after the verdict was announced, the movement to save the condemned men flamed into life. Many who were at first blinded by hysteria to the real significance of this classic anti-labor frame-up had had their eyes opened during the trial. Some workers had been intimidated by the reign of terror, but many were stirred to resistance, and as the trial proceeded, more. Point 1_4f. P. tilde say _tilde t tilde ons tilde board tilde? They, iant came. To understand that tilde h. Rear target tilde __o fe giployers and teenair henchmen was not the anarchists but tilde he or guy. List strength of the working class. Tilde tear the Supreme Court had refused to review the case. The defense efforts in behalf of the 8 men gathered momentum. The United Trades of New York passed a resolution urging organized labor all over the country to hold protest mass meetings. The powerful Central Labor Union of New York endorsed a similar appeal, signed by 14 well-known labor leaders, including Samuel Gompers and Frank Farrell, Negro leader of the Knights. The document urged that a great public demonstration be held simultaneously throughout the country by all representative labor organizations to save our country from the disgrace of an act that can be considered in no other light than as a judicial murder, prompted by the basest and most un-American motives. 21. In answer to this appeal, mass meetings were held in cities all over the country. The A.F. of L at its convention passed a resolution pleading for clemency. 22 inches in the interests of the cause of labor and the peaceful methods of improving the condition and achieving the final emancipation of labor, wrote Gompers, the A.F. of L president, I am opposed to the execution. It would be a blot on the escutcheon of our country. 23. In his autobiography, written in the L92Os, Gompers advanced the following significant reason to explain his action in behalf of the framed Haymarket martyrs. Labor must do its best to maintain justice for the radicals or find itself denied the rights of free men. 24. The victims of Haymarket were supported, morally and financially, by many locals of the K of J. Ho, V tilde Y tilde R, the _O2 po pound tilde tilde Ls. Lane tilde tilde T. Tilde A _ J's _ tilde ip 0 pounds the order to. K no part in the defense move me 11T, in, D. Tilde 2a. UY threatened to suspend or even expel a district assembly taking as _twan. Resolutions expressing sympathy for the Haymarket victims and demanding action in their behalf poured into the Richmond Convention in 1886. But, Peter J. McGuire, James E. Quinn, and Samuel Gompers were among the speakers at a mass meeting in New York City. They were rejected by the conservative leadership. Powderly even said that rather than a vote of sympathy, the order owed the condemned men a debt of hatred. 25. Among the prominent Americans who protested against the verdict and petitioned for a commutation of the sentences were William Dean Howells, Robert G. Ingersoll, Daniel De Leon, Lyman Trumbull, who had been a judge of the Illinois Supreme Court and 18 years a U.S. Senator, Henry Demarest Lloyd, the noted liberal writer, Stephen S. Gregory, later president of the American Bar Association, Murray F. Talley, then Chief Justice of the Illinois Circuit Court, Lyman Gage, later Secretary of the Treasury, John Brown, son of the great emancipator, and Moncure D. Conway, The biographer of Thomas Paine, Howells, a distinguished novelist and editor and dean of American letters, summed up the feelings of the entire group when he called the frame up the greatest wrong that ever threatened our fame as a nation. 26. The defense movement transcended national boundaries. Eleanor and Edward Marks Aveling called upon the British workers to strengthen the hands of their American brethren. 11_BYJ10J9 ing meetings and passing R tilde tilde N tilde at underscore tilde cot tilde 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 of tilde as tilde mech tilde I underscore QG tilde tilde NGLLSK. Workingmen underscore a tilde women voted in favor of a protest against the murder of the labor leaders. 27. On October 14, 1887, South Place Institute in London was crowded to the doors and beyond by an enthusiastic audience which unanimously resolved that the English workers in this meeting desire earnestly to urge on their fellow workers in America the great danger to public liberty that arises from suffering citizens to be punished for resisting attempts to suppress the right of public meeting and free speech, since a right that the people are punished for enforcing is evidently thereby made no right at all, but a crime. That the fate of the 7 men now under sentence of death for holding a public meeting in Chicago at which certain policemen were killed for attempting forcibly to disperse the people and silence the speakers, is of deep concern to us as English workers, because their case is the case of our comrades in Ireland today, and is likely to be ours tomorrow unless the workers from both sides of the Atlantic declare with one voice that all who interfere with the rights of public meeting and free speech act unlawfully and at their own peril. 28. William Morris and the young George Bernard Shaw were among those who addressed this meeting. The account in the Commonwealth of October 22, 1887, states, George Bernard Shaw, Fabian, disclaimed any sympathy with anarchism or anarchists, but emphatically supported the view that this was a question alone of freedom of speech and opinion. The case of these men today, tomorrow might be any of us, of any political sect or party, who made himself obnoxious to the government of the day. 29. A group in the French Chamber of Deputies, on October 29, telegraphed protests to the governor of Illinois, as did the Municipal Council of Paris and the Council of the Department of the Seine. The petition called the impending executions a political crime, which would be an everlasting mark of infamy upon republicanism. 30. Meetings of workers were held in France, Holland, Russia, Italy, and Spain, and many contributed out of their scanty wages for the Haymarket Defense Fund. 31. As the execution date, November 2, 1887, drew near, a flood of resolutions, letters, and memorials poured in upon Governor Oglesby urging a reprieve. They came from workers, liberal intellectuals, trade unions and radical societies all over the world. 32 But these voices of hundreds of thousands of workers and their allies were drowned out by the cry of the employers. They must be hanged. Still the huge defense movement did have its effect. Governor Oglesby commuted the sentence of Fielden and Schwab to life imprisonment. One of the younger defendants, Louis Ling, committed suicide, or was murdered by police guards. Parsons, Spies, Engel, and Fisher were hanged on November 2, 1887. The struggle for amnesty for Fielden, Schwab, and Neby continued, and many thousands from all over the world urged clemency upon Oglesby and upon his successor, Governor Joseph Pfeiffer. But it was not until John Peter Altgeld, fearless and honest young liberal, became governor of Illinois that a victory was at last won. On June 26, 1893, Altgeld issued his famous pardon message in which he showed that the defendants were not proven to be guilty of the crime. In pardoning the imprisoned labor leaders, Altgeld stated bluntly that they were completely innocent and that they and the hanged men had been the victims of packed juries and a biased judge. 33. Although the capitalists raged at the pardon in the Chicago Tribune, the New York Times and other newspapers heaped invective on Altgeld's head, the workers and their allies rejoiced. The A.F. of L Convention in December, 1893, praised the pardon message as an act of justice. The trade unions and populists distributed 50,000 copies of the pardon message. 34. A monument to the martyred labor leaders was unveiled June 25, 1893, nearly 6 years after their judicial murder. But a greater monument to their memory is the fact that the words, Haymarket Martyrs, have become a symbol of May Day. Chapter 8. The Political Upheaval. The 8-hour _ tilde o, y.em tilde, t tilde, tilde f tilde r. I2. Less than tie 1 _ q tilde, t, q tilde _ jiggy, re tilde rk tilde tilde a tilde I, tilde tilde frl sections were folio cl by one of the most significant events in ex-American history. The memorable campaigns conducted by an aroused working class which sought t tilde tilde ow in tilde n tilde 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 tick _ al. Action to stem the reactionary drive of Capifalano its agents MTLIE government, and to secure the passage of laws which would improve labor status in society. Th tilde la 2. C greater than L Rainey's 4. CL in I al Senders T. 11 GLL _ OJJT. Tilde tilde he. Tilde G _ U. N_try_derm the Falcam mar ete emergence overwshe at many contemporary servers recognized as a new force in our politics, when it also marked a sharp change in labor's whole approach towards political action. From November 1884 to the middle of 1886, the dominant trend in the labor movement was away from political action. The disappointing results of the campaign waged by some labor groups in the presidential election of 1884 were important in shaping this trend. But primarily it was due to the growing feeling in trade union circles that labor could secure more through strikes and boycotts than through legislation. The case of the New York car conductors and drivers was frequently cited in the labor press to justify this outlook. For several years these workers had failed in their efforts to obtain a shorter working day through legislation. But in January 1886, they won their demand through unionization in a strike. Point 2, labor forces favoring independent political action, led by John Swinton, rallied behind the Third Party movement represented by the People's Party, the Union of the Anti-Monopoly and National Parties, and headed by Benjamin F. Butler, its presidential nominee. Most trade unions, however, refused to endorse Butler and supported the candidates of the major parties. Butler polled only 18,000 votes in New York State. See John Swinton's paper, May 18, June 8, July 6, November 9, 16. Dec. R4, 1884. New York Times, May 15, 19, July 9 II, 1884. The Boycotter, May 31, June 14, 28, 1884. Ill 5. Even that staunch advocate of independent political action, John Swinton's paper, reflected the new trend. It is now apparent to everybody, it declared on March 21, 1886, that they, the working classes, only need to be aroused, enlightened, and organized to enable them to achieve 100 desirable objects for which they have appealed in vain to politicians, legislatures, and Congress. Other labor papers echoed the viewpoint that by organization and strikes labor could obtain improvements which it could never hope to secure from capitalist-dominated legislatures. With such an attitude prevailing in labor circles, it is not surprising that the Third Party movement completely disappeared from the horizon by the spring of 1886. Yet within 3 months, independent political action underwent a complete rejuvenation, and by October, workers in almost every part of the country had organized independent political parties and nominated candidates for office. The employers' offensive. Immediately after the victories of May 1, 1886, the employers' offensive began in earnest. The Haymarket bombing was followed by a reign of terror against the labor movement. The lockout, the ironclad oath, the Pinkerton detectives, the blacklist, and the Red Scare were the answer of the employers to the militant labor movement. Employers formed associations to wrest the 8-hour day from workers who had gained it on and immediately after May 1, and to break up labor organizations. For the police and the courts were assigned an important role in the employers' counter-offensive. Strikes were broken largely because of police interference with picketing. Police activity was matched by judicial tyranny. Arrests and imprisonment of strikers and boycotters on the spurious charge of conspiracy occurred all over the country. Point 5. New York is now under a reign of terror, declared John Swinton during the employers' offensive. Corrupt judges and police who are slaves of monopoly now drag citizens to prison by wholesale. Probably the most vicious activity of the police occurred during the 3rd Avenue streetcar strike. On June 5, the managers of the line determined to run out a car. A squad of police was on the spot near 14th Street, the most densely inhabited part of the city. The New York Sun reported that there was a crowd of about 10,000 counting the women and children. Among these employers' associations, one of the most important was formed by the managers of the railroads which had terminals in Chicago. Most students of labor history place the beginnings of this powerful EMJ, Joyers Association anti-labor activities in 1893 and particularly in connection with the Pullman strike of 1894. The manuscript records of the association's proceedings in the John Crerar Library in Chicago reveal clearly that the organization's anti-labor activities originated during the 1886 employers' offensive. Blocking up Avenue B and flowing over into Tompkins Square. Into this peaceful crowd, the police suddenly dashed and began to club right and left under orders of Captain McCulloch. Said the conservative Sun, men with broken scalps were crawling off in all directions and squabbling children were knocked every way by their daddies who were flying from the clubs. 6. Police brutality and interference was not restricted to the 3rd Avenue strike. It was a general phenomenon in New York in the summer and fall of 1886. Police interfered in a private meeting of the K of L, at which Powderly spoke, and forced its adjournment. On September 18, 1886, Drive. Edward Aveling, Eleanor Marx Aveling and Wilhelm Liebknecht, German socialist leader, arrived in New York City. On the following day, they were welcomed at a grand reception attended by thousands of workers and intellectuals. The reception was marred by a brutal attack upon the audience by the New York police, and even 2 of the honored guests were struck by the police. In a letter sent to all New York newspapers, under their signature, Liebknecht and the Avelings wrote, We have never seen in Europe such wanton interference on the part of the police with the liberty of the subject as we saw today in a country proverbially known as the land of the free. 7. Numerous arrests were made for picketing and boycotting and for unlawful assemblages and unlawful words. In one case, Judge Power warned, "I hold that any man who walks up and down in front of a man's place of business commits a species of assault. I intend to hold such men hereafter on bond to keep the peace." In 2 months in New York City, there was a legal roundup of some 100 strikers and boycotters under the charge of conspiracy. Men who distributed circulars advising the boycott of a bakery got 10 days. For boycotting Kavanagh, Sanford and Company, 47 tailors were indicted. In the Gray boycott case, the secretary of the Bakers Union, the walking delegate, sandwich men, and circular distributors were indicted for conspiracy. 8. The Tice boycotter's case. The issue came to a head in the famous Tice boycotters case. In March 1886, the Carl Somm Club, K. of L musicians, declared a boycott after an unsuccessful strike against the concert saloon of George Tice. The Waiters Union, which also had a grievance against Tice, joined the boycott and soon a general boycott was declared by the Central Labor Union. Pickets were arrested, but the boycott continued until Arad, the brewer and Tice backer, fearing the sales of his beer would fall off, persuaded Tice to reach an agreement with the boycotting committee, which included the payment of $1,000 for the expense of the boycott. Soon Tice brought suit against the members of the Union Committee. They were charged with extortion and intimidation. But the district attorney stated the real issue of the case: this boycott business must be annihilated and stopped. These men of the Central Labor Union and the other unions that have shown themselves opposed to the common good are like the Algerine pirates who extorted monies and tributes without reason. This must be stopped at once. In his charge to the jury, Judge George C. Barrett held that striking, picketing, and boycotting were lawful, provided that no force, threats, or intimidation were used. But he defined intimidation to include the action of pickets in advising passers-by not to patronize the concert saloon, and the issuance and distribution of boycott circulars. Moreover, the $1,000 which Tice gave the union in the settlement was ruled to be a case of extortion, for the money had been obtained by fear induced by a threat to continue the unlawful injury to his property. The jury, which was composed entirely of employers, the property qualification required a trial juror to own real or personal property worth $250, found all 5 defendants guilty. They were sentenced to state prison at hard labor, 2 for 2 years and 10 months, 2 for 1½ years, and 1 for 3 years and 8 months. The purpose of this outrageous decision was to paralyze labor's activity. But it had precisely the opposite effect. The sentence passed on the boycotters, Der Sozialist, official organ of the SLP, reported, has poured flaming fire into the hearts of the workingmen in New York, and has driven into the background all differences in labor's camp. It has united the many-voiced choir of the organizations in a single powerful cry of indignation. 9. Swinton called for a rapid reevaluation of labor's strategy and tactics. The employers' offensive proved that reliance on strikes and boycotts was not enough. To stem the reactionary drive, it was necessary for labor to enter the political arena. On June 13, 1886, he wrote, "One right, however, remains to the working classes, the right of voting as they please, at least in some states, and if they do not by this means drive from power the parties which are upholding the widespread conspiracy of capitalists against public liberty, we will very soon not have much of it to boast of." R.N. On July 2, 1886, the day Judge Barrett passed sentence on the Tice boycotters, delegates from the cigar makers, bakers, bartenders, and waiters unions, the Carl Somm Club, and the Socialist Labor Party met to call a mass meeting to denounce the decision. 3 days later, the Central Labor Union endorsed the Prod 1 greater than T meeting, condemned the trial and sentence, and warned that the insidious attempts of the prosecuting officers, of the packed juries and servile judges, to stamp out boycotting will only serve to make it more effective and unrelenting in the future. 11. At the mass meeting held at Cooper Union, speaker after speaker insisted on the necessity of organizing labor politically to crush its would-be oppressors. Boldly the meeting passed resolutions supporting the Tice heroes, and pledging to continue the boycott movement, undismayed by arbitrary judicial decisions. 12. Formation of Labor Party in New York. On July 2, 4 days after the Cooper Union meeting, the regular weekly session of the Central Labor Union met. A motion was introduced early in the meeting urging that a committee be appointed to devise a plan to take independent political action in the fall elections. It was greeted with cheers, and, after excited discussion, adopted. A week later, the committee presented a resolution to the Central Labor Union calling for the organization of the wage workers of New York, in one grand political organization, to redeem the city from the hands of the plunderers. The Central Labor Union adopted the report of the Committee on Political Action and called a conference of every trade and labor organization at Clarendon Hall on August 5. 13. That day. 402 tilde LA tilde S representing T9 S J tilde B9R underscore QRG LJJI tilde tilde EMES with a membership of 50,000 met in Clarendon Hall. A motion in favor of independent political action was introduced by Ludwig Jablinowski, a member of the Progressive Cigar Makers Union, in the J I. A long and exciting debate followed, after which the motion in favor of independent political action was carried by a vote of 296 to 40.14. Before adjourning to August 4 Street 19, a committee of 17 on permanent organization was elected. The committee comprised a cross-section of the labor forces in New York, including leading figures in the KFL, the Federation, and the SLP. At the Second Central Labor Union Political Conference held on August 19, the number of delegates increased. TQ-He Committee on Permanent Organization suggested a new political party, to be known as the Independent Labor Party of New York and Vicinity. 15. Role of Henry George. The name most constantly mentioned as a possible labor candidate for mayor was Henry George. His international reputation as an author and lecturer was regarded as assuring widespread support for the new party. He was popular with the Irish because he had worked as the correspondent for the Irish World in Ireland, and was noted for his pro-Irish sentiments. His book, Progress and Poverty, published in 1879, had appealed in a remarkable way to the masses of the American people, and in 1885 Professor Ely wrote that tens of thousands of laborers have read Progress and Poverty, who have never before looked between the two covers of an economic book. In all, he was regarded by many labor leaders as the greatest of living Americans. 16. Although the socialists did not block the move to nominate George as Labor's candidate for mayor, they made it clear that they were not in sympathy with his theory that the single tax was the solution of all social ills. As Marxists, the SLP members criticized the H_NC J Q.Arg single less than taxers veriflorly the exploitation of labor by the industrial and financial capitalists. The single taxers found the root of evil in capitalist society in private ownership of land, while the socialists opposed private ownership of all means of production, machinery as well as land. What the socialists demand, wrote Engels, implies a total revolution of the whole system of social production. What Henry George demands, leaves the present mode of social production untouched. 17. In short, the socialists joined the independent political movement to participate in a struggle of labor against capital and, as the New York Volkszeitung put it, accepted George, not on account of his single tax theory, but in spite of it. 18. The stand of the socialists was in sharp contrast to the sectarian position taken by the anarchists, who declared that it made no NC whether the Labor Party won or kissed the EKCTIO. G. A man who desires to bring about an improvement, declared an anarchist spokesman, must 9 flaro underscore the overthirk J. of all existing laws, and not promise T9 underscore 3 RRYTNEM out as George has done. Only look at the gang who are subparfing him. Social quacks, KFL, trades unionists, school teachers, priests. 19. The fact that the groups mentioned as supporting George constituted the vast majority of the workers of New York apparently made no impression upon the anarchists. After a number of visits by the committee of the political conference, Henry George was persuaded to accept the nomination for mayor pending the guarantee that at least 30,000 votes would be cast for him. Although the national organ of the socialists, Der Sozialist, complained that by accepting George's condition, we are creating a Henry George party and that is not a labor party, the political committee sent out 1,000 petitions to the trade and labor organizations, and the campaign for 30,000 signatures began in earnest. 20. Nearly a month was spent in this petition drive, and by the middle of September it was completed. The Clarendon Hall Convention. On September 23, the nominating convention was held at Clarendon Hall, attended by 409 delegates from 175 trade and labor organizations representing a membership of 60,000 workers. John Casserly of the United Order of Carpenters nominated Henry George. This was seconded by Frank Farrell, Negro KFL leader, who said, "Our political movement will work a peaceful revolution, a revolution as decisive as that which John Brown preached. It means industrial emancipation, and Henry George is the man to lead us to the consummation of our hopes." James J. Coogan, a furniture merchant, was also nominated, but George received 360 of the 409 votes on the first ballot. No other candidates were nominated, it being left entirely to the individual voter to cast his vote for any candidate outside of Mr. George. 21. The convention adopted a resounding statement of social and economic principles known as the Clarendon Hall Platform. The document announced boldly that the third party movement aimed at the abolition of the system which makes such beneficent inventions as the railroad and telegraph a means for the oppression of the people and the aggrandizement of an aristocracy of wealth and power. Specifically, the platform demanded the abolition of property qualification for trial jurors, the ending of the practice of drawing grand jurors from one class, the simplification and reform of court procedure so that the rich shall have no advantage over the poor, the end of officious intermeddling of the police with peaceful assemblages, the enforcement of sanitary inspection of buildings, the abolition of contract labor in public works, the granting of equal pay for equal work without distinction of sex in public employment, and the municipal ownership and operation of the means of transportation. A single tax provision was also included in the platform, calling for the abolition of all taxes on buildings and improvements and the levying of taxes on the land irrespective of improvements, so that those who are now holding land vacant shall be compelled either to build on it themselves or to give up the land to those who will. The platform closed on a stirring note. And since in the coming most important municipal election, independent political action affords the only hope of exposing and breaking up the extortion and speculation by which a standing army of professional politicians corrupt the people whom they plunder, we call on all citizens who desire honest government to join us in an effort to secure it, and to show for once that the will of the people may prevail even against the money and organizations of banded spoilsmen. 22. Apart from the single tax plank included at George's insistence, the Clarendon Hall platform most clearly expressed the aims of the labor movement. Many working men expected that George's victory would bring about an extension of political and industrial democracy, and were confident that by showing its voting strength, labor would force the politicians to grant its just demands. Der Sozialist pointed out that the Clarendon Hall platform was not socialistic, but hastened to add that if this program were carried out, it would be an advantage for the workers and a heavy blow for capitalism. 23. The Labour Party's campaign. For a new political organization, the Labour Party carried on a magnificent campaign. The unbounded enthusiasm of the Labourites made 1886 one of the liveliest, if not the liveliest mayoralty campaign in New York history. This enthusiasm was reflected in the new song written for the campaign to the tune of the KFL's famous Storm the Fort. See the workmen now advancing. George is leading on. Politicians now are falling. They will soon be gone. Chorus. Fierce and long the campaign rages. But our help is near. Onward comes the labor hero. Cheer, ye workmen, cheer. 24. MQST. E tilde 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 L underscore EU. Nions underscore W tilde. AC. TIV tilde. JXUH, E-campaign. Not only did the LST Majparti PF the unions underscore GIYJ underscore Georg tilde underscore J B. Circle endorsement U tilde WA less than IR.GDSOL pions of the RAG tilde S5LJL D underscore as tilde tilde micro IPL underscore IE tilde tilde QL underscore TH pound Kane tilde of labor Heckelnai, TLYM eater 1 GSTN, Hitch TH tilde, PR denary T underscore R tilde N tilde Ru tilde tilde Re IGN, tilde tilde L fought, PQ, LL, tilde, S, I underscore, R, I, C, 1 tilde tilde, section and this was the reg at AR procedure throughout the campaign even though most of the unions had clauses in their bylaws forbidding the discussion of politics. 25. Two outstanding national labor leaders supported George, Samuel Gompers, president of the Federation of Trades and Labor Unions, and Terence V. Powderly, general master workman of the KFL. At the very outset of the movement in New York for independent political action, Gompers had attempted to prevent the formation of a Labor Party BV, recalling previous failures of labor as an independent force in politics. His argument, however, was brushed aside, Swinton observing, "Let the dead past bury the dead. The world is whirling. Now is on the march. Time is telling. Things ride mankind. Today is not yesterday and tomorrow will be different from both." 26. Either Gompers was convinced or, more likely, he was shrewd enough to realize that it would not be wise to buck the swelling tide. At any rate, Gompers became active in the campaign. He headed the city organization of George Clubs, and as the PERS, on in charge of the Speaker's Bureau, spoke daily, addressing labor meetings throughout the city, appealing to workers to support the new party of equal rights, social reform, true republicanism and universal democracy. 27. Powderly held back from participating in the campaign until the very eve of the election. Meanwhile, he was subjected to increasing pressure from members of the Knights to endorse George publicly. On October 7, a Knight wrote to Powderly from New York City, "This Henry George movement in New York would were you here be a revelation to you. All the discord has ceased and as one man all are working shoulder to shoulder. Not only can George be elected but the influence for good cannot in my judgment be measured. I know you are very busy but I think there is no more important work that you can do in the little time that it will take than the writing of this letter, publicly endorsing George." 28. Unable to withstand this type of pressure, Powderly came out for George on October 30th. Although they spoke together at the largest meeting ever held at Cooper Institute, there were many workers who felt that Powderly had injured the third-party campaign by withholding his endorsement until the very end. All in all, his conduct in the campaign was, as Frederick Engels correctly characterized it, sheer trickery. 29. No treatment of George's supporters among the working class is complete without referring to the immigrant workers. The foreign-born were assisted to become citizens by the Naturalization Bureau established by the Labor Party. Of the 9,000 people naturalized in New York as of September 1st, it was estimated that 7/8 of them were George supporters. Over one-half of the new citizens were Germans who gave the third party powerful support. Indeed, about 1/5 of the signers of the George petition were German Americans, many of them socialists. 80. Many of the Irish Americans rallied to George's support. The Irish American Independent Democrats endorsed George, and the Irish World supported the Labor Party candidate. At the beginning of the campaign, it was reported that 40 of the 61 parish priests of the Catholic Church in New York supported George. They were led by Father Edward McGlynn, pastor of the St. Stephen's Church. 81. George made a special appeal to the Negro people, and at least 4 campaign clubs, composed of Negroes, were organized. The Rossmork Labor Party candidate. Several Henry George campaign clubs were organized by the Negro people, and the New York Freeman, a leading Negro journal, reported that colored men do not hesitate to say that Henry George's party is the party of the colored man. Commenting on this report, another Negro journal observed, "The poor man's interests and the colored man's interests are identical. That must be apparent to the most prejudiced. Let us vote together." 82. Jewish workers were especially active in the campaign, and the Jewish socialists were in the thick of the political upheaval. The New York Yiddish Volkszeitung, organ of the Jewish Workers' Verein, carried the picture of Henry George under the headline, "Our Future Mayor." The Socialist Weekly featured the slogan, "Jewish immigrants become citizens," urging all, who are already 5 years in the country, to take out their citizenship papers to enable them to fight, in common with all other workers, for their freedom. 83. As the campaign developed, many people broke old party lines to support George. Indeed, even old-line politicians, amazed at George's increasing popularity among workers and professionals, supported the Labor Party candidate. 34. Thus, the Third Party was more than a single movement. It represented mainly the organized workers who wanted social reform, but it also represented middle-class people who wanted good government, and it attracted politicians who sought individual betterment. The intrusion of this last group alarmed some of the Labor Party leaders, and led Swinton to issue the following warning. "The time is short, but it is long enough to keep such creatures from mischief. After election it will be too late to find them out." 35. Although the 9 MPA of R886 was not completely in the hands of the V or CTNGNIEN, they represented, for the first time in Amink. 1 NJ1 I story, the dominant group in the TCFership of the Third Party EO, Imant tilde John. M.C. Macklin of the Operative Painters was chairman of the Executive Committee of the Political Conference. The secretary of the committee was George Block, the founder and secretary of the National Bakers Union, and the founder and, for a long time, corresponding secretary of the Central Labor Union. Other members of the committee occupied similar important positions in the trade unions. 36. There were many other trade unionists who were active in the campaign even though they were not members of the executive committee. Only a small fraction of these labor leaders had had any previous experience in American politics. Though inexperienced, they brought a new and fresh spirit to the American political scene in the GI. TO_L. They set U pound greater than, behind George was, the N_VY. QFJ old tilde, Politicgens. Whitliln. 2 days after the nomination of George, assembly district organizations were formed in 5 districts. By October 3, a little over a week after George's nomination, the party had clubs in 22 of the 24 assembly districts with over 7,750 members. On October 10, the membership had increased to 10,000, and 6 days later it was almost 15,000. 3 types of Henry George campaign clubs were formed: 7 trade union legions, tobacco workers, printers, building trades, longshoremen, butchers, clerks, and salesmen; 30 national campaign clubs, 3 Italian, 4 Negro, 1 French, 7 Bohemian, 6 German, 9 Jewish, and numerous assembly districts and trade union campaign clubs. 37. Campaign funds for the Labor Party were raised by assessments of 25 cents per capita upon members of each union, and by contributions from unions, individual workers, and sympathizers among professional and business people. Scores of labor unions emptied their slender treasuries into the campaign funds, sending from $25 to $100 each. Money was collected by passing the hat at street meetings and in halls, an innovation for a political party. Moreover, Unions and workers from coast to coast sent letters of congratulations to George with small contributions enclosed. From Ontario, Canada, District Assembly 7814 of the K of L. Sent $25.38. Despite these contributions, the Labour Party did not have sufficient funds. Our only difficulty is the shortness of money, George wrote on October 8. It was a serious difficulty since it became clear early in the campaign that money would flow like water. To beat George. 39 Big Business was thoroughly alarmed by the strength of the new party and it quickly marshaled its forces and allies to defeat the workers' candidate. Red Scare. When the Democrats split over the nomination of a candidate, the business interests forced Tammany to agree to the nomination of Abram S. Hewitt, a large iron manufacturer and son-in-law of Peter Cooper, to meet the need for a representative of the conservative interests, who would be acceptable to both factions. At a convention presided over by Elihu Root, the corporation lawyer, Theodore Roosevelt, then a New York assemblyman, was nominated by Chauncey M. Depew, a railroad magnate, as the Republican candidate for mayor. 40. In his letter accepting the Democratic nomination, Hewitt raised the issue most prominently featured by both old parties against the Labour Party red baiting. A new issue has suddenly sprung upon the community, he wrote. An attempt has been made to organize one class of the citizens against all other classes. He went on to charge that the Labour Party embodied the ideas of anarchists, nihilists, communists, socialists. The demon of discord, hate, anarchy, and the enemy of all mankind threatens, Hewitt cried at a mass meeting, and the anarchists are rearing their heads. 41. The commercial press became more and more hysterical as the campaign advanced. On October 5, a cartoon was published in the Daily Illustrated Graphic, entitled, "The Pirate Ship Will the Socialists Capture the City? Government, on board the pirate ship which is approaching New York. City are Henry George and his clergymen, but hidden behind them are men with beards and gruesome faces, armed with swords, bombs, rifles and cannon, whose names are anarchist, socialist, striker, boycotter, and delegate." The newspapers charged that George had really been nominated by the socialists and that the Clarendon Hall Convention merely endorsed the socialist candidate. 42. To the credit of the Labour Party, instead of retreating from the red-baiting issue, it took the bull by the horns. James Casserly, the treasurer of the Central Labour Union, gave the answer of his powerful organization. "We're here tonight to hurl back the foul slander that none but anarchists, communists, and socialists are supporting Henry George for mayor. We are trade unionists and Americans, and our organization holds a charter from the state. If it is socialism to see our wives and children properly housed and clothed, and to strive for better conditions, then we are socialists. If it is socialism to elect Henry George on November 2nd, then we are socialists." 43. Having failed to break the ranks of the Labour Party through lies, slanders and red scares, the Democrats, realizing the need to claim Labour support, hired W.A. Carsey, a professional labor leader who formed labor clubs and trade unions to order. Carsey organized a fake independent Labour Party which issued an address to the workers to oppose George, the social revolutionists, and the anarchists from Europe, and to stand by the Democratic Party, champion of the laboring classes. 44. When this device failed, the anti-Labour Party forces adopted coercive tactics. At the beginning of the campaign, many, if not a majority, of the Catholic priests supported George, but as the campaign advanced, at the suggestion of the higher Catholic powers, all Catholic priests except Father McGlynn withdrew from active participation in behalf of the Labour Party candidate. 45. When he was warned by Archbishop Corrigan not to speak for George, Father McGlynn wrote, "Most Reverend and dear Archbishop, in view of my rights and duties as a citizen, which were not surrendered, only one real trade union leader, the very conservative P.M. Arthur Grand, chief engineer of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, spoke against George." New York Commercial Advertiser, October 24, 1886. "When I became a priest, I'm determined to do what I can to support Mr. George. And I am also stimulated by love for the poor and oppressed laboring classes, which seems to be particularly consonant with the charitable and philanthropic character of the priesthood, by virtue of which it has gained everywhere its greatest triumphs." 46. McGlynn was temporarily suspended from his priestly functions for refusing to obey his superior and to desist from aiding the Labour Party candidate. Other forms of coercion were used. Several city employees were discharged because they supported George. The streetcar companies warned their drivers and conductors of the necessity of defeating the Labour Party ticket if they wanted to be sure of their jobs. A businessman inserted a note in his workers' pay envelopes warning that if Mr. George and the socialists were victorious, a great part of the wealth of New York would vanish into thin air, business would be suspended and workmen would be unemployed. 47. The election results. The outpouring of workers at the October 30th parade, the culmination of the George campaign, proved that the terror had not weakened the Labor Party. Beginning at S.R.O. in the evening, over 20,000 people marched for 1 hour and 40 minutes in a drenching rain to Union Square. The heavy rainstorm no doubt interfered with it seriously, the world commented, but that from 20,000 to 25,000 men should turn out to march on such a night shows a power and a spirit in the movement that cannot be winked out of sight. 48. Power and spirit the new party had in full measure. But this could not overcome the effect of lack of experience in politics and the widespread bribery by the old machines. Nevertheless, when the election returns were in, the working men of New York learned that they piled up 68,110 votes for George, or 31% of the total votes cast. The winner, Abram S. Hewitt, had failed to receive a majority, but obtained 90,552, or 414% of the total. Roosevelt ran third with 60835 votes, or 27.6% of the total. The belief that George had been grossly counted out was widespread, and many agreed with the Labor Party candidate when he said after it became known that Hewitt had won, "Under a fair vote of the people of New York, I would be tonight elected mayor of New York." 2 months later, George wrote to a friend, "They were determined that I should not be elected and nothing was spared to beat me. On a square vote I would undoubtedly have been elected." 49. RHE Labor Press Hake _D tilde he res tilde JT of tilde tilde S. A great Vic approximately 9 tie. The Irish World congratulated the workers upon having made a wonderful beginning of a great movement. It predicted that in time to come, Labor's first fight would become as famous as Bunker Hill. The new political forces, exclaimed John Swinton, largely made up of raw recruits, struck a blow truly astounding under the circumstances. They were confronted by the huge machines of both parties, by the monopolies that shadow the city, by Wall Street and all that the term implies, by the press that enters into every mind, by the city, state and national government. The campaign was by all odds the most formidable demonstration yet made by the forces of organized labor in the United States. 50. The commercial press viewed the huge labor vote with consternation. But the New York World observed soberly, the deep-voiced protest conveyed in the 67,000 votes for Henry George against the combined power of both political parties, of Wall Street and the business interests, and of the public press should be a warning to the community to heed the demands of labor so far as they are just and reasonable, and that is much further than the majority of citizens have thus far been willing to admit. 51. It was equals tilde NGELS, however, who best recognized the significance of the campaign. Owsley following the events in the United States, he wrote to F.A. Sorge 3 weeks after the election. The Henry George boom has of course brought to light a colossal mass of fraud, and I am glad I was not there. But in spite of it all, it was an epoch-making day. The first great step of importance for every country newly entering into the movement is always the constitution of the workers as an independent political party, no matter how, so long as it is a distinct workers' party. And this step has been taken, much more rapidly than we had a right to expect, and that is the main thing. That the first program of this party is still confused and extremely deficient, that it has raised the banner of Henry George, these are unavoidable evils but also merely transitory ones. The masses must have time and opportunity to develop, and they can have the opportunity only when they have a movement of their own, no matter in what form, so long as it is their own movement in which they are driven further by their own mistakes and learn through their mistakes. 52. Labor parties in other communities. Among the most significant effects of the New York mayoralty campaign was the stimulation of labor to independent political action. Throughout the LW equals tilde on. The Central Labor Union's announcement that it intend tilde ed to support Henry George on a Labor Party ticket aroused labor groups elsewhere to nominate independent labor candidates. From the St. Louis labor movement, the Clarendon Hall Convention which nominated George received the following telegram. Organized working men of the West congratulate you on your first independent movement. Your success is ours. Henry George and labor will be the battle cry for all the enslaved toilers from the Atlantic to the Pacific. 53 tilde wave underscore FI tilde to approximately 0.1 tilde E tilde T underscore POJI underscore T pound L A tilde tilde I underscore tilde 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 P tilde underscore Hien I tilde EL tilde underscore Armo tilde E meant. Labor C and L dates were run for Congressional POS 1T10 NSM, Maine, C, N Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, Arkansas, Kansas, and Washington, for positions in the state legislature in Maine, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Tennessee, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Colorado. State labor tickets were run in Illinois, Connecticut, and Wisconsin, and municipal tickets in Rutland, Vermont, Lynn and Boston, Massachusetts, South Norwalk and Naugatuck, Connecticut, Newark, New Jersey, New York City, Baltimore, Maryland, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Key West, Florida, Richmond, Virginia, Bradford, Pennsylvania, Eureka and San Francisco, California, Chicago and Springfield, Illinois, Indianapolis, Indiana, St. Louis, Missouri, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Des Moines, Iowa. Most of these Labor Party platforms were similar to the one adopted in New York with one important exception, OutC_SLE, QF. New York, few of the Labor parties showed QJ.USH interest in gear G RIN IPI L_T. Phi 3 LNG Fedirex was not McCrude CFID 9 IR DCMH Qs. The results astounded the old line politicians. The Laborites of Chicago 25,000 won out of a total of 92,000 votes and elected a state senator and 7 members of the lower house. The Labor Party candidate for Congress narrowly missed election by only 64 votes. The People's Party of Milwaukee carried the county with 13,000 votes and elected the mayor of the city, a state senator, 6 assemblymen, and 1 congressman. The K of L in Leadville, Colorado, elected a state senator and 3 assemblymen. An assemblyman was elected in Newark, New Jersey. In the 6th Congressional District of Virginia, a K of L candidate was elected. In Fort Worth, Texas, and Eaton, Ohio, most of the Labor candidates were elected, with the Knights playing the outstanding role. Victories by Labor. This effect was international in its impact. In Europe, the effect of the American elections in November was tremendous, wrote Engels on November 29, 1886. The very fact that the movement is so sharply accentuated as a labor movement and has sprung up so suddenly and forcefully has stunned the people completely. Marx and Engels, Letters to Americans, page 164. Were also recorded in Lynn, Massachusetts, Naugatuck and South Norwalk, Connecticut, Key West, Florida, and Richmond, Virginia. Moreover, in many areas, the Democrats and Republicans were forced to run pro-labor candidates, and the 2 old parties were forced in other communities to combine or merge for the election to defeat the unprecedented labor bid for political power. 54. Political action in Chicago. Next to the campaign in New York City, the battle in Chicago aroused the greatest interest. While the Haymarket affair, as we have seen, was used to unleash a reign of terror and intimidation against the labor movement in Chicago, it also produced a unity within it that was unprecedented. Conservative, radical, and pure and simple trade unionists all joined in a huge protest movement which was expressed especially in the political arena. Preliminaries for the independent political movement having been thrashed out during the early summer, a provisional committee called a conference on August 21, 1886. Approximately 51 delegates representing 47 trade and labor organizations, 41 K of L assemblies and an organization called the People's Party Club, responded to the call and formed a Federation for Independent Political Action. At a later meeting on September 23, the Federation took on the name United Labor Party, and at the same session purged all delegates who were not distinctly representatives of labor organizations in an effort to keep out reformers and old party adherents. 55. On September 27, the United Labor Party reconvened and nominated a state and county ticket with the greatest emphasis on positions in the state legislature. One of the candidates nominated for the state senate was William Bruce, a Negro barber active in the organization of Negro barbers and waiters into the Knights. A man of unusual intelligence, commented the Chicago Journal of the Order, he is eminently qualified to discharge faithfully the trust to be placed in him this fall, as a representative of an abused people in the state senate. 56. The demands of the United Labor Party included planks calling for the defeat of the power of aggregated wealth, for an 8-hour day, government ownership of all means of communication, anti-contract labor laws, a national monetary system, tax reform, forfeiture of unearned land grants, reservation of public lands to actual settlers, abolition of private police, weekly wage payments, and employers' liability laws. 57. The success of the campaign was second only to the mark set by the Bruce was not elected, but he polled 28,000 out of the 92,000 votes cast. Labor Party in New York. The United Labor Party's candidate for county treasurer, Frank Stauber, polled the surprising vote of 24,845 out of a total of 92,000 votes cast. The party actually elected 1 state senator and 6 members of the lower house of the state legislature. In addition, they placed 4 judges of the Superior Court in Cook County and 1 county judge, and came within 64 votes of electing a congressman. 58. Labor had good reason to feel jubilant over the results. No party, a contemporary labor journal commented, ever polled so large a vote nor made itself so generally felt at so young an age as the United Labor Party. 59. Even as death approached, the Haymarket martyrs could taste the workers' victory. The direct result of our persecution, wrote August Spies in his autobiography, taken down in prison, has been general activity in labor circles, great progress in organization and, particularly, in ideas. The political party which cast over 25,000 votes last fall is also one of the many good results of State Prosecutor Julius S.J. Grinnell's revolutionary propaganda. 60. Ths. G. At A tilde in Sui of the Camines of 1886 carried T labor F. L tilde E, tilde Q. Jo A nu 1 gram O N tilde LL tilde. JSU. I11 CK. Pendant. Pound tilde tilde L less than 2. NFN 1885. The Federation OT organized trades and labor unions had defeated a resolution in favor of the formation of an independent labor party which would sponsor trade unionists as candidates. But after the elections of 1886, the Federation unanimously adopted a resolution on political action, which hailed the remarkable and extraordinary demonstration made by the working men of New York, Milwaukee, Chicago, and other places, and concluded, resolved, that the convention urges a most generous support to the independent political movement of the working men. 61. It appeared certain that labor, united and with the experience of 1886, would go on to greater victories. Chapter 9. The American Federation of Labor. Anyone studying the tremendous sweep of independent political action in the fall of 1886 would conclude that there was a high degree of unity in labor's ranks. All types of labor groups were united in the political campaigns: conservative, liberal and radical, trade unions affiliated with the Federation in the Knights, local and district assemblies of the order, and independent labor organizations. Actually, the labor movement was anything but unified. Precisely at the height of the political campaigns, the leadership of the Knights and of the trade unions were engaged in a conflict that shook the entire labor movement and ended disastrously for hundreds of thousands of workers who had hoped to see their dreams of a unified, powerful labor movement realized. While there was blame on all sides in the conflict, the major share must be placed on the shoulders of the anti-trade union elements in the Knights. Basically, it is the tragic story of how the conservative, vacillating leadership of the order, together with the small clique of Lassallean socialists in New York City and the non-working class elements, fought the trade unions to the finish, to be exact, of the Knights of Labor, not the trade unions. Anti-trade union elements. Complaints against the anti-trade union elements in the order were registered by the trade unions as early as the spring of 1883. Henry C. Cole, president of the Bricklayers and Masons International Union of North America, angrily informed Powderly of a plot engineered by the Home Club in District Assembly 49 to induce local unions to withdraw from the International and affiliate with the Knights directly through mixed assemblies. I do not think it will be to the interest of the K of CPP 78-80 for a discussion of anti-trade unionism in the order. L. To antagonize trades unions, Cole continued. That in my opinion is not the purpose for which the order was established. Its aim and purpose should be to promote organization, and any of its members who advocates disorganization of trade unions for the purpose of swelling the members of the order should be severely dealt with, and such a man is more of a detriment than a help to the cause of honest labor reform. 1. In the next 2 years, complaints similar to those voiced by Cole came from the printers, the car drivers, the plumbers, shoemakers, cigar makers, jewelers, furniture workers, and scores of unions in and out of the order. The plumbers complained that after District 49 had compelled them to leave the order by its anti-union policies, it had called strikes against them. The furniture workers complained of numerous, specific instances where representatives of the Knights were trying to win members away from the union and to initiate them directly into the order on the plea that their dues would be lower. The printers, carpenters, molders and cigar makers also complained that the order was initiating men branded by these unions as unfair. Scab Labor. 2 In November 1.885, a group of trade unionists asked the K of L General Executive Board, is this what the K of L is for, to burst up organizations or locals because they cannot control them? Is that what DA 49 is for, to defend the boss's rights? Is the K of L to organize scabs who have always fought unions? We leave the decision of this to you. If you decide that is what the order is for, we want no more of it. 3. The Knights and the cigar makers. By 1886 nearly every trade union in America had complaints against the dominant clique which ran the K of L, but it was the conflict over the cigar makers which led to a complete break. While one can agree with Professor Ware that, in the accepted story of the conflict between the Knights and the trade unions, too much attention proportionally has been given to the cigar makers, yet the story of the cigar makers International Union is typical, for not only did the Home Club control the local situation in New York, where District Assembly 49 came into conflict with the cigar makers, through its control of the general officers, it dictated the attitude adopted toward the trade unions throughout the land. It must also be remembered that the nationwide publicity devoted to the order's relations with the Cigar Makers International Union influenced to a great degree the position of other trade unions. In the early 80s, harmony between the CM1U and the order prevailed. In New York and other cities, local unions of the International Union formed assemblies of the Knights, with a view of helping along the general movement of labor reform. The official journal of the order urged that, if our members cannot get KFL cigars, take those made by the CM1U just as freely, and assist that organization in trying to protect the product of union labor. Asterisk in 1883, the Journal of United Labor boasted that the CMIU was having a great success with their union label with the aid of the KFL. We have manufacturers in this city, New York, that have paid the initiation fee for their workmen in the union, simply to be able to get the label, for without it they could not sell their cigars. 4. As the attitude of the leadership of the Knights became hostile towards the trade unions, the cigar makers and the order came into conflict. In New York, where the conflict started, the situation was aggravated by the presence of a rival to the CMIU, the Progressive Cigar Makers Union, formed by a group of Lassallean socialists who had split from the International Union. As soon as the split occurred, the Lassallean socialists appealed to District Assembly 49 for support for the Progressive Cigar Makers Union, even though there already existed in New York a local assembly of cigar makers who were members of the International Union as well as of the Knights of Labor L.A. 2458 DA 49, dominated by the Home Club, chartered the Progressive Cigar Makers Union as L.A. 2814 S. The Progressive Union organized members expelled or suspended from the International Union. By offering a lower scale of wages than the International, the Progressive Union won agreements with manufacturers who heretofore had recognized the CMIU. When members of the International who were also members of the Knights went on strike, the Progressive Union offered to fill, and did fill, their places with cigar makers at lower wages. 6. The conflict between the two cigar makers' unions first came to the attention of the leadership of the Knights in the spring of 1884 as a result of a petition from DA 47 of Cleveland, urging Powderly to investigate the conduct of the Progressive Union. It being the opinion of this assembly that if all is true that is laid to the progressives, it would hardly be consistent with our obligation as KFL to countenance their proceedings, the Cleveland Knights declared. Powderly asked Fred Turner for enlightenment, whereupon the Grand Secretary, himself a member of the Home Club, dismissed the entire issue as purely a fight of the asterisk in advertising its label, which was of a light blue color. The Cigar Makers International Union called attention to the fact that it was endorsed by a large number of local assemblies and districts of the Knights of Labor. John Swinton's paper. May 1-6, 1886. For a discussion of the split, see Foner, Op. Cit. pp. 517-18. Leaders of the two organizations and has no business to be brought into the KFL. Let the two unions fight it out. 1. While the two unions were fighting it out, to the glee of the anti-trade union elements in the order, the employers in the cigar-making industry were enjoying a field day. The employers naturally availed themselves of the opportunities afforded by the disunion in labor's ranks to fix rates and conditions as it pleased them. Referring to the formation of manufacturers' associations in New York, Detroit, Cincinnati, Chicago, and Milwaukee, the New York Times reported early in 1884 that these bodies are naturally not anxious to see the restoration of complete harmony between the factions of journeyman cigar makers. 8. Matters came to a head in 1886. In January, the Cigar Manufacturers Association of New York City announced a wage cut of 20% in the industry. When the local unions of the International Union, which were also affiliated to the KFL, refused to accept the wage cut, 6 of its members, men and women, in 19 factories were locked out. In the strike that followed the lockout, the union demanded the restoration of the wage cut and the abolition of the filthy sweatshops in the tenement houses. 9. After a 4-week struggle, it appeared as if the strike was won. The manufacturers were making overtures for a conference with the union, and victory seemed to be in the workers' grasp. Just at this crucial point, District Assembly 49 jumped into the breach, and contracted with the Manufacturers Association to supply labor at rates lower than those offered by the International on condition that the employers promised to employ none but members of the Progressive Union. The employers readily agreed, and DA 49 promptly set about organizing men who had replaced the locked-out cigar workers into the Progressive Union, thus presenting, LA 2458 complained bitterly, the novelty of the age. Knights of Labor being victimized by Knights of Labor in collusion with grinding, grasping bosses. 10. The International retaliated with a boycott on all cigars which did not bear its own label, and Adolf Strasser, president of the International Union, sent Powderly a stinging letter demanding that he take steps to stop the strike-breaking activities of DA 49 in New York. I consider the action of your organizers in New York City and of District No. 49 of the Knights of Labor a bold and unscrupulous attack upon recognized trade union principles and is hostile to the Cigar Makers International Union in particular. Should you fail to denounce the action of your organizers in New York City, you will merit the condemnation of the Cigar Makers International Union and of every national trade union in the country. I now demand action on your part. 11. The General Executive Board, headed by Fred Turner, came to New York to investigate the charges made against DA 49. Since the members of the board were controlled by the Home Club, the decision was a foregone conclusion. They suspended LA 2458 for violating the laws, exonerated DA 49, and flatly refused to grant the request of the CMLU to be allowed to enter the order as a National Trade Assembly. 12. In an editorial entitled, "A Dangerous Difference," the Irish World observed, "The trouble which has broken out between the Cigar Makers' International Union and the Knights of Labor bids fair to result in a serious rupture which may cause a formidable split in the labor ranks." 13. This prediction was soon realized. The trade unions were quick to see that at a time when employers' associations were springing up to profit by dissensions within labor's ranks, they could be seriously injured by the practice of the anti-trade union elements in the order of organizing suspended and expelled members of the unions and negotiating agreements with employers providing for lower wages and poorer working conditions than those already in existence. It was natural that an effort should be made to solidify the trade union ranks for an effective defense against the hostile elements in the leadership of the Knights. Conference of National Trade Unions. On April 25, 1886, a call was issued to all _naticmal trade _micro _nions to meet in Philadelphia on May 18, 1886. The L.T.T.I. Stat DTH less than TUJ1 ants was being called to protect the trade unions from the malicious work of an element who openly boast that the trade unions must be destroyed. This element, operating throughly, the K of L is CFMNG incalculable M. Schlef by rousing antagonisms. Eind, Ciesenslanzi the law GL movement. Rats, scabs, and unfair employers are backig. Suspended or expelled members of trade unions are welcomed into their ranks. The aim of the conference was to devise a plan for submission to the general officers of the order for preventing the hostility of those who would destroy trade unions, under cover of the K of L, and so far as we can learn, without authority from that body. The circular was signed by Peter J. Maguire, General Secretary of the Brotherhood of Carpenters, Adolf Strasser, President of the Cigar Makers International Union, Josiah Dyer, General Secretary of the Granite Cutters International Union, P. J. Fitzpatrick, President of the Iron Molders Union of North America, and W. H. Foster, Secretary of the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions. 14. 20 delegates, representing 367,736 organized workers, met in response to the call. All had the same tale to relate. All stressed the necessity for action to be taken against the anti-trade union elements who dominated the Knights. The order was charged with conspiring with scab bosses, initiation of scabs and defaulters, working below the union scale, infringing upon the hours of labor, and a host of other labor crimes. The delegates agreed that the solution of the entire matter lay in the establishment of the following principles: the distinct and individual autonomy of each trade union, the avoidance of the hazards of dual unionism, the belief that trade unions are best qualified to regulate their own internal affairs. To attain this end, the convention drafted a 6-point treaty, which was to be submitted to the Special General Assembly of the K of L that was to convene at Cleveland on May 24, 1886. Inasmuch as this document was the basis for all future negotiations, it is given in its entirety. First, that in any branch of labor having a national or international organization, the K of L shall not initiate any person or form any assembly of persons following said organized craft or calling without the consent of the nearest national or international union affected. Second, that no person shall be admitted to the K of L who works for less than the regular scale of wages fixed by the union of his craft, and none shall be admitted to membership in the K of L who have ever been convicted of scabbing, ratting, embezzlement, or any other offense against the union of his trade or calling, until exonerated by the same. Third, that the charter of any K of L assembly of any trade having a national or international union shall be revoked, and the members of the same be requested to join a mixed assembly, or form a local union under the jurisdiction of their respective national or international trade unions. Fourth, that any organizer of the K of L who endeavors to induce trade unions to disband, or tampers with their growth or privileges, shall have his commission forthwith revoked. Fifth, that whenever a strike or lockout of any trade union is in progress, no assembly or district assembly of the K of L shall interfere until settled to the satisfaction of the trades unions affected. Sixth, that the K of L shall not establish or issue any trademark or label in competition with any trademark or label now issued, or that may hereafter be issued by any national or international trades union. 15. At first glance it would appear that if this treaty were accepted, the trade unions would have been in sole possession of the field of organization, with the Knights reduced to an educational institution. But this presupposes that the national trade unions were altogether outside of the order, and that the K of L was just a heterogeneous mass of unassimilated workers. Actually, many of the trade unions who made the proposals were part of the Knights, and even if most of the provisions of the treaty had been accepted, they could have continued to function and grow within the order. It would have meant, however, that the trade unions inside the order would have to be given their own autonomy, and that the leadership of the Knights would not engage in jurisdictional disputes and battles for membership with the national unions that remained outside of the order. At the same time, however, the first 2 points in the treaty would have made it impossible for the Knights to organize workers who were kept out of the existing unions by such barriers as high initiation fees and discriminatory clauses against unskilled, foreign-born, Negro and women workers. Referring to these workers, Powderly asked pertinently, "Must we close the door against them in order that the international union may take them when it gets ready? Are we to understand that every man who is not in the international union is a scab? If so, why do they take in new members at all? For if all men not in unions are scabs, the doors of all unions must in all consistency be closed against all men who are not at this time in the organization." 16. It is clear that the labor leaders who drew up the treaty were insisting on concessions that went counter to the fundamental concept of the Knights' labor solidarity. Nevertheless, the basis for negotiations did exist. As far as the rank and file of the labor movement was concerned, they were interested only that a peaceful settlement of the conflict be achieved as quickly as possible, and they were convinced that there need be no difficulty in establishing an agreement by which the rights claimed by the trade unions can be fully maintained in accordance with the principles and policies of the Knights of Labor. As the boycotter put it, in an editorial calling for peace and unity in the labor movement, the enemies of organized labor throughout the country are shouting and rubbing their sordid hands in glee over the rumors of an approaching conflict between the KFL and the trades unions. There is not the slightest occasion for any clash or conflict between the unions and the Knights. All that is necessary is for each to let the internal affairs of the other alone, and both work together in unity, amity and cooperation. Everybody knows that we are all working for a common end, wherefore then, the occasion for conflict? 17. The Cleveland General Assembly. In letters to Powderly, members of the order echoed the sentiments of the boycotter. George Blair, head of the Workingmen's Assembly of the State of New York and an important figure in the order, assured Powderly that the trade unions had justifiable grievances against the anti-trade union Home Club. "I think for the interest of the order this NY clique. I think the rule or ruin men should be relegated where they belong." 18. Powderly was momentarily impressed by the growing demand for peace and unity in labor's ranks. He invited the Trade Union Committee to come to Cleveland to present the treaty to the General Assembly. 19. The Trade Union Committee departed for Cleveland in an optimistic frame of mind. But the events at the Special General Assembly proved that the Home Club and the other anti-trade union elements were in the saddle. The Trade Union Committee bearing the treaty was not permitted to present it to the General Assembly. Instead, they were given a hearing by the General Executive Board, dominated by the Home Club. The conferences were brief. Powderly refused to enter into lengthy discussions with the leaders of the trade unions. Several weeks later, in answer to critics, who accused him of torpedoing the negotiations by his curt behavior, the Grand Master Workman defended himself with the comment, "Whenever the officers of the Int. Union came to call on us, one or more of them was so drunk that they could not transact business. I will speak plainly, Mr. Gompers never came near me only when he was drunk, and I will not transact business with a drunkard at any time or place." 20. 2 days later, Powderly acknowledged that he may have been mistaken in his estimate of the sobriety of the Trade Union Committee. There was not a drunken man present at any of the sessions, he admitted. 21. At any rate, while Powderly's approach to labor problems may have endeared him to the Women's Christian Temperance Union, it only served to widen the breach with the trade unions. Following the brief and fruitless conferences between the Trade Union Committee and the KFL leaders, the terms of the trade unions were laid before the General Assembly. Although fully 1/3 of the delegates at the extraordinary session were trade unionists, the anti-trade union Home Club clique and their allies managed to dictate its policy. The Assembly did not act upon the treaty, claiming that since it was in special session it had no power to legislate upon the matter, an obvious subterfuge since one of the reasons for calling the special session was the relations of the trade unions to the order. The Home Club did maneuver the Assembly into declaring open hostilities against the trade unions by successfully instructing the General Executive Board to issue a command to the order, instructing our members to support and protect all labels or trademarks issued by the Knights of Labor in preference to greater than any other trademark or label. Any member who refuses to obey shall be guilty of violation of obligation. 22 violators of the obligation were subject to summary expulsion from the order. The action taken by the Special Assembly brought the conflict between the Knights and the trade unions to a head. Powderly feebly extended the olive branch to the national unions, inviting them to enter the order, and promising that no interference in the management of your crafts or their affairs will result. 23 But Powderly's subservience to the anti-trade union elements at Cleveland and the patently hostile acts of the Special Assembly rendered his words meaningless. The trade unions throughout the country were enraged by the brusque treatment of their representatives at Cleveland. Their journals abounded with fulminations directed against the order. The knights were painted as traitors to the labor cause, and knights of cheap labor. Amatilda ga L tilde. Tilde on with the knights, a real possibility before the Cleveland SM1Y. Was formally rejected by the COA, miners, the iron instead W tilde L, less than tilde R tilde. The telegraphers, the plumbers, steam and gas fitters, and the typographical unions. All expressed to a degree the sentiment that it would be suicidal in the extreme to affiliate with 41H. EK. _L, and that they were totally opposite with an organization composed of wage workers, shopkeepers, employers, manufacturers, professional men, and a heterogeneous medley of elements, who have not the same interests as we have. 24. The Richmond General Assembly. The regular General Assembly of the Order in October, 1886, at Richmond, witnessed a crucial struggle over the future policy to be pursued in relation to the trade unions. Here, as in Cleveland, the trade union delegates were a significant group, but the majority of the delegates, newly organized, were attending a convention for the first time. Without parliamentary experience and lacking cohesiveness, the delegates were easily led by the Anti-Trade Union District Assembly 49 of New York. DA 49 had 61 delegates of its own, bound by the unit rule. As in Cleveland, Powderly lined up with the Home Club. Fully 14 resolutions aimed at the formation of trade assemblies and the restoration of peace between the knights and the trade unions were killed in committee by the Home Club. The treaty and grievances which the trade unions had presented were ignored. Drunk with its power, DA 49 dealt irreparable injury to the order when it submitted and forced through Document 160. This resolution asked that the General Assembly be petitioned to endorse the order issued by DA 49, to the effect that cigar makers, packers or whosoever are employed in the cigar trade who are members of the K of L and also members of the International Union to withdraw from said union or leave the order. 25. Joseph R. Buchanan of Denver, the leader of the minority delegation which favored friendly relations with the trade unions and one of the wisest men in the entire labor movement, described accurately the significance of the ill-advised action at Richmond. It was at Richmond that the seal of approval was placed upon the acts of those members who had been bending every energy since the Cleveland special session to bring on open warfare between the order and the trades unions. The majority by which the resolution was adopted was not, comparatively, large, but it was enough, and the greatest labor organization up to that time known in this country received its mortal wound at Richmond. 26. The command to choose between the knights and the cigar makers was not rigidly enforced throughout the order. DA 89 of Denver refused to endorse and carry out the unconstitutional order requiring the expulsion of the International Cigar Makers Union who had committed no crime that we were aware of, and DA 79 of Minnesota demanded exemption of the Minnesota assemblies from the edict on the ground that dual allegiance had not been causing trouble in the state. Several Detroit assemblies officially condemned the action of the Richmond Assembly, and stated unequivocally that they would not tolerate any spirit of antagonism toward the trade unions. 27. Regardless of how widely the command of the Richmond Assembly was enforced, it had its telling effect nevertheless. While only the cigar makers had been singled out in the edict, the trade unionists knew that this was but the beginning of an all-out attack. Faced with the immediate prospect of having to choose between membership in their trade unions and the order, many knights who were also enrolled on the books of trade unions preferred to leave the K of L. It was because it had forced the trade unionists to reach this decision that Buchanan felt that the Richmond Assembly had inflicted a mortal wound upon the order. The American Federation of Labor. Aroused by the attitude of the leadership of the Knights, the Trade Union Committee of 5 labor leaders, McGuire, Strasser, Dyer, Fitzpatrick, and Foster, who had sponsored the Philadelphia Conference in May, issued a call to all the trade unions of the country to send delegates to a convention to be held at Columbus, Ohio, on December 8, 1886. The purpose was to draw the bonds of unity much closer together between all the trades unions of America, by means of an American Federation of Alliance of all national and international trade unions. The Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions decided to hold its convention at the same time and place. 28. 42 delegates from 25 labor organizations, 13 national unions, and 12 local unions and city centrals assembled at Columbus on December 8 and agreed to form themselves into an American Federation of Labor. At the same time, 20 delegates to the convention of the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions, representing 7 national unions and 5 city centrals, met at Columbus and decided to merge with the newly formed A.F. of L. The older federation turned over all its property including a balance on hand of $284.97 to the new organization, and it resolved to request all affiliated unions to connect themselves with the American Federation of Labor. After this, the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions of the United States and Canada passed out of existence. 29. Constitution of the A.F. of L. The Constitution of the A.F. of L embodied a number of the features of the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions. The preamble was carried over to the new organization with its militant statement. Whereas, a struggle is going on in all the nations of the civilized world, between the oppressors and the oppressed of all countries, a struggle between the capitalist and the laborer. When the preamble was first adopted in 1881, its class-conscious character had evoked unfavorable comment in the general press, and the Pittsburgh Telegraph, noting that it breathes a spirit of conflict rather than pacification, had expressed the hope that it would be replaced by a new document which breathed the spirit of concord with capital. 30 But the trade unionists who gathered at Columbus in December 1886 knew from bitter experience, particularly from the Haymarket Affair and the employers' offensive following it, that a class struggle existed, and they voted unanimously to incorporate the preamble of the earlier Federation in their new constitution. The objects of the A.F. of L, as set forth in the Constitution, were the encouragement and formation of local trades and labor unions, and the closer federation of such societies, the establishment of national and international trades unions, based upon a strict recognition of the autonomy of each trade, the federation of all national and international trades unions, to aid and assist each other, and to secure national legislation in the interests of working people. Another object was to aid and encourage the labor press of America. Although the American Federation of Labor was considered a new organization at the time it was formed, it actually was recognized as a continuation of the earlier Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions. In R. 889, the A.F. of L. decided to consider the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions as part of its own history, and it dates its origin from 1881. The direction of the new organization was placed in the hands of an annual convention, the basis of representation in which was specifically set forth, and in an executive council, composed of 5 officers: a president, 2 vice presidents, a secretary, and a treasurer. This council was empowered to watch legislative measures directly affecting the interests of the workers, to organize new national or international trades unions, as well as local trades unions, to secure the unification of all labor organizations, to assist in boycotts, and extend voluntary financial aid in the event of a strike or lockout. The Federation's revenue was to be raised from a per capita tax of 1/2 of 1 cent per month, or 6 cents per year, and from charter fees. Membership in the organization was through the national and international unions, but any 7 wage workers, of good character and favorable to trades unions, and not members of any body affiliated with this federation, could form a local body, to be known as a federal labor union, and obtain a charter from the president. Through the federal labor union provision was made for the organization of mixed bodies of skilled and unskilled labor in localities where there were not sufficient workers to form a distinct trade union. In larger centers, unskilled labor could affiliate with the federation through the federal labor union. 31. The Constitution emphasized that the objects of the A.F. of L included the securing of legislation in the interests of the working people. In Adi-Fian, a declaration was adopted by the convention which stated that the time has come for the working people to act independently in politics. No action was taken at Columbus to form a distinct labor party, but it was clearly understood that the trade unions could not support the political parties of the employing class. As one delegate expressed it, "Why should we fight 364 days in the year for wages, and on the 365th lose all our victories by voting for our enemies?" 32. The president of the Federation was made a full-time officer with a salary of $R2 a year and traveling expenses. Samuel Gompers was elected president, Peter J. McGuire, secretary, and G. Edmonston, treasurer. There were at least 2 provisions in the Constitution which reflected the struggle between the Knights and the trade unions. One was the statement that the national and international trade unions to be established would be based upon a strict recognition of the autonomy of each trade, and the other was the reference to the fact that a candidate for the basis for representation in the convention was from national or international unions, for less than 4,000 members, 1 delegate, 4,000 or more, 2 delegates, 8 or more, 3 delegates, 16,000 or more, 5 delegates, and so on. From each local or district trade unions, not connected with or having a national or international union, affiliated with the Federation, 1 delegate. Membership through a federal labor union had to be a wage worker, favorable to trades unions. The intention was clearly to avoid the mistake of the Knights of permitting non-working class elements to belong to the order. Impressed by the unity demonstrated by the trade unionists at T.J. Columbus, Powderly consented to meet with the trade union officials and act upon their treaty. The trade unionists accepted the invitation and met with the K.of.L. Committee in Columbus on December 10 while the delegates to the convention were still in session. But they quickly discovered that Powderly had made an empty gesture. His committee did not have the power of recommendation, nor was it willing to discuss the terms of the treaty, or any modification of these terms. "We cannot guarantee anything definite," the trade unionists were told whenever they asked the Knights what could be done to reconcile the differences between the order and the trade unions. After much ambiguous discussion, the trade unionists reported back to the A.F. of L convention that no settlement could be arrived at unless the K.F.L. Committee were clothed with power to settle and give us proper guarantees for the future. 3-3. Convinced that peace was no longer to be considered when dealing with the leaders of the Knights, whom they regarded as men crazed with power and blinded by ambition, the trade union delegates at the convention formally condemned the order for conspiring to pull down the trades unions which it has cost years of work and sacrifice to build, called upon all workingmen to join the unions of their respective trades, and urge cl. the formation of national and international unions and the centralization of all under one head, the American Federation of Labor. 34. Chapter 10. The Decline of the Labor Parties. Already by the winter of 1887 it was evident that the 6-0 votes cast for Henry George Labor's triumph in defeat were producing results. In his message to the New York State Legislature, Governor David B. Hill pointed to the votes for George as proof of the fact that there seems to be a growing discontent among the industrial classes. What the thoughtful workingmen of the state want is not glittering generalities or fine-spun theories, but practical measures of relief, the governor warned the legislature. The legislative session showed the effect of labor's political influence. The State Board of Arbitration was extended for 3 more years with increased powers. Legislation was enacted providing for stricter regulation of tenement houses, the institution of Labor Day and Saturday half-holidays, stricter regulation of women and child labor, the abolition of contract labor in relation to state prisons, the 10-hour day for all railroad workers, and the prohibition of ironclad contracts. After passage of the law providing for 8 additional factory inspectors, Governor Hill appointed 8 prominent union leaders to these offices. 1. Proudly recording the triumphant march of labor reform, John Swinton pointed out that one show of the independent strength of the workers had brought more results than years of balance of power politics. 2. Labor in elections, 1887. Inspired by the victories scored in New York, the independent political movement of labor gained impetus. Labor tickets were nominated in the municipal campaigns of some 6-odd cities scattered through 21 states. In 20 cities, mostly in the Middle West, the labor tickets won victories, and in several, notably Cincinnati, Ohio and Paterson, New Jersey, they fell short of victory by only a few hundred votes. A victory that aroused 145 considerable interests was the election of Dr. Isaiah S. Tuppence, a Negro physician, as the mayor of Renville, Ohio, the first Negro north of the Mason-Dixon line to hold that office. In Selma, Alabama, where the labor ticket emerged victorious in the municipal contest, it was reported that the Negro and the Jew and the poor white trash are running things down here. 3. Translated into more meaningful English, the comment meant that the working class and its allies were gaining their rightful political place in the community. In evaluating the gains scored by the labor parties in the spring elections, the New York Herald conceded that the working class was a factor to be reckoned with in American politics. 1.5 million men count for something in a country like this, especially if they all think one way, it observed on April 10, 1887. Within a year, the independent political movement of labor had collapsed, and most of the labor parties were on the verge of disappearing if they had not already disappeared. Disruptive role of Henry George. The factors responsible for the decline of the labor parties varied to some degree from community to community, but the basic ones are clearly demonstrated in the history of the Labor Party movement in New York. No man, declared the Knights of Labor on January 15, 1887, has exercised so great an influence upon the labor movement of today as Henry George, although never himself connected as a leader with any of the labor organizations of the country. That influence at the time this editorial was written was already proving to be very unfortunate for the labor movement. As soon as the exciting mayoralty campaign of 1886 was over, a group of Henry George's close friends called a mass congratulations meeting at Cooper Institute. It was decided to organize the independent political movement on a permanent basis with the aim of replacing the Republican and Democratic parties by an organization which shall be a real party of the people. A committee consisting of John McMakin, Rev. Dr. Edward Dr. Tuppence, the son of free Negroes in Nashville, won considerable fame as a teacher, lawyer, and medical practitioner. In addition to nominating Negro candidates, a number of the labor parties took a stand in support of the political freedom of the Negro people. In the Labor Party formed in Topeka, Kansas, a particular emphasis was placed on the right of the Negro to representation, and it was pointed out that the workingman's ticket was the only one which recognized this right. Edith Walker and Dorothy Liebengood, Labor Organizations in Kansas in the early 80s, Kansas Historical Quarterly, Volume IV, August, 1935, page 289. Glynn and Professor David Scott was appointed to take charge of the educational work of lectures, discussions, and dissemination of literature, in behalf of land reform, ballot reform, and lesser principles, and to prepare for the formal organization at the proper time of a national party. 4. The committee opened an office, and, with Gaybert Barnes, George's P1, one Blishing agent, as executive secretary, began the organization of land and labor clubs throughout the country. The formation of this group had greater significance than was realized at the time. The Leader, a daily labor paper founded during the mayoralty campaign, commented later, "At this point began the work of sidetracking the movement from the whole issue of labor to the one question of a single land tax." 5. The meeting had been called without the advice of the trade unions. Only one of the 3 members of the executive committee was a labor representative, John McMacken. A publishing agent was put in charge of the organization, and George tried to sidetrack the labor emphasis by changing the name of the organization to the Progressive Democracy and later to the Land and Labor Committee. He even established his own weekly, The Standard, to advance the cause for a new party based only on a single tax platform. The Land and Lab 9R clubs set up by the I_C. 1 UY George Committee Inkle. Udea a few workers, but they were tilde omen tilde. Ed by __P_. OFESS1 ONA 1. And tilde businessmen tilde lawyers, ministers, doctors, and small employers. The sole issue for the CFOBS was the George Single Tax Program. The struggle, in the eyes of George and his disciples, was not one between labor and its allies against their common exploiters. They held that it was a struggle between the masses and the classes, and by classes, they meant political corruptionists of all kinds. 6 In this crusade, they insisted, the business and professional men had even more at stake than the workers and were entitled to a more influential role in the movement. In addition to the land and labor clubs, George and his disciples established the Anti-Poverty Society with Father McGlynn, excommunicated from the Catholic Church because of his support of the single tax, as president, and George as vice president. The society's platform offered the single tax as an all-inclusive panacea. 7 Using biblical language to denote the work in which it was engaged, the Anti-Poverty Society gave the Henry George movement a religious tone which appealed to the middle-class elements. The trade unionists and the socialists were not impressed by this type of appeal, and they became more and more concerned as they saw the growing influence of middle-class elements in the Labor Party. 8. Criticizing the single taxers for attempting to emasculate the platform of the Labor Party, the socialists declared that they were ready to unite with George and his followers in building the independent political movement on the basis of the Clarendon_Hall platform, IP. Although some members of the SLP want Labor Party to adopt a socialist program immediately, the leaders of the Socialist Party, on the advice of Frederick Engels, refused to force their program on the independent political movement and repeatedly emphasized that they were eager to maintain unity with the Labor Party. But that unity, they insisted, must be based on a Labor Party platform, not one dedicated solely to the single tax and appealing solely to the middle classes. 9. Trade union leaders who had been active in the 1886 campaign joined the socialists in criticizing the attempts of George and his disciples to convert the Labor Party into a single tax party. Indeed, union leaders, including Gompers, A.F. of L. President, openly voiced the opinion that George's reform program was of little value to the workers. The official organ of the International Cigar Makers Union declared forcefully, Henry George's theory that the taxation of land values will relieve the workpeople employed in factories, mines and mills of their present misery and poverty is a snare and a delusion. No sensible trade unionist will take any stock in George's patent medicine. No financial scheme or novel plan of taxation will shorten the hours of labor. The same journal reminded George and his disciples. The votes for the labor parties were for higher wages and shorter hours, not taxation of land values. 10. While the differences between the Georgists and the socialists and trade unionists were becoming sharper, another conflict arose within the Labor Party. John McMacken and several of his associates began to maneuver to become the bosses of the United Labor Party, hoping to use the organization for their own personal advantage. They refused to publish a financial statement of the 1886 mayoralty campaign, and violated the Labor Party's constitution by not publishing a regular monthly financial report of the General Executive Committee. It was evident that McMacken and his cronies, called the Labor politicians, were attempting to build a personal machine which they could then surrender to the Democrats or Republicans and thus destroy the influence of the new Labor Party. 11. Syracuse Convention, 1887. During these conflicts, the United Labor Party called a state convention at Syracuse on August 17, 1887. The representation at the convention was to be 3 delegates and 3 alternatives from each assembly district, and 1 delegate from each land and labor club in districts where there were no assembly district organizations. The call for the convention revealed that the middle-class elements were gaining control of the United Labor Party. It was a document remarkably different from the old Clarendon Hall platform. The evils of society were supposedly due to the making of the land on which all must live the exclusive property of but a portion of the community. 3 remedies were suggested for the solution of the problem: the tax on land values, the greenback currency demand, the government ownership of railroads and telegraphs. The call ended with a condemnation of the monopoly-controlled and shamelessly corrupt old parties. labor demands and an appeal to labor were entirely left out of the call. 12. In the election of delegates to the state convention, the assembly district organizations made their dissatisfaction with the call clear. The 8th AD, the 10th AD and the 14th AD denounced the reactionary tactics of the platform, embodied in the call, and in the instructions given to delegates by many of the assembly districts. They were urged to defend the term labor in the party's name, to nominate a straight labor ticket, to emphasize labor demands, and to preserve unity. 13. The instructions of the delegates were also aimed at the labor politicians. The 10th AD instructed its delegates to ask for a regular monthly financial report of the General Executive Committee, which has so far been omitted contrary to the Constitution. 14. The crisis had come for George and the labor politicians. They united to meet the challenge of the rank and file members of the Labor Party by red baiting and splitting tactics. Expulsion of socialists. In the middle of July, 1887, rumors were afloat that the United Labor Party would oust the socialists because they were members of another political party. But when the socialists insisted that the County Executive Committee issue a ruling on the eligibility of socialists for membership in the United Labor Party, that committee announced that membership in the Socialist Labor Party does not disqualify a citizen for membership in the United Labor Party. 15. Nevertheless, the single taxers and the labor politicians moved swiftly to rescind the action of the County Executive Committee. When the County General Committee met on August 5, a motion was made to approve the report except that part which included the ruling upholding the right of the socialists to membership in the party. This motion aroused considerable excitement which finally quieted down, and the chair was asked for a ruling. John McMakin, leader of the Labor Party, as early as April 23, 1887, Engels had predicted this development. The latter, George, he wrote to Sorge, grows more and more set on his land fad, and must suppress all that is socialist. Letters to Americans, page 184. Titians ruled that under the Labor Party's constitution there was no room in the organization for another political party which nominated and ran candidates. Any action in which the socialists had a voice was null and void, he announced. 16. McMakin's ruling was sustained. Thus the socialists, who had opposed George's maneuvers to convert the United Labor Party into a single tax movement, and who had blocked the attempts of the labor politicians to turn the independent political movement over to the old party machines, were expelled. The expulsion of the socialists aroused bitter feelings among rank and file members of the United Labor Party. The 8th, 10th, 14th, and 22nd ADs protested the Henry George Decree, expelling the socialists as an attempt to steer the working people away from the object of the labor movement in the line of a middle-class tax reform swindle. In an article prophetically entitled, "A Fatal Mistake," the leader denounced the expulsion, pointing out that the socialists had been an integral part of the United Labor Party from the beginning, had done everything to advance the interests of the independent political movement, and were interested in its continuation as a labor party. 17. In Chicago, the militant labor leader, Joseph R. Buchanan, warned the laborites of New York, "Look out for the paid agents of the Republican and Democratic parties. The bosses of the old political machines are determined to strangle the embryonic political giant before 1.888 if possible. They would have you quarrel among yourselves and thereby scatter your forces. Have some sense and don't do it." 18. But Henry George refused to heed the appeals for unity. He openly stated in the Standard that the expulsion of the socialists was an essential part of his attempt to win over the middle class and even the big capitalists, since these elements would never support an independent political movement which embraced the socialists and their doctrine of the class struggle. 19. The most important task before the United Labor Party convention in Syracuse, George argued, was to firmly and clearly define the position of the party in relation to socialism. By clearly stating its hostility to the socialists and rooting them out of the independent political movement, the Labor Party would merit the support of the middle class, of employers and farmers, and would deprive its enemies of a specious pretext to make the charge that it does endorse the views of the socialists. 20. On August 17, 1887, the state convention of the United Labor Party met, with the fate of the New York political labor movement in its hands. The major issue confronting the 177 delegates was the exclusion of the socialists. The composition of the delegates foreshadowed the tragic outcome of the gathering. The convention was packed by the single taxers and the labor politicians who controlled the land and labor clubs. Although many of these clubs had only 2 or 3 members, they sent delegates to the convention who were promptly seated by the executive committee dominated by the single taxers and the labor politicians. Lewis F. Post, George's lieutenant, had been defeated in his own district by the workingmen members of the party. He was promptly chosen to represent the Albany Land and Labor Club. The fact that he lived in New York City and was not even a member of the club which elected him was ignored by the executive committee. 21. By packing the convention with paper delegates and representatives from the middle-class dominated land and labor clubs, 22 the coalition of single taxers and Labor politicians, were able to control the proceedings. After the speeches of several delegates, Sergius E. Shevich, the recognized leader of the Socialists, was allowed 15 minutes to address the convention. His speech, delivered with much feeling, has lost none of its significance even today, almost 70 years later. It is with sadness that I speak, because having studied the labor movement, as a somewhat intelligent observer of events, I tell you that by doing what you are about to do you are ruining your party past all possible redemption for the present. In the course of time the great movement of wage workers will again evolve and take the upper hand, but for the present your party will go to pieces. You have shown today the true intent of the leaders of your party. It is their intention to oust the most honest, the most self-sacrificing, the hardest-working elements of that party. Last summer it was the socialistic workingmen of New York who first started the ball rolling, which afterward became the avalanche of November. After the infamous boycott trials in New York, it was the Socialistic Party that aroused the workingmen to a sense of the invasion of their rights and started that movement which has developed into this party. These reviled, despised socialists were those who took up the banner and led in the fight, saying to the members even of New York, "Now is the time to protest, to unite, to organize and show your strength at the ballot box." It was out of that movement that the United Labor Party grew. I say to you, beware of what you do. I am not a Cassandra, but the consequences of what you are about to do will be more dangerous than you think. Catch as many men as you can, but beware of widening the breach you have already made in New York. I know full well that anything I can say here today will be of no avail. I am here only to make, see page 117. Engels also referred to the socialists as the founders of the United Labor Party J movement. Letter to Sorge, September 16, 1887. Marx and Engels, Letters to Americans, page 192. The declaration that I stand on this platform not as a socialist, but as a member of the United Labor Party. Expel me. Brand me as something I have never been in my life, but you cannot take from me that I am a member of the United Labor Party because I accept its principles, for every action I take is for the benefit of that party and I have no personal motives. Have we sunk so low as to grasp at names instead of at principles? Take the thing as it is and then you will see it will be as absurd, as criminal for the United Labor Party to expel us as for the Republican Party to expel the abolitionists from their ranks. 23. Moved by Shevich's stirring address, T. B. Wakeman, a delegate from the Central Labor Union, spoke out for compromise. He recommended that the socialist delegates be granted a half vote for each delegate and that the SLP be called upon at its convention in September to disavow the claim of being a political party in competition with the United Labor Party. 24. As soon as he observed the sentiment growing for compromise, Henry George took the floor and said, "The greatest danger that could befall the party would not be the separation of its elements, but would be a continuance within its ranks of incongruous elements. This is the question we must settle." The signal given, the single tax and labor politicians machine went into action. The vote 91 to 54 against the compromise resolution. The socialist delegates were then rejected by a vote of 9,111 to approximately 6.25. The single tax, labor politician coalition, having rid itself of its major obstacle, proceeded to steamroll its platform and candidates through the packed convention. The single tax was made the main issue, and not one of the candidates nominated for office was a working man or a trade unionist. George was nominated for Secretary of State. Thomas Wilder, the candidate for controller, was treasurer of the Railroad Supply Company, with an office on Wall Street. John Cummins, candidate for state treasurer, was a boot and shoe dealer. James Feely, candidate for attorney general, was a wealthy lawyer. James Sweet, nominated for surveyor, was a wealthy farmer. Except for George, none had been active in the 1886 campaign, and several were politically active in the Democratic and Republican parties. 26. Thus ended the Syracuse Convention, and with it ended the bright promise of the great upheaval in the fall of 1886. Having received detailed reports of the convention from its American correspondent, Freedom, the British Radical Journal commented that George's followers in England will be grieved to see the man whom they considered as an earnest champion of the oppressed, now turning his back on the workers and entering QG into a union with the middle class. For a union with the middle class it was, this Syracuse Convention of the United Labor Party, at which labor was not represented, even by a feeble minority, while lawyers, 14 lawyers, doctors, parsons, employers, and grocers fully represented all factions of the middle class. Its platform is a middle class platform throughout. 21. The Progressive Party. Protest meetings against the destruction of the Labor Party held by the Socialists and their sympathizers led to a call for a conference to be held at Webster Hall on September 4. Approximately 200 delegates, representing 78 bona fide labor organizations, met to decide upon concrete action to make certain that labor was politically represented in the forthcoming state election. In comparatively short order, they came to agreement, and reaffirming the original purposes of the United Labor Party, which has been perverted in its aims, adulterated in its composition and converted into a despotic ring by the very candidate whom it had most honored and trusted, they resolved that for the furtherance of the great American movement of the masses against the classes upon its natural lines, we constitute ourselves into an independent political party under the name of Progressive Labor Party, 28. At a state, on Ventic, in of the Progressive Labor Party on September 28, approximately 100 labor organizations combined to pick a slate to Ray, T. E. send labor. The ticket included John Swinton, candidate for state senator, J. Edward Hall, H. A. Barker, and T. B. Wakeman. The last three candidates were all trade unionists. 29. Outside of New York, the precise details of the split in the United Labor Party were not too clearly understood. But to the Chicago Labor Inquirer, among many others, this much was evident: there are now in that state two full-fledged labor political camps. The effect is to rejoice the enemies of organized labor and to discourage, enervate, and humiliate its friends. The time has come to put an end to all this. Unite or die. 30. But it was too late. Hopes that a deal between the two labor parties might materialize continued throughout the campaign, but it was never realized. On the contrary, bitter wrangling featured the campaign. Swinton assailed the jobbery and corruption of the United Labor Party, and George condemned the Progressive Labor Party as a socialist tool. Condemnations of both labor parties continued in the commercial press. Although George was praised for having expelled the socialists, he was still attacked for arousing class hatred, and was characterized as a threat to the existing economic system and a champion of anarchy. 31. The net effect of all the disruption, splitting and vituperation was to underscore K underscore Leonade he grade bulko underscore work agree n. A general decline in enthusiasm for IIL de Peña and political action was noted in the trade unions. The Central Labor Union just barely rejected endorsement of the Progressive Labor Party by a vote of 55 to 54 with about 50 abstaining. 32. In the election itself, George polled a mere 72,000 as against 459,000 for the Republicans and 480,000 for the Democratic Party. His vote in New York City was one half of his 1886 total. The Progressive Labor Party polled approximately RO votes. 33. It was indeed a dismal showing for labor. The contrast of the elections of 1886 and 1887 in New York showed more clearly than ever the dangers of red baiting and splitting tactics, and the need for labor unity as a prerequisite for successful independent political action by the working class. The election results in 1887 proved that red baiting and splits in labor's ranks not only antagonized the workers but alienated the middle-class allies of the working class. Only the capitalists and their political parties had benefited by the split in labor's ranks. Decline in Chicago. Chicago witnessed a similar tragic development in the months following the great political upheaval in the fall election of 1886. Preparations were begun for the spring municipal elections. In February 1887, a plan for the organization of ward and town clubs was instituted. Qualifications and rules for membership were set forth, primarily by a declaration of non-affiliation with either of the old parties and the provision that a majority of members of all ward and town clubs had to be wage workers. Candidates specifically had to belong to the K of L or some other labor organization. The Chicago Central Labor Union then unanimously endorsed the Declaration of Principles, Platform, and Nominations of the United Labor Party. 34. Despite a violent attack in the commercial press on the Labor Party as being dominated by red flag communists, spirit continued to run high. 35 difficulties, however, arose in the course of the campaign. Frightened by the red baiting attacks in the commercial press on the labor ticket, Y declared invalid the action of Chicago's District Assembly 24 in donating $so to the United Labor Party. No money can be voted from an assembly, district or local for political purposes, was his arbitrary dictum. 36 The circular, read to all the local assemblies in the city, was particularly harmful to the Labor Party campaign inasmuch as its candidate for mayor was none other than Robert Nelson, master workman of DA 24. The action of the top leadership of the Knights Inn farmers were considered wage workers. Specifically forbidding assemblies to assist in any way Nelson's election caused confusion in labor's ranks. Many Knights were undoubtedly frightened away from activity in support of the United Labor Party by Powderly's splitting tactics. 37. The Democratic and Republican parties, fearing the possibility of a labor victory, fused for the purpose of the election and ran a law and order campaign. Under the brunt of this attack, Nelson polled about 25,000 votes and the Labor Party was able to elect only one alderman. 38 In the fall of 1886, the Labor Party had elected a state senator and several assemblymen. Repercussions followed. Complaints were raised by the middle class and professional elements in the Labour Party that the reason it had not made a better showing was that it had failed to attract the small businessmen and farmers, and that this, in turn, was due to the influence exerted on the independent political movement by the tainted red leadership of Thomas J. Morgan and other members of the SLP. The middle class and professional groups threatened to leave the Labour Party unless there was an immediate end to the red flag influence. 39. In Chicago, too, the Labour politicians played their part in splitting the independent political movement. In collaboration with the Democratic Party, William Gleason managed to organize a party and appropriated, by a state charter, the name United Labour Party. The original Labour Party was forced to change its name to the Radical Labour Party. 40. Despite these attacks, sentiment in favor of the Radical Labour Party still appeared in labor circles. A mass meeting of carpenters in September 1887 unanimously resolved that each and every voter who shall neglect or refuse to work and vote for all the candidates of the Labour Party will be traitors to their fellow workingmen. The Central Labour Union also endorsed the Radical Labour Party. 41. Still, as in New York, the red baiting, the splitting, and the confusion resulting from the existence of two organizations bearing the name Labour Party had inflicted irreparable damage to the cause of independent political action. In the spring election of 1888, the Radical Labour Party was able to poll only some 7,000 scattered votes. 42. Once unity had been lost and the Red Scare penetrated its ranks, in a futile effort by the middle-class elements to appease the reactionary enemies of the labor movement, the Labour Party in Chicago, as in New York, disintegrated at a rapid pace. The disintegration of the labor parties in New York and Chicago discouraged the adherence of independent political action in other parts of the country. In many states and cities, the labor parties declined, and by the spring of 1888, the tidal wave for independent political action had completely subsided. 43. The disappearance of the local and state labor parties doomed the movement to unite the independent forces nationally. Momentum for such a movement generated rapidly after the elections of 1886 and bore fruit in the formation of the National Union Labor Party. Born in February 1887, it absorbed the remnants of the Greenback Labor Party and gained the allegiance of farmers' groups, anti-monopolists, and Knights of Labor. 44. In 1888, the Union Labor Party proposed to amalgamate with Henry George's United Labor Party, but since it declined to make the single tax the major demand in its platform, George's party refused to have anything to do with it. 45. Both parties nominated presidential candidates in 1888, but the United Labor Party garnered the grand total of 2,808 votes nationally, and the Union Labor Party, now composed largely of farmers, attracted a negligible labor vote. 46. The rapid waning of the strength of the Knights was an important factor in the disappearance of the labor parties. Although the leadership of the order did little to encourage and much to discourage support of the labor parties, in many communities the local and district assemblies provided the mass base for independent political action, and when these organizations disintegrated, the labor parties received a serious blow. And, as we shall now see, many of the same factors responsible for the decline of the Labor Party's autocratic leadership, red baiting, expulsions, futile efforts of the leadership to appease reaction, splits and divisions, and indifference of the leadership to the real needs of the workers were also extremely important in the decline of the Knights of Labor. Chapter 11. The Decline of the K of L. The unparalleled growth of the K of L in the decade beginning with 1880 to a dominant position in the American labor movement was followed by an equally spectacular decline. The ranks of the order thinned out from the maximum of over 700,000 in the summer of 1886 to 510,351 by July 1,887.1. A year later, the membership had sunk to 221,618. In an article entitled, Decay of a Great Order, the New York Tribune pointed out in August 1889, the dissolution of assemblies has taken place by the hundreds almost everywhere, and in the former strongholds of the once all-powerful Knights the name and purpose of the organization are like a song of the past. 2. What brought about this transformation in the Knights of Labor? Causes of decline. The causes of the decline of the order are numerous and varied. Among the reasons most commonly advanced by contemporaries and by later historians are 1. The bitter opposition of the employers who were determined to wipe out labor organizations in general and especially one, like the K of L, which sought to bring together in one body all the workers of the country, skilled and unskilled, native and foreign-born, Negro and white, men and women. 2. The unwieldiness of an organization composed of peoples of all kinds of trades and occupations, many assemblies consisting of members following 100 or more avocations. 3. The poor organizational structure of the Knights, suited for united action of many workers in IY industries and trades, but which could not be adapted to meet the daily problems of workers in specific industries and trades. 4. The struggle between the anti- and pro-trade union elements within the order and the open warfare between the Knights and the rising of A. F. of L. 5. The conflict between the rank 157 and file and the leadership of the order over policies, tactics, and strategy. Point 8. All of the above factors played their part in hastening the disintegration of the order, though some have been overemphasized by labor historians. But the basic cause was the breach between the leadership and the rank and file, a conflict already present in the KFL at its height in 1886. Already in 1885 and 1886 working-class knights were complaining of the tilde-ace with which non-working-class elements joined tilde-ed the order, and that it was more difficult for workers than owners of small businesses to join certain assemblies. There has been much effort made in our assembly to get in businessmen and shut out laboring men on trifling excuses, wrote a knight from Canton, Pennsylvania in January, 1886.4. The chief complaint, however, was that the N working-class LMMs were beginning to dominate the policies of the assemblies. ND direct th tilde m against the fotrists of the vast majority of the KFL membership. A Michigan Knight pointed out, no employer should be admitted to membership in the order, for under their auspices there will be nothing but milk and water work. A report from a Boston assembly offered concrete evidence on this point, revealing that the working-class members were obliged to smother their grievances in the meeting because of the fact that their bosses held the offices and that they would be discharged if they complained. They also assert that they were prevented from asking for wage increases and sick benefits for the same reason. 5. Powderly readily conceded that in not a few assemblies, employers had a controlling influence, but he welcomed this development, for he counted y_yp_9p_jail -11 qn working class elements as allies. JN. THC Kaufitst emerging in the order between the leadership and the rank AQD tilde. It was a conflict between two ideologies. The first of these based itself on the class struggle and the second on class collaboration. The pattern of betrayal unfolded in the Gould and meatpacking strikes was to be repeated time and again as Powderly and his associates on the General Executive Board threw their influence on the side of the employers. It was evident in the winter and spring of 1887 during the bitter battle waged by 7,000 knights in the Massachusetts shoe towns against an employers' association lockout. Again in September, 1887, during the strike of 60,000 knights on the Reading Railroad, and again. The major reason advanced by the Commons Wisconsin School of Labor historiography for the failure of the knights was that the order's structure could not be adapted to the practical needs of job-conscious workers. As we have seen above, this idea is erroneous since the order was actually highly flexible in meeting the organizational requirements of its varied membership. Actually, it was not so much a structural as it was an ideological issue pro versus anti-trade unionism that was involved in this question. TC above, pp. 83-88. During the strike of KFL workers at Andrew Carnegie's Edgar Thompson Steel Works at Braddock, Pennsylvania, in April, $18.08. In each case, Powderly and the General Executive Board refused to answer the appeals of the hard-pressed strikers for funds to help them meet their most urgent needs. In each case, Powderly urged the strikers to abandon the struggle, to oust the radical elements, whom he blamed for the workers' difficulties, and to assure the employers that henceforth they planned to live in peace and harmony with capital. And in each case, Powderly earned the gratitude of the employers. But the results were disastrous for the rank-and-file knights who, if they were not blacklisted, returned to work on the boss's terms which required them to renounce their membership in labor organizations before going back to work. 6. While the terror against the order was mounting, Powderly was busy lecturing on what he called the two great questions facing the organization: education and temperance, while employers were posting notices in their shops and factories warning their workers to sign ironclad oaths. Powderly was assuring these employers that their interests, and those of the Knights of Labor, are identical, and they should strengthen the Knights of Labor as the surest antidote to anarchy. While members of his organization were being locked out and blacklisted, Powderly was telling newspaper reporters in an interview, "Mr. Powderly, do you concede the right of an employer to employ and discharge whom he pleases?" "I do. I know there are many in the order who do not. This has been one of the knottiest questions we have had to contend with. If I was an employer, I can see I would strive to make the most money out of the work done by my employees." 1. It is no wonder that the order lost 600,000 members in 4 years. Many of these workers were forced out of the organization by the employers. The entire DA-33, composed of Illinois coal miners, was forced to leave the order, but a great many left the organization in sheer disgust. The members are dropping away like the dead leaves before an autumn wind, KFL organizers informed Powderly in the spring of 1887. Furious over the failure of the General Executive Board to come to their assistance during the lockout, hundreds of rubber workers in New Brunswick, New Jersey, left the order. The obituary notice of their local assembly was posted in the KFL Hall in New Brunswick on Friday, hailing the KFL Grand Master workmen for having condemned the strike at the Edgar Thompson Steel Works, Carnegie told a Pittsburgh Dispatch reporter. "Mr. Powderly seems to me to be one of the wisest counselors that labor ever had. He only regretted that the rank-and-file knights paid little attention to Powderly's wise counsel, which was based, he pointed out, upon a close alliance and harmonious relation with capital. Pittsburgh Dispatch, May 7, 1888. Evening, April 29. Local Assembly number 3354 KFL, killed by the General Executive Board. Funeral ceremonies at Rahway on Saturday. Evening, April 30. Please omit flowers. A few days later, a newspaper carried the following report from New Brunswick. The withdrawal of the hundreds of rubber workers in this city from the Knights of Labor seems to be the beginning of a stampede from that order, and of the disintegration of other assemblies. 8. Conflict with the trade unions. As was to be expected, defection from the KFL ranks was accelerated by the conflict between the order and the trade unions. The action taken at the Richmond Convention compelling members of the order who were also enrolled on the books of the Cigar Makers International Union to leave the latter, accounted to a high degree for the disintegration of the Knights. The international cigar makers were backed up not only by the leading trade unions of the country, by the New York Central Labor Union, the Boston Central Labor Union, the Newark Trades In Labor Assembly, and other organizations, but by many of the districts in the KFL itself. Scores of assemblies remonstrated against the enforcement of the Circular of Expulsion. 9. In Baltimore, where the command was strictly enforced, 30 locals left the order in 1887. In Chicago, the powerful DA-24 ordered all locals to withdraw from the Chicago Trades and Labor Assembly and the Illinois State Federation of Labor because both had endorsed the Cigar Makers International's label. Some assemblies acceded to this order, but a great number gave up their charters and reorganized into independent unions so that they might remain within the Trades and Labor Assembly. The membership of DA-24 fell off from 25,000 in 1886 to 3 Sioux in the following year. As early as February 1887, Newark, one of the largest cigar centers in the United States, reported that there was not one KFL cigar maker in the entire city. 10. Although the decrease in membership was assuming gigantic proportions over 6 Sioux assemblies were suspended in 1887 for non-payment of dues. The KFL leadership persisted in its policies throughout the better part of the year. A number of local and district assemblies openly endorsed the light blue label of the International Cigar Makers Union. They were promptly expelled from the order. 11. By January 1, 1890, only 10 locals with 489 members remained. The membership was a bare 500 in 1889. On May 24, 1890, the Knights of Labor, official publication of the Chicago Assembly, observed sadly, "There are no Knights of Labor in Chicago worthy of consideration. There may be 500 that pay dues, but we doubt it." On the eve of the Minneapolis Convention in October 1887, a great tidal wave of opposition to the general officers poured in from local and district assemblies in all parts of the country. Some district assemblies went so far as to withhold credentials from several members of the General Executive Board. In fine, the members were anxious to be represented by something more substantial than bombast. 12. In speeches and interviews prior to the convention, Powderly dismissed the criticism of the general officers with the observation that it came only from the socialists and anarchists. Labor was never so much respected as at present, he declared. 13. Attacks on members in South. While Powderly was speaking, the members of his organization were being locked out, blacklisted, lynched, even massacred. In the summer of 1887, a KFL organizer, H.F. Hoover, was shot down like a dog by the best citizens of South Carolina, because he was organizing the laborers, Negroes as well as whites, in that labor-hating country. 14. During a strike of Negro Knights on the sugar plantations of Louisiana in the fall of 1887, armed deputies opened fire on the strikers and killed 4 Negro workers on the spot. Later, a mob of armed whites, headed by the local military unit, numbering from 200 to 300 men, attacked the Negro settlement where the evicted strikers and their families were living. The attackers went from house to house, firing at all Negroes who made their appearance. Reports differed on the number of people killed, but the New Orleans Times-Democrat, a spokesman for the planters, admitted that the number of Negroes slain might reach 30 when all the corpses were found. The Irish World reported that 30 Negroes were massacred. Not content with this mass lynching, a mob of whites, with the cooperation of the sheriff and his deputies, took George and Henry Cox, 2 Negro strike leaders who were arrested and jailed at the beginning of the strike, from their cells and lynched them. 15. In an angry editorial, the Detroit Advance and Labor Leaf condemned the leaders of the order for failing to speak out against the massacre and lynching of Negro Knights in the South. As yet our general officers have nothing to say about it, it declared bitterly, and if the officers of the order are to stand by with folded arms, see their organizers butchered in cold blood, and make no protest, it is time the rank and file of the order took the means to defend their noble and self-sacrificing organizers even in the South. The rank and file agreed with this criticism. Other strike leaders were also arrested. They were defended before the Louisiana Supreme Court by a Negro State Senator, Henry Demas. To Powderly expressed horror at the leadership's indifference to the massacre of the Negro Knights. 16. The Minneapolis Convention, 1887. These stirring appeals had no effect. Powderly was too busy telling reporters how the order had earned the respect of employers and how it was building harmonious relations with the Catholic Church as a result of its bold stand against the radical elements. True, the order had lost members, but the reason for the falling off in members is to be found in the persistent efforts of the anarchists and their friends to get control of the order. At any rate, the Knights would be stronger with 100,000 men in the order, who were thoughtful men who would study well their duties to their families, the principles of organization and their allegiance to the country, than with 1,000,000 men, who were continually stirring up strife with the employers and antagonizing the public by their radical activities. In the long run, the 100,000 men will do more good for humanity than 100,000,000 of the other class. 17. The Minneapolis Convention was packed with pro-administration delegates, and the administration machine, through its control of the Credentials Committee, indiscriminately excluded delegates who were known to be championing the cause of the condemned men. Thus Powderly saw to it that Joseph R. Buchanan, the militant member of the General Executive Board, was debarred from the General Assembly on the ground that his local had failed to pay its dues. When Buchanan offered to pay the sum in arrears, the offer was rejected by the Credentials Committee. The administration machine sustained the report of the Credentials Committee, and Buchanan was denied his seat. 18. At the General Assembly, Powderly dedicated a considerable portion of his address as General Master Workman to the question of anarchy within the order, and his attitude toward the Chicago anarchists. He roundly denounced assemblies which had passed resolutions of sympathy for the condemned Haymarket martyrs, accusing them of placing the entire order in jeopardy. RN. When a resolution was introduced, urging the convention to vote a petition of clemency for the condemned men, Powderly pulled out all the stops in demanding its rejection. He denounced the radical elements within the order, blaming them for the employers' offensive against labor, and, in an effort to stampede the delegates, deliberately invented *J in a letter to John W. Hayes, February 22, 1888, Powderly admitted that he had packed the last GA at Minneapolis, PHC. 2 attempts on his life by anarchists. The administration machine promptly sustained Powderly, and the resolution was rejected. The true sentiments of the delegates were clearly revealed by the fact that nearly all of them signed a petition, circulated at the convention, asking Governor Oglesby to commute the sentence to life imprisonment. 20. As soon as they learned of the action taken at Minneapolis on the Haymarket question, scores of district and local assemblies condemned Powderly's moral cowardice and censured the General Assembly for having failed to pass the resolution calling for the commutation of the sentence of death. But to Powderly the sentiments of the rank and file Knights did not matter. One letter like the following carried more weight with Powderly than dozens of resolutions adopted by district and local assemblies. Your speech of Monday night, denouncing the resolution on behalf of the condemned men has awakened comment and sympathy in a quarter of the K of L has never reached before, namely among the businessmen and their assistants. 21. Most of the remaining days at Minneapolis constituted a nightmare for organized labor and a windfall for organized capital. The only note of sanity struck was the conciliatory attitude adopted towards the trade union element. Recognizing at last the tragic consequences of the expulsion of all cigar makers who adhered to their international union, Powderly rescinded the circular which had ordered all members of the CM1U out of the Knights. The Assembly voted that members of the Cigar Makers International Union, expelled by reason of the law enacted by the GA at Richmond, be reinstated without paying initiation fees or back dues, provided they express a desire to be so reinstated. 22. But this note of reason was drowned out in an orgy of red baiting. Any effort to purge the order of its ruinous practices was met with the charge that the change was being sought by the anarchistic element. This is the whole program, sadly wrote the American correspondent of the British journal, The Commonwealth, of one of the largest labor organizations in the world. Oh, shame upon such spoilers of healthy movements. 23. It was a program, however, dear to the heart of the employers. A leading employers' journal expressed the joy of the American capitalists in its keen evaluation of the convention. The General Assembly of the Knights of Labor, which has been in session in Minneapolis for the greater part of the past 2 weeks, has contributed much to the good opinion entertained of the order, and done little to cause the men who are large employers of labor to apprehend a great deal of danger from the order so long as its control is in the present hands. So long as the Powderly element is dominant, in the order, there is little to fear from the Knights. 24. Small wonder Joseph Labadie predicted upon his return from Minneapolis that the order had reached its greatest number of members and that its decline is certain. Too many have used it for immediate personal gain, and too many have been entrusted with its guidance who are not well grounded in the science of social order and industrial economy. 25. Expulsion of Powderly's critics. At the Indianapolis Convention in the fall of 1888, the remains of what was once hailed as the most grandiose culmination of the American labor movement was given another wound. General Secretary Charles Lichtman was forced by Powderly to resign because of his opposition to the administration's policies. 262 members of the General Executive Board, Thomas B. Berry and A. Carleton, critics of Powderly and his policies, were expelled from the order. Powderly then placed in nomination the names of 8 cronies as candidates for the General Executive Board. From these the new board was elected. Powderly had stated publicly that he did not intend to run for General Master Workman again, but he changed his mind. As one newspaper pointed out, Mr. Powderly is looked upon with favor by the manufacturers generally, and this fact may go far to induce him to change his mind. He is known as a conservative labor leader, and as long as he is at the head of the order, the radicals must keep in the background. 27. After he had been ousted from the K of L because of his opposition to Powderly and his policies, Berry addressed a circular to the working men and women of America in which he pointed out that the Knights had been virtually destroyed by an autocratic leadership which had deserted the cause of the working class. He accused Powderly of extravagance, of the usurpation of power, of rewarding men who worked for the administration's benefit, and of sacrificing the interests of the rank-and-file Knights in order to appease the employers and the Catholic Church hierarchy. He suggested the formation of a new labor organization, to be called the Brotherhood of United Labor, which would lead the workers in a dual struggle, for immediate improvements and for more fundamental reforms. It would maintain friendly relations with all legitimate organizations of labor, but would draw the line clearly on scabs and scabism. Individuals not in good standing with their own trade unions were not to be initiated by the Brotherhood until a settlement had been effected with their trade organization. 28. For a brief period, Berry succeeded in associating groups of former Knights from different states with him in the undertaking, and state and local branches were established. But the Brotherhood was unable to compete with the rising A.F. of L in the campaign to attract present and former members of the order. It had a fairly strong base in Michigan, Berry's own state, but with the growth of the A.F. of L, even this nucleus was wiped out. After 1890, the Brotherhood passed from the labor scene. 29. One by one the national trade assemblies within the Knights became convinced that their destiny lay not with the order but with the A.F. of L. In February 1889, the Shoemakers' National Trades Assembly 216 left the Knights and formed the Boot and Shoe Workers International Union, affiliated with the A.F. of L. National Trades Assembly 198, composed of machinists, blacksmiths, foundrymen, and boilermakers, seceded from the order in 1889 and formed the National Association of Machinists. That same year the Mule Spinners Association, the miners attached to District Assembly 135, the ironworkers, included in District Assembly 217, and the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad Workers, in District Assembly 214, abandoned the Knights. In January 1890, newspapers carried the reports of a joint convention at Columbus, Ohio, of the National District Assembly 135 of the K of L and the National Progressive Union. The new organization, named the United Mine Workers of America, was chartered by the A.F. of L on January 25, 1B90.30. Eventually, all of the K of L miners went over to the new organization. These and other national trade assemblies, who were gradually to cut loose from the Knights, pointed out that they had been reduced by the administration's suicidal policies to a handful of members, and that only by breaking away from the order could they even maintain their existence. The secession of the national trade assemblies was a severe blow to the order. These secessionist groups were strong, one student notes. They left within the order national bodies of one of two types: those not strong enough to stand by themselves, and those so strong that being in or out of the fold made little difference. Of the latter group, the window glass workers was almost the sole example. 31. Since the national trade assemblies were the backbone of the K of L in many of the industrial areas, their exodus from the order hastened the disintegration of other assemblies within the region. In Michigan, for example, the transfer of the shoe workers from the K of L to the A.F. of L was largely responsible for the rapid disappearance of the order from the state. The Grand Rapids Labor Directory for 1B91 had no reference to Knights at all, and in Detroit the last active assembly had officially disappeared before 1-2. In some instances, the Michigan assemblies transferred their allegiance as a body to the A.F. of L. Others simply went out of existence. 32. Powderly shed few tears over the departure of the national trade assemblies. He informed Hayes that he had made up his mind to tell the trade union assemblies to go to the devil out of the order. Damned if I don't drive them out this time and then tell the world that we don't want any more trades unionism in the order. I am tired of them. 33. It is clear that the administration welcomed the exodus of the trade union assemblies and was only too anxious to hurry it along. The entire trend now was to surrender the great or large cities and to base the K of L on the rural elements, the farmers and the village blacksmith, the village carpenter, shoemaker, and the other laboring men of the place, as well as the village painter and paperhanger. 34. K of L becomes rural. Reports of the state assemblies to the Atlanta Convention of the Gen. Rural Assembly in 1889 disclosed that the K of L was becoming increasingly rural in makeup. Only 40 new local assemblies had been added during the year, and these were recruited from the agricultural class exclusively. 220 local assemblies had withdrawn from the order during the year, while 60 had failed to report for months. In keeping with its rural makeup, the order now made and questioned the key issue in its program. Powderly came out with an enthusiastic endorsement of the single tax idea and, in his presidential address to the Atlanta Assembly, recommended its adoption as part of the official program of the Knights. The Constitution was amended to include a clause which emphasized that occupancy and use should be the only title to possession of land, and affirmed the principle of the single tax. 35. The action at Atlanta was hailed in the rural press and joyfully greeted L. Y. Henry George as the most important event of the era. 36 in working class circles. However, the action was regarded as acknowledgement of the fact that the K of L had lost its base in the industrial areas and that the leadership had given up all hope of regaining it. A glance at the labor field, wrote a contemporary observer, will reveal the general situation. The ranks of the Knights in the industrial and manufacturing centers throughout New England, New Jersey, Baltimore, Wilmington, this city, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh in the West, have been depleted to an extent that is disheartening. 37. Membership statistics after 1889 mirror the decay of the once powerful order. 100,000 in 1890, a loss of 100,000 members in a year, no figures for 18 grams 1 and 18 grams 2, and 74,635 in 1893. Even in Canada, where the decline, so vicious was Powderly's language when he referred to the trade unionists that many of his expressions are unprintable. In one letter he referred to Gompers, Strasser and other trade union spokesmen as the damn Jews, and these Christ luggers. Powderly to John W. Hayes, December 19, 1889, PHC. Of the order had been much slower than in the United States. The Knights had shrunk considerably by 1,892. In many Canadian cities and smaller urban centers, the order had disappeared. Only 3 district assemblies and 7 local assemblies answered a questionnaire issued by the Canadian Bureau of Industries in 1892.38. The ousting of Powderly. In November, 1893, at the Philadelphia General Assembly, Powderly was ousted as Grand Master Workman of the tottering order. The action was long overdue. As the Industrial Tribune, a Midwestern labor paper, pointed out in the summer of 1891, there has existed for several years a deep-seated hatred against Powderly and his mismanagement of the order, which he has reduced to a pitiable wreck. 39. But as long as Powderly's machine remained intact, the opposition to his misleadership made little headway. Those who opposed his bankrupt policies were either expelled or forced to resign. The move which ousted Powderly from office resulted from an alliance of members of his machine, the Western agrarian elements, and the Socialists, the latter led at this time by Daniel de Leon. His chief accuser was his former lieutenant, Secretary-Treasurer John W. Hayes, whom Powderly had called my main dependence on the General Executive J Board. The main charges against him were those of blocking the will of the majority, using the order for private gain, and destroying the organization's militancy in order to win favor from the employers and the Catholic Church hierarchy. 40. The new General Master Workman was James R. Sovereign of Iowa, Uru. His election identified the order more and more as a farmers' movement. Sovereign was elected with the support of the Socialists in return for his promise to appoint a member of the party as the editor of the Knights' official publication. Hayes continued as General Secretary-Treasurer. The new administration issued optimistic statements promising that soon the order would be booming with all the vigor of its youthful days. 41. But the mass of the workers who had left the organization were not impressed by verbal exhortations. They had had more than their An expansion in membership took place in 1892 in Kingston and Quebec through the recruiting of lumbermen, but this temporary growth did not compensate for the losses which the order suffered elsewhere in Canada. Douglas R. Kennedy, The Knights of Labour in Canada, unpublished M.A. Thesis, University of Western Ontario, 1945, pp. 134-36. For a discussion of the role of the Socialists in the order in the early L89Os, see page 294-96. Share during Powderly's regime. Moreover, they knew that the men who replaced Powderly had no tactical or theoretical difference with him. Indeed, all had been part of the Powderly machine, and were among his loyal supporters until they decided that they could better serve their own personal interests by breaking with him. 42. In many of the small towns and urban centers in rural areas, the order continued to hold its own. It still maintained a vigorous life among government employees in the nation's capital, and it kept a foothold in some industries through the old device of organizing suspended and expelled members of trade unions and signing agreements with employers which included a scale of wages considerably lower than those demanded by the unions outside of the Order. 43. The order uttered one of its last vigorous gasps in the early months of 1895 in the Brooklyn trolley strike, a bloody industrial struggle that raged over the entire area of that sprawling city. The defeat of the 6U trainmen, members of DA 75, meant that the most important remaining District Assembly had been destroyed. 44 inches. No sadder chapter in the history of the world's labor movement has been written than that which records the decadence of this once and great powerful organization, commented the Boston labor leader on December 7, 1895. In the short space of 9 years its membership has decreased from over 750,000 until its present strength, liberally estimated, is not over 20,000 in the entire country. One after another the magnificent temples of the Knights were taken over by their creditors. 45 By 1900 the order had ceased to be even a memory for most workers in the United States. In its report in that year the Industrial Commission placed the K of L membership at a few thousand. 4e. The K of L was still alive in Boston in 1932. The order had assemblies among Boston's city employees, among some of the Boston and Albany railroad workers and other trades. The last local, 3030 in Boston, consisting of 50 motion picture operators, finally gave up the ghost by merging with an A.F. of L union in October 1949.47. The tragedy behind the decline. Speaking of the decline of the K of L, George E. McNeil correctly pointed out, the story of the heroism of the rank and file will live in history, and the responsibility will not rest upon them. 48 The tragedy of the decline and disappearance of the Knights has been repeated too. The strike was for an increase of wages from $2 a day for 18 hours work to $2.25. It was broken by the National Guard. Brooklyn Daily Eagle, January 27, 28, 1895. Many times in American labor history, that tragedy was due to the rise of a rule or ruin leadership which became corrupt and lost contact with the fundamental problems of the workers, a leadership that was more concerned with winning respectability and of earning applause from the employers and their allies than in gaining basic improvements for the workers. The rise of the K of L was a period of the greatest militancy in the ranks of the workers. A crusading spirit swept the working class. The unity of all workers, Negro and white, men and women, native-born and foreign-born, against their common exploiters fired the imagination, aroused the initiative, and inspired the confidence of the great masses in the Knights to accomplish remarkable deeds. The army of labor was surging forward. It was winning important victories. Its spirit and morale were high. But the leadership of the order destroyed this unity and this marvelous militant morale. The enemy the workers were asked to fight was no longer their exploiters but the militant elements who had made such a vital contribution to the growth of the organization. The radicals in the labor movement and not the employers were made the enemy. More attention was paid to destroying the trade unions than in completing the great task of the organization of the unorganized. More concern was expressed for winning the applause of the employers than for winning gains for the workers. In such an atmosphere it is not surprising that the crusading spirit that had accompanied the rise of the Knights disappeared. It was too much to expect workers to become excited over the prospect of expelling the radical elements who they knew were self-sacrificing, militant fighters, and to shout with joy over the prospect of fighting other unions. Slowly but surely the order found itself shorn of its former vitality and strength. Privately, Powderly acknowledged that a labor policy based on gaining respectability and winning the applause of the employers must of necessity destroy the militancy of the labor movement. There is no objection to the labor organization, he wrote in September, 1892, if it would only organize and do nothing more. But if it attempts to win an advance in wages and strikes, then its members are communists, anarchists and loafers. If on the other hand, they do not strike but take political action, then the same bedeviled press howls them down for meddling in politics. 49 later, Powderly also admitted that a labor policy geared towards appeasing the Catholic Church hierarchy was not one that was suited to advance the workers' interests. In R9-R7, when he penned this observation, Powderly confessed that his experiences as leader of the Knights shook my belief in the Catholic Church. The path I trod, pp. 371-75. It was precisely because the leaders of the order reduced the organization to one that served the employers and their allies that they earned the scorn of the rank and file. Buchanan points out that the circulars of the master workmen prohibiting strikes, political action, assessments in aid of brothers in need and the like, had raised the query, what are we organized for? And no satisfactory answer being forthcoming, the unanswered left the order. 50. In short, the working people had become tired of paying dues to an organization which did nothing to help them in their struggles against the employers and which maligned and expelled all who championed the cause of struggle. Those who were not driven out dropped out of an organization which had given such great promise, but whose destinies were controlled by men who had no interest in and no plans for realizing that promise. Yet that promise was to remain. For, despite its inglorious end, the K of L did make a number of very important contributions to the American labor movement. As heirs to the best traditions of the National Labor Union, the Knights established a magnificent record of labor solidarity, of a workers' unity strong enough to surmount differences of race, creed, sex, national origin, and skill. It was the first organization to unify large sections of the working class and present a solid front against the oppressors. At its height, with its organization of skilled and unskilled, men and women, North and South, Negro and white, of all religious and political opinions, the Knights of Labor gave the modern American labor movement a democratic tradition to live up to, greater and more important than that of any other labor body of the 19th century. Despite its conservative leadership, it challenged, at its height, the rising might of monopoly capitalism through strikes, boycotts, and political action. These were no small achievements, and although the order did not last long after it reached its height in 1886, American labor has benefited from its contributions ever since. Chapter 12. The Formative Years of the A.F. of L. The boom in labor organization in the mid-80s was bound up with the meteoric rise of the Knights of Labor, but it did not follow that organization in its rapid descent into oblivion. On THCCMTRAR, while the K of L was disinte are the Amud Steak. Membership figures furnished by ~E~E R~A~T~O~N equals Alton 1T~S~A~S~U~FL M~GIW. These early years need to be heavily discounted because of an overzealousness to prove the organization's strength. However, the number of national unions affiliated with the Federation increased. By 1 to 2 the 13 national unions which founded the A.F. of L in 1886 had grown to 40 national unions. Most of these unions had small membership, but a number had come out of the 80s with a fairly substantial body of members. Among the stronger unions affiliated with the Federation were the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners with a membership of about 57,000, the Cigar Makers Union with some 27,000 members, the Iron and Steel Workers Union with over 24,000 members, the Iron Molders Union with a membership of about 23,000, and the Typographical Union with 28,000 members. 1. The slow progress of the A.F. of L during its formative years did not, of course, equal the phenomenal growth of the Knights during the mid-80s, and some contemporary labor spokesmen predicted that the Federation would soon be a thing of the past. In June, 1891, Robert Schilling, the veteran labor reformer, assured Powderly that he was expending too much time and energy worrying about the A.F. of L. According to the figures officially given by the A.F. of L, its membership increased from 138,000 to 225,000 between 1886 and 1890. Yet in December, 1886, P.J. McGuire placed the membership of the Federation at 316,782, and, in his testimony before the Joint Congressional Committee on Immigration in 1890, Gompers said that the A.F. of L membership was 630,000. Lone Swinton's paper, December 19, 1886, New York World, April 11, 1890. The knife should be applied even to the official figures given by the Federation for these years. 171. The Federation was traveling to oblivion as fast as hell, and, in 2 years, will be forgotten. Gompers was finished. I think he will find it very difficult to be re-elected if his Federation should last much longer. 2. Schilling lived to eat his words. Yet there was much truth in his characterization of the A.F. of L during these early years as his Gompers Federation, for the youthful Federation was practically the personal organization of Samuel Gompers. 3. Role of Gompers. After adjourning the A.F. of L convention at Columbus, Ohio in December 1886, the delegates left the work of the organization entirely in Gompers' charge. He was to devote his entire attention to the advancement of the Federation, and was to receive, if the organization had the money, a salary of $1,000 annually. With an empty treasury, in an office 8 by 10 feet, equipped with a kitchen table, a child's writing desk, some crates to be used for chairs and empty tomato boxes for filing cases, Gompers set to work to build the Federation. Whatever his faults, lack of energy and enthusiasm and of a selfless devotion to the youthful A.F. of L were not among them. He worked tirelessly, day and night, doing every conceivable job including that of errand boy. He wrote in March, 1887, "My official duties are taking up my entire time and energy. You may readily form an idea of the truth of this when I tell you that I have not had the pleasure of partaking of afternoon or evening meals, Sunday included, with my family for months, and that although my aged parents live within a quarter of a mile from my residence, I have been to their house but twice in 6 months and then only on a flying visit. 4. Money for the Federation came in so slowly that Gompers was compelled to insert a public appeal in the labor press during the spring of 1887, calling upon the affiliated unions to pay their charter fees and per capita taxes. If the principles which the Federation was organized to contend for are of any moment, he pleaded, they are worth paying a trifle for it. The response was so discouraging that Gompers was faced with the decision of giving up the position, take a job at my trade, or starve. If the unions of the country don't want a federation, they don't. Evidently, there were other reasons for Gompers' failure to be with his family more often. George Edmonston, one of the leaders of the Carpenters and Joiners Union and a member of the AFL Executive Council, wrote, I am rather inclined to think Sam is a model husband, as the haunts that used to know him now mourn his absence. His favorite pool room has closed up doors. Edmonston to Dear Friend, August. R.R., 1892, AFL Corps. The convivialities of the saloon were always welcome to Gompers. And that settles it, he raged. With a large family depending upon me for support, I cannot give my entire time without recompense. 5. The early A.F.L. organizers. Gompers was by no means the only one to make personal sacrifices to build the early A.F.L. organizers for the Federation, most of them doing voluntary work without pay, faced extreme hardships. The undersigned went a typical letter from an A.F.L. organizer to Gompers, has been driven to the very lowest ebb financially, as he has been boycotted and blacklisted, and he and family have had to live this winter on the charity of relatives and friends. Another wrote, I have a wife and 3 children to look after, and they all have me spotted. I have been discharged, blacklisted, spotted, and everything else on account of my principles as a union man. Despite these terrible hardships, most of the early A.F.L. organizers persisted in their work of building the Federation. I will speak my sentiments, live or die, sink or swim, wrote an organizer who had been discharged and blacklisted, for all this is only evidence that I am doing good work, and it is a great encouragement to me. Another in a similar position wrote, I have made up my mind some years ago that the balance, of my life should be devoted to the elevation of mankind and the emancipation of the laborer. 8. In later years, many of the A.F.L.'s organizers, like many of the leaders of the Federation and the unions affiliated with it, were men who regarded the labor movement simply as a lush business through which they could enrich themselves. But most of the organizers for the early A.F.L. were men and women who were consumed with zealous determination to improve the conditions of their fellow workers. Dominated solely by a hatred of exploitation and of the system which produced such widespread misery and poverty, these men and women, Negro and white, worked themselves to the bone for a mere pittance, contacting workers and exhorting them to unite against their exploiters. Eugene V. Debs wrote accurately in describing these unsung heroes and heroines of the American working class. The labor agitator of the early day held, organizers for the AFL, unlike those in the KFL, received no commissions for the unions they organized. Some received a small salary and expenses, but most were volunteers who worked without compensation. When their personal funds ran out, they would return to their jobs, if they could still hold on to them. I have been doing no work for a few weeks, that is my regular work that I make a living at, wrote an organizer from New Orleans. My money is nearly run out now, so if you do not hear from me in organizing other unions, just conclude that I have gone to work and have to make a little money to support myself for a while. J. W. Callahan to Gompers, June 28, 1892, AFL Corps. No office, had no title, drew no salary, saw no footlights, heard no applause, never saw his name in print, and fills an unknown grave. The labor movement is his monument, and though his name is not inscribed upon it, his soul is in it, and with it marches on forever. 7. There was little that Gompers could do for the persecuted organizers other than wish them better luck in the future. 8. But there can be little doubt that these moving letters were largely responsible for the fact that though he continued to suffer privation, he did not relinquish his position as president of the Federation. He scraped together enough money from the trade unions to meet office bills, and he even raised the necessary funds to launch a journal, Union Advocate, which the A.F.L. Executive Council established as the Federation's official journal. 9. Gompers on the A.F.L.'s objectives. Gompers once proudly reported, at no time in my life have I worked out definitely an articulated economic theory. 10. Yet in the late 80s and early 90s, he did work out the tactics and strategy of the youthful A.F.L., many of which continued to influence the Federation for years to come. Despite his awareness that there was a long and varied history of the American labor movement from colonial times to the last quarter of the 19th century, Gompers believed that trade unionism in the United States at the time the A.F.L. was founded was practically in its infancy. By this he meant that the bargaining power of the workers is still puny in a period when the tendency was towards greater and greater concentration of wealth and power in industry. Compared with the lightning rapidity with which power was concentrating in the hands of the capitalist class, the labor movement had been moving with the gait of a stagecoach. 11. To bring the labor movement to a level where it could cope with the growing power of capital, it was essential, Gompers argued, that the A.F. of L should avoid the errors of the past that had largely been responsible for preventing organized labor from emerging from its infancy. We do not wish to raise a structure, he wrote in June, 1887, whose foundations are rotten, being built up by repeating the errors of others who have preceded us. 12. On November 17, 1888, Gompers wrote to the A.F. of L. Executive Council, I had traveled in midwinter nearly 10,000 miles, made about 50 speeches with the greatest success, and came home about $go. Out of pocket. Gompers Letter Books. Samuel Gompers Memorial Room, A.F. of L. Building, Washington, D.C. Hereafter cited as GLB. The Union Advocate had a brief existence. The A.F. of L. Convention in 1887 voted to abandon publication of a journal, and it was not until March, 1894, that an official organ was again published. This was the American Federationist, under Gompers' editorship. What were the errors of the past that Gompers sought to avoid in building the Federation on a foundation which would make it possible both to survive and to forge ahead? One was the practice, seen clearly in the case of the K of L, of ~RMII. Ting all sorts of non-war ~in class _lemen ~liege 1d _udi. Pound LGE _V_N employers, to belong to a YA 0 to 9. QP. Specifically criticizing the K of L's policy of permitting LTG employers to become members, Gompers pointed out that this very frequently deterred working men from seeking an improvement in their condition by reason of fear in giving offense to such employers. 13. In dozens of letters, Gompers emphasized that the members of unions affiliated with the American Federation of Labor must be exclusively wage earners. None other can be admitted. There was room for non-working class elements, even employers, to work jointly with the trade unions in broad, progressive movements, but the unions must be reserved for the worker, whom Gompers defined as one who receives wages for his work, as in contradistinction to the wage payer. He had learned from the honored dead Karl Marx, whose works he had read in German, the all-important significance of this principle in labor struggles. In a letter, dated October 8, 1890, Gompers, paraphrasing Marx, stated the case succinctly. The A.F. of L holds it as a self-evident maxim that the emancipation of the working class must be achieved by the working classes themselves. There is no doubt that men with the best intentions outside of the ranks of labor can aid in the movement. We court their cooperation, their sympathy and their advice, but cannot give into their hands the direction of the affairs which rightfully belong to and must be exercised by the wage workers. 14. Another danger arising from allowing non-working class elements to enter the trade unions was that they tended to divert the workers' organizations from the immediate problems facing them. A major error of the past which flowed from this, in Gompers' judgment, was hitching the labor fluid _Q_Yemen to the wagons of different panacea peddlers who I see an easy solution to all of the problems of the working class. In this category he placed such utopian nostrums as the single tax, currency reform, producers' cooperatives, and other enticing all-embracing plans to lift the working class out of wage slavery by a short-cut route. The ills of our social and economic system, Gompers wrote, cannot be cured by patent medicine. 15. One of Gompers' chief objections to the middle-class reformist panaceas was that they tended to push the class struggle out of the minds of the. In his autobiography, 70 Years of Life and Labor, Gompers asserts that he studied German with special diligence so that he might read Marx. In an interview with a reporter for the Detroit Free Press in 1896, he emphasized the same point, and added in his own handwriting to the printed report of the interview that he did this to be of greater service to the labor movement. Detroit Free Press, October 18, 1896, and copy with Gompers' handwritten additions in AFL Core. Workers by spreading illusions that they could be transformed into farmers, independent businessmen or cooperative self-employers in an economic system under which workers were likely to remain workers throughout their lives. When the laboring man becomes an investor even in a small way, he is less liable to engage in a conflict between labor and capital, Gompers wrote in 1892. Regarding trade unions as only a temporary necessity until he became an entrepreneur, the worker who was influenced by the panacea peddler would not make the necessary contributions and sacrifices to build stable unions capable of combating the avarice of the capitalist classes. 16. In later years, Gompers denied the existence of the class struggle, but not so in the period when the A.F. of L was taking form. In the initial number of the Union Advocate, June, 1887, Gompers wrote, "Life is at best a hard struggle with contending forces. The life of the toiler is made doubly so by the avarice of the arrogant and tyrannical employing classes. Greedy and overbearing as they are, trying at nearly all times to get their pound of flesh out of the workers. It is necessary to form organizations of the toilers to prevent these tendencies more strongly developing, as wealth is concentrating itself into fewer hands to prevent engulfing and drowning us in an abyss of haplessness and despair. 17. Gompers had only scorn for the doctrines spread by Powderly and other leaders of the Knights which proclaimed that the interests of labor and capital were identical and harmonious. He stated flatly, at this time, that it was impossible to have harmonious relations with cruel and iniquitous employers and companies who think more of dividends than of human hearts and bodies. The production of profits, Gompers emphasized, is the primary and constant object of the capitalistic system. Under this system, the blood of the workers was being used as the lubricating oil for the machines that grind their very bones into cash to gratify the wishes of the insatiable monsters whose only deity was the almighty dollar. To think of harmonious relations between labor and capital under such a system was the height of folly. I think that the struggles of labor cannot be obviated in the future, Gompers stated categorically in 1892. He set forth his credo for this period in the following statement: "From my earliest understanding of the conditions that prevail in the industrial world, I have been convinced that I have asserted that the economic interests of the employing class and the workers are not harmonious. There are times when for temporary purposes, interests are reconciled, but they are temporary only." 18. Disagreeing sharply with those leaders of the Knights who regarded strikes as an outmoded relic of barbarism, Gompers gave unswerving support to labor's right to strike. In an interview in the New York World in April, 1890, Gompers CTECL area that the A.F. of L had found through experience that strikes were often the only means whereby the rightful demands of labor can be secured. As he saw it, the strike is the most highly civilized method which the workers, the wealth producers, have yet devised to protest against wrong and injustice. 19. The emancipation of the working class from the capitalist system, Gompers announced, was one of the objectives of the youthful A.F. of L. Gompers' letters of this period contain frequent references to this theme. "I believe with the most advanced thinkers as to ultimate ends including the abolition of the wage system," he wrote in 1887. He was to repeat this sentence in many of his letters during these early years of the A.F. of L, always being careful, however, to link together the struggle for immediate demands and the ultimate goal of emancipation from wage slavery under the capitalist system. He insisted that only through the day-to-day struggles around conditions that prevail in the shop, the factory, the mill and the mine, the question of higher wages, less hours of labor, less obnoxious rules and conditions, could the working class be effectively mobilized for the final emancipation from wage slavery. As he put it, once again paraphrasing Marx, out of the improvements in these respects are evolved the necessary stamina, manhood, independence and intelligence which prepare the workers for higher and nobler civilization, but without these elementary improvements disaster is the result. 20. During these years, Gompers frequently evaluated issues and demands in terms of the relationship between the immediate struggles and the ultimate goal of the working class. Thus he objected to Henry George's single tax theory on the ground that it does not promise present reform, nor an ultimate solution. He suggested to an organizer about to set out on an educational tour among A.F. of L unions that the single tax was an issue be omitted from the discussion since it was not a living material issue upon which the workers depend for amelioration and final emancipation. 21. In his correspondence with European socialist and labor leaders, T. Gompers made it clear that the A.F. of L's ultimate aim was the emancipation of the working class from capitalist wage slavery. One of his letters to Victor Delahaye, to be read to a gathering of French workers, opened, "Comrades, though oceans divide us, the same spirit and purpose prompts us to seek in organization and the final emancipation of the proletariat of the world." Another letter to the French socialist leader concluded, "For Marx's statement on this issue, see Karl Marx, Value, Price and Profit." New York, 1930, page 16. T. Gompers kept up a vast correspondence with labor and socialist leaders abroad. He received letters from Tom Mann, John Burns, Eleanor Marx Aveling, Victor Delahaye, Wilhelm Liebknecht, and scores of other European labor leaders as well as from labor leaders in Japan. There is a huge collection of these letters, most of them unpublished, in the A.F. of L. correspondence. Gompers' replies are in the Gompers letter books. Convey to the organized wage workers of France and yourself as well as the men and women who strive and struggle for the improvement of the condition and final emancipation of the toiling masses the kindest wishes of the 8-Hour Movement, 1889 to 1891. Yours, sincerely, Samuel Gompers, 22. As in previous years, the issue that solidly welded the bonds of international labor solidarity was the struggle for the shorter workday. The employers' counter-offensive following the May 1, 1886, general strike halted but did not end the struggle for the 8-hour day. Within 2 years the workers had reformed their lines and were in a position to actively renew the movement. At the convention of the A.F. of L., held in St. Louis in December 1888, it was decided that all efforts of organized labor should be concentrated for the inauguration of the 8-hour workday on May 1890. The Executive Council was instructed to issue pamphlets and arrange mass meetings to advance the movement. 4 days were set apart upon which the working people of the country were to hold 8-hour mass meetings: Washington's birthday, February 22, L 88 grams in 1890, Independence Day, July 4, 1889, and Labor Day, September 2, L 88 G. The movement was to be climaxed with a great general strike on May 1890. The A.F. of L Convention called upon all labor bodies to perfect their organizations, and to urge every man and woman who worked at the trades over which they had jurisdiction to join the unions so that they might be better prepared on May 1890, to enforce 8 hours as a day's work. Where no local unions or central labor bodies existed, 8-hour leagues should be formed to further the movement. The watchwords of the struggle were, 8 hours. Firm, peaceable and positive. The slogan, the familiar, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what we will. 23. It is clear that the movement is a tilde, new tilde, JG underscore tilde SU 1, L. So underscore OCLLLTL tilde ustify. Tilde BT the experience OTE movement during the years 1884-16. Regara S of the outcome on KI, XS 90, TO tilde N. Approximately 151 meters 1 FECR roof. E tilde 1889, the agitation will do us good. It will wake up the millions of workers from their present lethargy. The emphasis throughout the 8-hour movement of 1888 to 1891 was on obtaining and enforcing the shorter work day through the organized strength of the workers in their unions. 8-hour laws made by politicians, said the carpenter, expressing a typical point of view, will never be observed by the employers. The only 8-hour law that will ever have binding force in this country will be made and enforced by the workingmen. January 20, L 89 R. Upon it all men of labor, however much they may differ upon other matters, can unite upon this. In short, the 8-hour day was a watchword and a movement around which all sincere men in our cause should rally. 24. The campaign inaugurated by the A.F. of L was militant and aggressive. On Washington's birthday, 1889, 240 mass meetings were held simultaneously in as many cities, and resolutions, prepared and submitted by the A.F. of L. Executive Council, were adopted endorsing the action of the Federation's St. Louis Convention, the participants pledging themselves, individually and collectively, to aid to the full extent of our ability regardless of all minor considerations, this grand and determined movement of the American people for the 8-hour workday, and to conquer, in spite of all opposition. 25. The second series of simultaneous demonstrations, held on July 4, 18 tilde, took place in 32 cities and towns throughout the country. On Labor Day, September 2, the number of meetings to agitate the 8-hour question, held simultaneously, had grown to more than 420. J3Y November less than L Q tilde T .9 underscore I.889 over 300 general organizers of the A.F. of L underscore had H tilde tilde I tilde la meetings in DFFI tilde read approximately 44 S's in TH underscore EK underscore tilde tilde ediv underscore C city underscore S underscore NQ towns .1 underscore tilde severa up underscore ECIAL organizers and lecturers had been placed in the field to TRA tilde DTHR underscore UGLWU TFFI tilde CG underscore untry to AO dress working people on the 8-hour Q tilde S underscore Tion J3 underscore YJ dot bis time TQ J underscore IE9 tilde tilde Han underscore 50 amplets ha tilde underscore bin distribble J tilde chi more underscore than 500,000 circulars issue and 1,200 personal letters sent to PRN min tilde T leaders throughout the co approximately 26. Across the INIC, meanwhile, the determination of the American workers to gain the 8-hour day was hailed, and labor organizations in England, France, Germany, and other European countries instituted steps to advance the Vamon. TH tilde Tional ASPE underscore SL. Of the A tilde HT ho tilde R struggle was stressed MDA. F. O. T literature. Thus AW1 Dilly D1 distributed pamphlet, published in 1889 under the title, The Economic and Social Importance of the 8-Hour Movement, pointed out, although there is no international organization, there is a manifest international movement in this direction. Even in Germany the demand for 8 hours has been voiced by a strike of nearly 100,000 laborers. In England they have already reached 9 hours and a half, and are now asking for the next step towards 8. The same movement is taking definite form in France and Belgium. 27. On July 14, 1889, the 100th anniversary of the fall of the Bastille, the leaders of organized socialist movements of many lands met in Paris at the founding Congress of the Second International. Although the A.F. of L was not represented at the convention, Gompers sent a message to the Paris Congress informing it of the contemplated action for May L. 1890, urging unity of action internationally for the 8-hour day and proposing that May 1st be celebrated as an International Labor Day. As a result, a French delegate, Levine, introduced a resolution favoring an international manifestation for May 1st in support of the 8-hour day. Accordingly, the Paris Congress resolved to organize a great international demonstration, so that in all countries and in all cities on one appointed day the toiling masses shall demand of the state authorities the legal reduction of the working day to 8 hours. Since a similar demonstration has already been decided upon for May 1, 1890, by the American Federation of Labor at its convention in St. Louis, December, 1888, the day is accepted for the international demonstration. The workers of the various countries must organize this demonstration according to conditions prevailing in each country. 28. The last paragraph in the Paris Congress's resolution was already being discussed in the United States. For a while Gompers felt that by winning public support through a mass agitational campaign and by organizing labor's ranks thoroughly, the employing class as an advantageous alternative will concede the 8-hour rule rather than risk the loss consequent upon a strike for it. At the same time, however, he made it clear that a strike would be resorted to if necessary. Surveying the state of the labor movement in 18 Gompers reached the conclusion that it would be a serious mistake for a union to go out on strike on May 1st, L-O, whether prepared for it or not. By February, 18 he had decided that the best strategy to be followed in the May Day effort at obtaining the 8-hour day was to have it undertaken by a few unions at AE. It does not necessarily OUT at we are agitating TE subject that all unions must strike for it, on May 1, 1890. I am aware that many organizations will not be able to enforce the demand, but if we succeed in a few instances, those who have achieved the victory can after that aid those left behind to reach the goal. 29. In short, there was to be no general strike for the 8-hour day. Instead, one or two unions, capable of waging a successful struggle, would lead the way, and with the aid of the rest of the labor movement, including the K of L, establish the 8-hour day in their respective trades. The AF of L. Executive Council sent an open letter to the K of L. General Assembly at Atlanta, Georgia, November, 1889, outlining what steps had already been taken in preparation for the May 1, 1890, demonstration, and appealing to the order to join in the common fight for the 8-hour day. Urging the K of L not to be concerned over who started the movement, the letter stressed the need for cooperation between the order and the AF of L in the struggle since the interests of the toiling masses are identical. Gompers to the officers and delegates of the General Assembly of the Knights of Labor, assembled at Atlanta, Georgia, November 9, 1889, GLB. Unfortunately, the leadership of the Knights rejected the proposal, branding the May 1, 1890 demonstration as an alien and radical undertaking. Powderly to John W. Hayes, December 16, 1889, PHC. Every year thereafter another union, or several unions, would follow this pattern on May 1st until the employers generally conceded the 8th day. In March, 1890, after polling all of the affiliated unions as to whether they wished to be selected to make the demand for the 8-hour day on May 1, 1890, the A.F. of L. Executive Council selected the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners to lead the way for the 8-hour demand in 1890, to be followed by the United Mine Workers whenever this union's executive board should decide to take the step. The choice of the Carpenters and Joiners was a good one. The union had built up a big strike fund for the 8-hour struggle, and was fully prepared to battle it out with the employers with the assistance of the rest of the labor movement. While the union would depend primarily upon its own treasury, the A.F. of L raised a fund through an assessment on its affiliates to assist the carpenters. Furthermore, on the eve of May I, 1890, Gompers issued an appeal to the toilers of America, urging them to aid the carpenters and joiners to win in the contest. 30. The appeal was heeded, union after union resolving that, since they could not participate in the struggle directly, they would aid the carpenters and joiners with all the means at their disposal. At the same time, these unions called on all workers to participate in the May 1st demonstrations. 31. May 1st, 1 brought one of the most powerful demonstrations of labor the world had yet seen. The New York World on May 2, 18 devoted almost its entire first page to coverage of labor's emancipation day in the United States and throughout the world. Parade of Jubilee. Land workingmen in all the trade centers of the civilized world, read one of the headlines. Everywhere the workmen join in demands. For a normal day, read another. Tens of thousands of workers demonstrated throughout the world in. The miners were scheduled to make the demand on May 1892, but they decided that conditions did not warrant their acting and called it off. However, 2000M-NCIP, Y in Iowa 2, Dietsburg, tilde, LL.2. 1 strike for tilde IG tilde W tilde S and 9, Liller. The A. F. of L contributed 12,000 to the strikers, Manly to O's in Iowa, but the strike failed. This represented the last significant attempt of the AF of L to provide central direction of the movement for shorter hours. After 1891, the movement was left to the individual unions themselves. In 1895, Gompers proposed that the Federation select another union to strike for the 8-hour day on May L. 1896, and a year later, he recommended that preparations be made for a general strike on May 1, 1898. But nothing came of these proposals. Proceedings, AF of L. Convention, 1895, pp. 30, 61-62, 1896, pp. 23, 68. T. Gompers was able, through these contributions, to turn over $12,060.64 to the carpenters to further their efforts to attain the 8-hour day. Gompers to P. J. Maguire, May 8, 1890, GLB. Australia, Austria, Belgium, Chile, Cuba, Denmark, England, France. Germany, Holland, Hungary, Italy, Peru, Switzerland, and the United States. Wrote Frederick Engels. The proletariat of Europe and America is holding a review of its forces. It is mobilized for the first time as one army, under one flag, and fighting for one immediate aim, an 8th working day. The spectacle we are now witnessing will make the capitalists and landowners of all lands realize that today the proletarians are, in very truth, united. If only Marx were with me to see it with his own eyes. 82. In a similar vein, Samuel Gompers wrote, "The demonstration of the toilers of Europe proves the universality of our movement and is a ray of hope for the attainment of the poet's dream, the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World." 3.3. In many industrial centers in the United States, the May 1st demonstrations were under the joint SE sponsorship of the A. F. of L and the S.1_P. In Chicago, 30,000 workers Mafklionartlis Foinefsporers RIP. Awful 100 trade unions were represented in the line of march, led by the 6 U striking carpenters and joiners. We live by labor, not by war. Read one of the signs carried by the carpenters. Abolish wage slavery was another. 84. 70 trade unions marched in the New York demonstration, many of them carrying red flags along with American flags. The slogans on the banners carried by the demonstrators reflected the socialist influence. No more bosses. Wage slavery must go. The present industrial system means robbery. The 8-hour day is the next step in the labor movement. The socialistic commonwealth is the final aim. After P. J. Maguire, vice president of the A. F. of L and secretary-treasurer of the carpenters and joiners, had spoken, the demonstrators adopted a resolution hailing both the A. F. of L and the Paris Congress of the Second International for having inaugurated a new and final 8-hour movement not to be relaxed until its complete triumph is achieved. Another resolution declared that, owing to the workings of capitalism, the 8-hour demand can be but a measure of temporary relief for the exploited masses, and nothing short of the abolition of the wage system and the reorganization of society on a socialist basis can effectively solve the labor problem. 35 inches in England. Some workers marched on May 1st, but the vast majority turned out on May 4th, 250,000 in London alone. Of particular importance in organizing this tremendous outpouring of British workers was Marx's daughter, Eleanor Aveling Marx. She was active in the Legal 8 Hours and International Labor League, which mobilized the 8-hour movement in England. The League was in close touch with developments in the United States. George Copsey, its honorary secretary, corresponded with Gompers in order to strengthen each and every organization having the same aims and objects. See especially Copsey to Gompers. February 1st, I-890, AFL Corps. The success achieved by the carpenters and joiners far exceeded the expectations of the most optimistic labor leaders. The union reported that it had _1 th _e tilde htqqc day fqr 46.1 c7j, Merkers in 117 cities and nay. Lee 30,000 had reduced TBS. IR who pound tilde jrom io to 9 hours. The movement had also brought an influx of new members. Between March 14th and July 14th 11L90, 132 new locals were formed. In all, the carpenters gained more than 22,000 new members in 1B90, as compared to an increase in the organization's membership of 3,078 in 1889. Nor was the effect of the 8-hour movement confined to the carpenters. Oath tilde r bouge 9 tilde _ r tilde day tilde yg tilde edit in reducing hours jn _m any communities. The German-American Typographia won the E1 GHT Leor Day in nearly every German printing office in the nation. The Granite Cutters National Union won the 9-hour day for its members, and the bakers and tailors won the 10-hour day in many cities. In short, hundreds of thousands of workers secured increases in their wages and reduced their hours of labor in the strikes on and around May R. 189.0.311. To Gompers, these victories offered decisive proof of American labor's determination to work more energetically in the contest for the improvement and final emancipation of labor. Writing to a French socialist on May 9, 11L90, he declared, "The agitation for the 8-hour movement not only has had the effect of gaining this immense advantage for the carpenters and joiners of America, but it has given courage and hope to the working people who for years were disheartened and acting on the defensive against the encroachments of the employing classes. Every trade and labor union of the country has vastly increased its membership." 87. Reports from the A.F. of L organizers corroborated Gompers' conclusion. They emphasized that the Federation and its affiliates had gained enormous prestige as a result of the A.F. of L's militant activity in sponsoring and mobilizing the movement for the 8-hour demonstration, while the K of L had suffered a serious blow to its prestige because of its leadership's sabotage of the struggle. As one organizer in Michigan noted, "The position of affairs is at present such that we are crowded with the work of organizing. Every branch of labor wants to know if they can come in with us." 38. Internationally, too, the A.F. of L gained prestige. At a Gather NG in London late in 11L90 on the occasion of Frederick Engels' 70th birthday, Wilhelm Liebknecht, August Bell, Eleanor Marx Aveling, Tom Mann, William Thorne, and other socialist and labor leaders praised the A.F. of L for its work in advancing the international struggle for the 8th day. When many of these same figures took steps to establish according to Bradstreet, more strikes were initiated on May 1, 1890, than on any other single day in the history of the United States up to that time. For the month of May, 1890, 243 strikes were reported involving 67,507 workers. Bradstreet's, May 3, R.O. 31, 1890. Series of international bodies to prevent the export of strikebreakers from one country to another. The A.F. of L was chosen as the body to represent the United States, and Gompers was appointed one of the international secretaries of labor. Gompers accepted the honor on behalf of the A.F. of L. He informed Eleanor Marx Aveling, that this movement as well as the aspirations of labor may tend to the closer international alliance to crystallize and attain the fondest hopes of laborers, their amelioration and final emancipation. 39. Gompers stresses solidarity. In sending fraternal greetings to the International Labor Congress held at Brussels, Belgium, in August 1891, Gompers stressed the importance of strengthening the ties of international labor solidarity. "It appears to us that notwithstanding the difference in the character of the labor movement in our respective countries, caused by conditions possibly beyond our past control, we should endeavor to inculcate the knowledge and recognition by our fellow toilers of the interdependent internationality and identity of the interests of the wage-earning masses." 40. The phrase, "the identity of the interests of the wage-earning masses," appears frequently in Gompers' writings and speeches during these early years. There was a good reason for this. From its very inception, the Federation was confronted with the accusation that it was interested solely in the organization of the skilled craftsmen, and actually objected to the organization of unskilled workmen. The A.F. of L was often characterized in labor circles during these years as a business organization of the skilled mechanics of the country. 41. Gompers frequently and vigorously challenged this interpretation of the A.F. of L's objectives. He pointed out that the Federation always maintained that a trade union could be organized from all classes of wage workers of any particular trade or calling, whether skilled or unskilled, and he warned unions affiliated with the A.F. of L that it would be dangerous to follow a course of neglecting the welfare of the unskilled workers who, feeling a natural resentment at being neglected, could be utilized as strikebreakers by the employers. The effort of organized labor, he stated, is not simply to protect skilled labor. The effort of organized labor is to protect and advance the interests of every wage earner, and to secure justice for all. And experience has demonstrated that these can be best attained by a broad and comprehensive organization of workers of all branches, in any given industry, under one jurisdiction. Basically, Gompers pointed out, it mattered little to the employer what color, sex, religion or nationality the worker belonged to. His sole concern was to obtain the cheapest labor. The Protestants, the Catholic, the Jew, and the free-thinking unfair employers are all besmirched by the same tar. Religious professions or the absence of them count for naught when the question of the interests of the toiling masses are at stake. Their sole aim is to obtain labor at the lowest possible wage that the toilers are willing to work for, and as a rule they do not ask what a man's religion is but how cheap and how long he will work. Whatever prejudices workers might have on questions of religion, race, color, nationality, they must surrender them at the door of the union. Coming into the meeting of the union, Gompers repeatedly emphasized, the question of labor's interests and the interests of our families and our fellow men should be uppermost in our minds. All other divisions and causes for antagonism should be left on the outside. 42. Gompers' position. Gompers' statements on labor solidarity, like those on the class struggle, the emancipation of labor from wage slavery, and others of his militant and radical utterances which are quoted above will certainly sound startling to those who know that Gompers spent much of his time during his long career as a F. of L. president in combating these very principles. The question naturally arises. Was there a fundamental difference between Gompers of the early Federation and Gompers after the late 1s? Before answering this question, it is important to note that at least in one respect Gompers remained consistent throughout his tenure as a F. of L. president. Consistently and bureaucratically he ignored the constitution of the a F. of L as well as the specific instructions of the conventions whenever he opposed the policies they advocated. In the majority of instances, as we shall see, he defied the will of the a F. of L membership, as expressed in conventions, when it favored a radical and militant program. One example during the early years of the Federation will illustrate this point. When the Federation convened a few days after the Henry George Mayoralty campaign of 1886, it will be recalled, the Gompers, however, did see religion introduced into unions where no such thing occurred. Thus he objected in 1891 to the United Hebrew Trades on the ground that it was organizing Jewish workers, in unions of their religion rather than of their trade. Gompers to W. C. Owen, July R.O., 1891, GLB. Actually, this criticism was completely unjustified. There was nothing religious about the United Hebrew Trades nor about the unions to which the Jewish workers belonged. The UHT organized the Jewish workers according to their trades, not their religion. It is significant that in his autobiography, written years later, Gompers reversed his earlier attitude of hostility to the UHT and conceded that its formation marked an important advance for the Jewish American labor movement. In a large measure, as his letter to Owen makes clear, Gompers' earlier hostility to the UHT stemmed from his objection to the socialist principles of the organization. Delegates enthusiastically adopted a resolution declaring that the time had arrived for the working people to decide on united action at the ballot box and also resolved to urge a most generous support to labor's independent political movement. But Gompers deliberately sabotaged the convention's decision. Instead of carrying out the mandate of the Federation, he stood back and watched, and did not let the a F. of L. become entangled in any partisan activity. He even belittled the entire movement for independent political action in a letter to the United Labor Party's Journal, and refused to say a word for its candidates during the 1887 campaigns, declaring that the questions involved did not affect labor's interests. 43. The incident is significant in at least two important respects. For one thing, it reveals that for all of his progressive and militant utterances, Gompers actually lagged behind the a F. of L membership and even the leaders of the craft unions on the crucial issue of independent working-class political action. For another, it discloses that from the very outset of the Federation, Gompers was a bureaucratic leader who had not the slightest hesitation in defying the will of the membership. In addition to being fundamentally a labor bureaucrat, Gompers was also basically an opportunist who knew how to trim his sails to the particular situation he faced. Writing to an International Socialist Congress, Gompers could sound very radical indeed. Addressing a gathering of business leaders, he could sound very conservative. Expressing views at a time when the workers were becoming more radical under the impact of the growing power of monopoly and its domination of the government, Gompers could voice radical sentiments. At a time when many of the mass movements of the workers had been defeated and when the leaders of the craft unions were yielding to the monopolies, he could easily repudiate each and every one of his earlier progressive utterances. In short, Gompers was moved at all times by one consideration only: what would advance the interests of Samuel Gompers and further his career as president of the a F. of L. In the early years, advancing the career of Samuel Gompers meant building the Federation, since obviously unless the organization he headed attracted workers, his position as president meant nothing. And from the very outset of the Federation, Gompers adopted the attitude that he had a vested interest in his job as president. Gompers was shrewd enough to understand that during the early years of the a F. of L he was addressing workers who had gone through the militant struggles of the 80s and were deeply influenced by socialist thought and by the principles of labor solidarity emphasized by the K of L. To attract these workers to the a F. of L, it was necessary to convince them that the Federation did not reject the class struggle or the ultimate goal of a new social system, and that it continued the finest traditions of the Knights while disposing of those features which were hastening the order's decline. 44. To be sure, Gompers knew how to keep his radical utterances sufficiently vague and general as to render them often meaningless. Nevertheless, he knew enough to advocate radical principles when these would advance his own position in the labor movement, and he was fully prepared to abandon them the moment he felt that they were proving to be an obstacle to his career. Gompers had risen to leadership in his own organization, the Cigar Makers International Union, by advocating the principles of industrial unionism and by combating the exclusive admission requirements under which the International not only refused to admit the unskilled and semi-skilled workers in the trade, but forbade its members to work in the same shop with them. Realizing that the union was doomed if it did not abandon its restrictive policies and that industrial unionism was growing more and more popular among the cigar makers, Gompers stressed the importance of uniting all the workers, skilled and unskilled, and permitting all branches of the industry to be eligible for membership, whether they worked by hand, mold, or machine. 45. Gompers understood that many workers had been deeply influenced by the KVL's emphasis upon industrial unionism as opposed to craft organization of the skilled workers only. Hence he began to champion a form of industrial unionism during these early years. In 1888 he recommended to the Federation that in the near future the basis of the A.F. of L should be modeled on industrial divisions which would hold their own conventions, legislate on subjects that affected the general interests of their particular trades and industries, and would, in turn, be represented by their proportionate number of delegates in the conventions of the A.F. of L. With each industrial division having a representative on the Executive Council, the Federation would become a federation of industrial federations rather than a federation of trade unions. 46. Gompers' proposal ran into the solid opposition of the trade union leaders in the Federation, and he quickly realized that he would never advance his career as A.F. of L president if he advocated the principles of industrial unionism. He swiftly abandoned the plan and became a staunch defender of craft unionism. In short, Gompers was ready to support a progressive program as long as it would advance his career. The moment he saw that this would actually be an obstacle to his career, he not only abandoned the program but became the leading opponent of what he previously had championed. In abandoning so quickly the proposal for industrial federations, his statements about the future development of society and emancipation of labor were extremely vague, and he never really specified the nature of the future society. The closest he came to it was to express the view, privately, that the trade unions were the germ of the future state. Gompers to George W. Perkins, Mar. 22, 1894, GLB. Pers became a stalwart supporter of trade autonomy. This, of course, made a mockery of his lofty, militant statements. However progressive Gompers sounded in proclaiming what he represented were the principles of the Federation, they had absolutely no binding effect upon the affiliated unions which could and did violate these principles with impunity. Most leaders of the trade unions in the A.F. of L were prepared to endorse Gompers' lofty statements on labor solidarity as long as they were couched in general terms. They agreed verbally with the broad and liberal sentiments he expressed, and that, as P. J. Maguire, second in command of the A.F. of L put it, the interests of the working classes are everywhere identical, and we should do all in our power to organize all trades and callings in every city, town and hamlet of the country. But they also rued it clear that they regarded the interests of the skilled mechanics as paramount, that they would not consider jeopardizing the craft unions of skilled workers by organizing the unskilled in their trades, and that they did not expect the A.F. of L to repeat the tragic mistake of the K. of L by uniting skilled and unskilled in the same union. 41. Aram-1 he outset, therefore, a conflict div tilde tilde p underscore tilde d underscore in the youthful A.F. of tilde, between the principles of labor solidarity and TLIFOFC Tafnarmanezer, between LHE principles enunciated in statements affirming that the Federa tilde ion sought to organize all workers regardless of skill, rate, creed, c. OFO, S tilde X or national origin, and those enunciated in PRA, CTJ-CED, by the leaders of the craft unions which emphasized primarily the interests of the SL-ILD mechanics, most of whom were male, white, and Native American. TFE nature of this conflict is clearly set forth in the policies SIF the A.F. of L. during its formative years towards the organization of women, Negroes, and foreign-born workers. Chapter 13. Early A.F. of L and Labor Solidarity. The census statistics for the decade 1880 to 1890 revealed that the number of women workers had increased at a greater rate than that of men. There had been an increase of 4,076,008 males engaged in gainful occupations, or 27.64%, and of females, 1,267,554 or 47.88%. These statistics alone gave validity to the statement of Eva McDonald Valesh, a woman labor leader of the 189 O's, who told the A.F. of L. membership, if men seriously expect higher wages or shorter hours, they must, for their own self-preservation, organize the women, making them valuable allies instead of a source of danger. 2. Women workers. Officially the A.F. of L understood the significance of the above statement. Women were eligible to membership in the Federation under the same conditions as men, and in his report to the 1888 convention, Gompers recommended that the A.F. of L aid and encourage with all the means at our command the organization of trade unions among women and girls. Two methods could be used to organize women. 1. They could be brought into the Federation as members of existing unions, affiliated to the A.F. of L, and 2. They could be organized into separate unions. Point 3. A few A.F. of L unions, at this time, admitted women to membership, and many of the federal labor unions chartered by the Federation. In March, 1892, the General Secretary of the United Garment Workers informed Gompers that 3/5 of the garment workers of America consist of women. Two locals number 8 and 16 are entirely composed of young girls, and number 18 of New Borough, N.Y., which is mixed, has about 400 women in good standing. Chas. F. Rikers to Gompers, March 26, 1892, AFL Car. No other AFL union which allowed women to become members had such a high percentage of women members. Included women as well as men. In the main, however, women workers, being relatively unskilled, did not fit into the craft unions of the A.F. of L, and to the degree that they were organized into the Federation, the tendency was to set up separate unions for women workers. Indeed, it was not uncommon for A.F. of L organizers to form two unions in a shop or factory, one for women and one for men, and to arrange for negotiations with employers to be conducted by a joint committee representing both unions. The women workers frequently complained that they got the worst end in such an arrangement, since the men think that the girls should not get as good work as the men and should not make half as much money as a man. 4. Several federal labor unions composed solely of women workers were chartered by the A.F. of L in the late L88Os and the early L89Os. Among them were the Working Girls Protective Union No. 5633 of Toledo, the Working Women's Federal Labor Union No. 5542 of Terre Haute, Indiana, and the Ladies Federal Labor Union No. 2703 of Chicago. 5. The Chicago Union was the most important organization of women workers affiliated to the early A.F. of L. This mixed union, composed of typists, seamstresses, dressmakers, clerks, music teachers, candy makers, gum makers, etc., was organized in June, 1888, to prevent, to some extent, the moral, physical and mental degradation of women and children employed as wage workers in this city of Chicago. 6. The union was led by its militant secretary, Hannah M. Morgan, the wife of Thomas M. Morgan, the leading spirit in Chicago's socialist movement. My education is but poor, Mrs. Morgan modestly informed Gompers, but I will do the best I can, as I, like many other children, had to work when but years old. I went to work in a mill and worked from 10 to 16 hours a day, and for that reason I am not very good to write. But she was a splendid organizer. By February, 1892, the Ladies Federal Labor Union had brought into being 23 women's organizations, including unions of bookbinders, shirtmakers and cloakmakers, watchmakers, and shoe workers. These unions had all started out from the Federal Labor Union. When 10 women of one craft had been recruited into the Federal Union, they set up a union of their own, received a charter from the A.F. of L, and began to organize other women in the trade. 7. In November, 1888, the Ladies Federal Labor Union organized the Illinois Women's Alliance. The alliance did splendid work in advancing the cause of woman suffrage, a policy endorsed by the National A.F. of L. But its special work was the protection of women and children in the 1891 A.F. of L. Convention endorsed women's suffrage and called upon the entire membership to support the campaigns organized by the various suffrage associations. Various relations of industrial and social life, and in this work, the activities of the alliance included the school, the tenement house, the factory, the store, the hospital, the asylum, the poorhouse, the police station, the courts, and the various departments of the city government. With Mrs. Morgan as chairman and with members of the Ladies Federal Labor Union as active participants on all committees, the Women's Alliance chalked up an impressive record of achievement. It completely exposed the weakness of Illinois' compulsory education law, under which children were required to attend school only 16 weeks in the year, obtained the passage of an improved law, and sought it that the law was strictly enforced by obtaining the appointment of truant officers and factory inspectors who, assisted by members of the Alliance, took thousands of children from the streets and factories and placed them in the schools. The Alliance proved that the insufficient number of public schools in Chicago was responsible to a large degree for the failure to enforce the compulsory education law. Children cannot be driven into schools which have no existence, it pointed out. The Alliance led the mass campaign which resulted in the construction of new schools. 9. In August and September, 1891, committees of the Women's Alliance and the Chicago Trades Assembly conducted a thorough investigation of the sweating industries of Chicago. The report, drawn up by Mrs. Morgan, head of the investigating body, -10,000 copies were printed and distributed by the Chicago Trades Assembly, completely disproved the statements of wholesale clothing manufacturers who denied that there was such a thing as a sweating system in Chicago. It disclosed reduction of wages to the starvation level, showed that men, women, and children were forced by the sweaters to work in vile dens in defiance of every law of decency and in violation of city ordinances which required ventilation, access to water, and other accommodations for health and decency. Finally, it disclosed that thousands of children under 14 years of age, some of these children are as young as 5 years, worked in miserable tenement houses sewing on buttons and picking out basting. 10. In March 1892, Mrs. Morgan learned that Congress was preparing to investigate the sweating system. She sent a copy of the 1891 report of the Women's Alliance and Trades Assembly investigation to Senator George F. Hoar and to the Committee of Congress that had been appointed to conduct the inquiry. The report made such an impression on the congressmen that they decided to start their inquiry in Chicago and ing. The American Federation of Labor for their practical service to our cause. By their hearty declarations in favor of woman suffrage, Proceedings, A.F. of L. Convention, 1891, page 16. Francis Dickinson to Gompers, January 21, February 4, 1891, Susan B. Anthony to Gompers, Dec. 2, 1892, AFL Corps. Invited Mrs. Morgan to be the first witness. Her testimony, it was acknowledged in the press, was listened to with a great deal of interest by the congressman. 11. To the A.F. of L's latest federal labor union and its offspring, the Illinois Women's Alliance, must go the credit for stimulating public opinion in favor of better conditions for women and child workers, and, as a result of their constant agitation, the abatement or abolition of many of the existing evils confronting these workers. It is obvious, too, that Mrs. Morgan deserves a high place among those women who have made distinguished contributions to the development of the American labor movement. The A.F. of L also directly chartered unions of women workers in a specific industry. The most important of these was the Union of Collar and Shirt Workers in Troy, New York. On January 6, 1891, the collar, cuff and shirt workers employed at the Lansingburg factory of the United Shirt and Collar Company at Troy struck against systematic wage cuts which had reduced wages to an average of 50 cents a day. Within a few days the strike spread to other factories in Troy, and with 500 girls on strike the entire shirt and collar industry was tied up. The state branch of the A.F. of L, answering an appeal from the strikers, sent several representatives to the area. The strikers then formed a union under the A.F. of L and elected Miss Mary S. Eveline, the 23-year-old strike leader, as president and Miss Dora Sullivan as vice president. 12. When the powerful United Shirt and Collar Company, a concern doing a business of close to $1 million annually, refused to discuss a settlement with the strikers, the state branch of the A.F. of L issued a boycott against its products. No sooner was the notice of the boycott released than the company capitulated. A committee, composed of the strike leaders and the state A.F. of L, drew up a new scale of wages for the company. This scale served as a basis for other companies involved in the strike, and it was to serve similarly for all shirt and collar establishments in Albany and Glens Falls. For the state branch of the A.F. of L, resolved to ask all members of labor organizations to withhold their patronage from such firms who fail to pay their employees such reasonable rates of wages as they may demand in accordance with the scale of prices accepted by the United Shirt and Collar Company. 13. On February 1, 1891, the Northern Budget of Troy, announcing the end of the strike, described it as having, perhaps attracted more attention than any fight which has occurred between capital and labor in this vicinity for many years. The girls go to work under an increased schedule of prices and they have won a victory. 14. On the same day, H.J. Ogden, A.F. of L. General Organizer in Utica and first Vice President of the New York State Branch, wrote jubilantly to Gompers, "You have no doubt learned the result of the collar girls' strike at Troy. It was a great victory for the girls and the Federation. We expect to have 7,000 of them organized in the very near future under the banner of the Federation. To achieve this goal, the State Branch immediately engaged Mary S. Eveline as a special organizer with power to establish local unions of collar and cuff workers. In the fall of 1891, the National A.F. of L commissioned Dora Sullivan as a special organizer to assist in organizing the working women of Troy and vicinity. By November 1891, there were 6 unions in the collar, cuff and shirt industry of Troy, all affiliated with the A.F. of L. Several unions in the industry, composed of female operatives, were also organized in the principal shirt manufacturing centers at Albany, Cohoes, Glens Falls, and Greenwich, New York. 15. The appointment of special women organizers by the A.F. of L grew out of several years of experience. Women workers complained to Gompers that male organizers were often ineffective because they used strong language and were guilty of drunkenness. Male organizers themselves conceded that they had trouble in reaching women workers after working hours. If a girl is living at home, it is not quite so awkward, but if she is in lodgings, I can't possibly ask to see her in her own room. If I talk to her at all, it will be out in the street, which is not pleasant, especially if it is snowing or freezing or blowing a gale. It is not under these conditions that a girl is likely to see the use of an organization or be attracted by its happier or more social side. 16. There were women in different localities who, unofficially, did organizing work for the A.F. of L., the outstanding examples being Ida Van Etten, a leader of the Working Women's Society of New York City, *, and Mrs. Eva McDonald Valesh, editor of a fortnightly paper published for the trades assemblies in the Twin Cities of St. Paul and Minneapolis. 17. In addition, the A.F. of L commissioned some women to serve as organizers for a particular area or industry, as in the case of Miss Dora Sullivan of Troy. But the first woman general organizer commissioned by the Federation was Miss Mary E. Kenney, a leader of the Chicago Bindery Workers Union, one of the offsprings of the latest Federal Labor Union No. 2703. Appointed by Gompers in April 1892, Miss Kenney began work as an organizer in New York City, where she spent the months of June and July setting up unions of garment workers and of bindery girls. From New York City, she moved upstate to Albany and Troy, holding Mass. The Society, organized on January 14, 1888, collected statistics and published facts on conditions of women workers, aided strikes of women workers, and fought for legislation in their behalf. The Society was largely responsible for the passage of a law in 1890 providing for women factory inspectors in New York State. Alice Henry, Women in the Labor Movement, New York, 1923, pp. 43-44. Meetings of women workers and establishing unions among the shirtmakers and bindery girls. In September and October, she moved about Massachusetts, addressing tailoresses, women printers and bindery girls in Boston, and shoe workers and women carpet weavers at Middleborough and Haverhill. 18. When Gompers recommended that Miss Kenney be allowed to continue as general organizer, he was voted down by the other members of the Executive Council. Chris Evans bluntly informed Gompers that the Federation is not in a condition financially to keep a woman organizer in the field without better hope of success than at present indicated. Miss Kenney's efforts were worthy of commendation, yet the fact remains that they have proved futile. 19. The A.F. of L remained without a woman general organizer until December 1893, when Gompers commissioned Miss E. Pitt, a member of the Typographical Union in Boston who had done considerable work in her spare time organizing the women garment workers. At the request of the Boston A.F. of L office, which urged that Miss Pitt be empowered to extend her field of operations among the women of other trades, Gompers commissioned her to begin organizing women regardless of their trades or callings. 20. In January 1894, Gompers recommended to the A.F. of L Executive Council that 4 additional women organizers be appointed, but that body voted that on account of the present depression in trade that action on the appointment of 4 female organizers be deferred until a more propitious time. Due to lack of funds, Miss Pitt was allowed to carry on only for a few months, so that by the summer of 1894, the A.F. of L was again without a woman general organizer. The more propitious time did not come until 1898, when only one woman was appointed as organizer and made assistant editor of the American Federationist. 21. It is clear from the above that the early A.F. of L did make some significant contributions to the organization of I. Vo. L1 to 1. JY underscore O underscore RKERSJ. Re underscore A. M. underscore M. Beer of localities. But it is also evident that it did not add a conspicuous number of women to the labor movement. Gompers himself freely admitted in November 1892 that, as yet we have not met with the success which is necessary to place the working women in a position to occupy the proper place among the working men of the land. 22. Good intentions of a few leaders could not overcome the basic fact that the vast majority of women in industry were unskilled and semi-skilled workers, and, in common with other workers of the same type, their needs were neglected by the craft unions who comprised the bulk of the A.F. of L, and who ignored the resolutions adopted at conventions of the Federation which called for the organization of women workers. Precisely the same problem arose in connection with the organization of Negro workers, although here the record of achievement by the early A.F. of L was better than in the case of women workers. The Negro workers. The 1890 A.F. of L Convention announced to the world that it looks with disfavor upon trade unions having provisions which exclude from membership persons on account of race or color. The same convention was faced with a test of this principle when the question arose of the affiliation of the National Association of Machinists. Having learned that the union's constitution limited membership to white persons, the convention refused to grant it a charter and instructed the Executive Council to request the organization to strike out the constitutional provision excluding Negroes from membership. 23. Gompers visited the 1891 convention to persuade the machinists to remove the constitutional ban against Negroes. When the delegates refused, and insisted on their discriminatory policy, the A.F. of L sponsored the formation of a new union, the International Machinists' Union. In the call for its founding convention, the new union emphasized that it would seek to unite the machinists into an organization, based upon the principles which recognize the equality of all men working at our trade regardless of religion, race or color. 24. On the basis of this principle, the new Machinists' Union was admitted to the A.F. of L. A similar policy was adopted at this time by the A.F. of L toward the Brotherhood of Boilermakers and the Iron Shipbuilders of America. When these two national organizations consolidated their forces in 1893, a color line was inserted into the Constitution limiting membership to white workers in these trades. The A.F. of L not only refused to grant the union a charter, but assisted in organizing an independent union of Boilermakers which opened its ranks to Negroes as well as whites. The union promptly received a charter from the Federation. 25. Throughout the late 80s and early 90s, Gompers was constantly being asked by the A.F. of L organizers and representatives in the South. 1. What to do about organizing the Negro workers. 2. What to do about the city and state A.F. of L bodies that refused to admit Negro delegates and even to admit delegates from unions which permitted Negroes to become members. 3. What to do about local unions that barred Negroes, and 4. Whether it was in accord with A.F. of L policies to charter separate unions of Negro workers when they were barred from the existing organizations. 26. To these questions, Gompers replied, L. that Negroes should be organized and that special efforts should be made by A.F. of L representatives to organize the Negro workers. 2. That city and state A.F. of L bodies must not bar Negro delegates and delegates from unions that admitted Negroes, since the fact that a local union may be opposed to the ridiculous attempt to draw the color line in our labor organizations, and because they stand right is no reason why they should be treated wrong upon it. 3. That wherever local unions barred Negroes, an effort should be made to eliminate such anti-labor barriers, and 4. That, meanwhile, the Negro workers should be organized into separate locals, but attached to the same national organizations with the same rights, duties and privileges as all other locals. In other words, have the union of white men organized and have the union of colored men organize also, both unions to work in unison and harmony to accomplish the desired end. 27. The policy of organizing separate locals was thus part of the early Cotal's approach towards Negro workers. But it is significant to DQ-E hat, at this time, it was only one feature of the approach, emp-cis being placed upon the fact that separate locals were to be organized only when no other method could be used to bring Negro 9 J CECL S into the Federation, and that these separate locals were to be temporary ONF in later years. However, as the A.F. of L itself became a 11 meters crow organization, separate locals were regarded by the A.F. of L leaders as the PR less than F_earn. 4. W. Psi of permanently organizing Negro workers. The main point stressed in Gompers' replies to all inquiries was that the Negro workers must be organized. Humanity demanded it, but it was not a question of humanitarianism alone. Basically, it was a practical trade union question, for the A.F. of L could not succeed unless it waged a relentless struggle in order to eliminate the consideration of a color line in the country. If we failed to organize and recognize the colored wage workers, Gompers wrote to an A.F. of L organizer, we cannot blame them very well if they accept our challenge of enmity and do all they can to frustrate our purposes. If we fail to make friends of them, the employing class won't be so short-sighted and play them against us. Thus, if common humanity will not prompt us to have their cooperation, and enlightened Ned's self-interest should. 28. This theme found expression in all of Gompers' responses to the queries raised by A.F. of L organizers in the South as well as in the North. A letter to an organizer in Fort Worth, Texas, which stressed the above theme, closed, sincerely hoping that if humane considerations are left out of sight, the practicability of the suggestions made will commend themselves to the consideration of our fellow workers of Fort Worth and the entire country. 29. Gompers' sound advice did not sit too well with many A.F. of L representatives in the South. They bluntly informed him that under no circumstances would they heed his advice to organize the Negro workers. To do so, wrote C. Tabor, general organizer in the South, in a viciously chauvinistic letter, would be fatal to the Federation. If you organize them, the Negroes, they will compete with white labor so strongly they will be compelled to give up the shops as they will stand much more abuse than the whites. The Negroes in the South are not like they are in the North. Hoping you will not take exception to it, but I will do all in my power in the field of white labor. 30. It is to the credit of the youthful AFL that they did take exception to these statements and refused at this stage to base their program on the white supremacy ideology of these Southern organizers. In the face of those threats, the Federation took steps to organize Negroes into unions and to charter these organizations. To carry out this program, the AFL leaders also relied on Negro organizers. On July 9, 1891, Gompers commissioned George L. Norton, Negro, Secretary of the Marine Firemen's Union No. 5464 in St. Louis, as an AFL general organizer. Norton, who was well acquainted along the Mississippi River, set up unions of longshoremen, engineers, and firemen from Cairo, Illinois, to Vicksburg, Mississippi. My trip to Memphis and Vicksburg was all that I could wish for, he wrote to Gompers, and I only hope that I may be as successful elsewhere. I have got a good many men, known as deckhands on steamers, that will, I think, be ready to send for its charter before long. I don't intend to stop as long as there is anything to be organized. 31. Norton had been appointed general organizer at the request of A.S. Leach, AFL general organizer in St. Louis. Leach praised Norton's work as secretary of the Marine Firemen's Union and described this AFL union of 140 Negro firemen as one of the most influential in his city. They have won all demands for wages so far without recourse to strike and with but little trouble, he wrote to Gompers in June, 1891. They are working harmoniously with the other trades here, especially the electric wiremen and linemen's union, whom they can materially assist as firemen at the electric plant. 32. The first strike in which the marine firemen were engaged was one of the most stirring in St. Louis's labor history, involving nearly all of the waterfront workers, Negro and white. The strike started on March 30, 1892, when the owners of the steamers on the levee rejected a demand by the marine firemen that the union scale of wages be paid and that none but union men be employed on the boats. The marine firemen struck and were followed by members of the longshoremen and roustabout unions who also raised the demands for union recognition and higher wages. As the men on strike are all Afro-Americans, thoroughly organized, and members of the American Federation of Labor, reported. The Cleveland Gazette, a Negro journal, it is believed that they will force the companies to accept their request. 3. White workers joined the strike in response to a call issued by the AFL headquarters at St. Louis to all unions, at points up and down the river where organizations exist, describing a procession on April 4 of the thousands of strikers, Negroes and white, the St. Louis Globe Democrat observed. Numerous banners were carried by the men on parade, these being among them. Equal rights for all, fair wages and union men only, monopoly caused this strike, we want living wages, etc. After parading the principal downtown streets and visiting the levee, the men went to Union Hall on Christie Avenue, where they were addressed for nearly 2 hours by labor agitators, white and colored. 34. In the face of such unity, the importation of scabs and the shooting down of strikers by police, who were described by George L. Norton as acting in the interests of the employers as usual, could not break the strike. The struggle ended on April 6, 1892, in a partial victory for the strikers. Although the employers refused to grant union recognition, the wage demands were conceded and incorporated in the new schedules. The St. Louis Press admitted that this gain had been made possible by the unity of Negro and white strikers under the banner of the AFL 35. Gompers urged Norton to furnish him with all press reports of Negro-white unity during the strike so that he could send the clippings to every AFL organizer in the South. The men engaged in this contest, he added, have demonstrated in the plainest possible manner that the spirit of freedom, independence and emancipation is dawning, and the progress for the improvement and final emancipation of the wage worker will be contested by the white and black laborer shoulder to shoulder. Gompers was delighted to receive letters from AFL organizers in the South admitting that the press reports of Negro-white unity during the strike on the Mississippi River were making a great impression upon white workers in the South, and were opening up possibilities for organizing Negro workers without imperiling the Federation. 36. Impressed by these reports, the AFL Executive Council sent Norton on a mission to organize Negro workers along the Ohio and Mississippi rivers for a month, and appropriated $200 for salary and expenses. On May 3, 1892, as Norton was about to depart on his organizing tour, Gompers gave him the following message for the Negro people. Convey to our brothers that you may meet and those whom you may convert to become brothers in this grand American Federation of Labor my earnest sentiments that they should bear in mind that there is only one way in which they can hope to attain improvements in their condition to realize that freedom which has been promised them to secure these comforts of home and independence through organization. 37. Without reading too much into this statement, it is significant to note that Gompers found it expedient at this time to emphasize the relationship between the Negro people's movement for freedom and the efforts of organized labor to unite Negro and white workers. Gompers was satisfied with the results of Norton's month-long organizing tour which had brought several hundred Negro workers into the A.F. of L, and he wrote to the Negro organizer upon his return to St. Louis. As an evidence of my confidence in you, I reissue and extend your commission to June 1, 1893. The A.F. of L president was convinced that in due time even the most backward white workers in the South would come to realize the importance of what Norton was doing to advance the interests of white workers as well as those of the Negroes. 38. Events quickly justified Gompers' confidence. Before Norton's visit to New Orleans, John M. Callahan, the A.F. of L's general organizer, was convinced that it would be almost impossible for them, Negro and white workers, to commingle in one union, and he had expressed bitter opposition to having a Negro organizer function for the Federation in New Orleans. Yet on June 12, 1892, shortly after Norton's departure, he forwarded to Gompers an application for a charter from one of the unions Norton had organized, the Journeyman Horseshoers. The union is composed of both white and black men. I am sure that in the course of a few months they will have by far the greater number of the men employed at that calling within the ranks of their union. The horseshoers are pretty well divided as to color, and at my request they made a nearly equal division of officers. There is an energetic, very intelligent colored man down here who is financial secretary of Longshoremen's Assen and takes a great interest in the labor movement. He is not in any union connected with the Federation, but I am sure if it is not against the rules to issue him a commission as an organizer he would render a good account of himself. He materially assisted in organizing the horseshoers, and I am pretty certain he could get several of the strong colored labor organizations to enlist under the banner of the A.F. of L. He also was one of the arbitration committee of the car drivers union. Norton continued to do work as general organizer for the A.F. of L, but most of his activities were directed towards building the Marine Firemen's Union in St. Louis, of which he was secretary. See his letters to Gompers, March 5, May 5, 9. June 20, July 13, 1893, February 7, 1894, AFL Corps. I find I have been giving his good qualities and have not yet given his name. His name is James E. Porter, 39. Porter was commissioned and did such excellent work that Callahan praised him as the most effective organizer for the A.F. of L in the Deep South. I can assure you that there is none better than Porter, he wrote to Gompers on August 3, 1892.40. The general strike in New Orleans. How deeply the progressive concept of labor unity had sunk into the unions affiliated to the A.F. of L in the South is illustrated in the November, 1892, general strike in New Orleans. In this strike, called by unions affiliated to the A.F. of L and described by one historian as the first general strike in American history to enlist both skilled and unskilled labor, black and white, and to paralyze the life of a great city, about 25,000 workers stopped work for 4 days. These W0RKERS represented 49 unions affiliated to the A.F. of L, many of Th.M organized during the summer of 1892. The unions were united in the Workingmen's Amalgamated Council, to which each union sent 2 delegates. 41. Among the recently organized unions in New Orleans were the Teamsters, Scalesmen, and Packers, which made up the so-called Triple Alliance. Many of these workers were Negroes, mainly members of the Teamsters Union. On October 24, 1892, between 2,000 and 3,000 workers, members of the Triple Alliance, left their jobs because the Board of Trade refused to grant them a 10-hour day, overtime pay, and a preferential union shop. The strikers relied upon the support of the Workingmen's Amalgamated Council to win out against the merchants and their allies. The 4 railway systems entering New Orleans, the cotton, sugar, and rice exchanges, the clearinghouse, and mechanics and dealers exchange. This support was immediately forthcoming. If necessary, declared President Leonard of the Council, every A.F. of L union in New Orleans would go out in sympathy with the strikers. 42. The employers then tried a splitting maneuver. The Board of Trade announced that it would sign an agreement with the Scalesmen and Packers unions, but not with the third group in the Triple Alliance, the Teamsters Union, for under no circumstances would they enter into any agreement within ours. To sign an agreement with the Triple, under the preferential union shop, the employer, whenever he needs additional workers, must first make application to the union, specifying the number and kind of workers needed. If, after a reasonable time, The union is unable to furnish the required number of persons, the employer is allowed to secure them in the open market. Alliance, including the Teamsters, the board declared, would be to place the employers under the control of Negroes, for soon the man who would control the alliance would be a big black Negro. 43. The press joined in attempting to divide the strikers by fanning anti-Negro prejudice. The papers featured terrifying accounts of mobs of brutal Negro strikers, moving freely about the city, beating up all who attempted to interfere with them. Negroes attack white man, the New Orleans Times-Democrat shrieked in its headlines on November 2. Assaulted by Negroes, was its headline 2 days later. 44. Not only did the ranks of the strikers remain solid in the face of the lynch spirit aroused by the employers and their agents, but the scalesmen and packers publicly declared that they would never return to work until the employers signed up with all 3 members of the Triple Alliance. Moreover, the rest of the A.F. of L rank and file began to call for a general strike to show their solidarity with the strikers, Negro as well as white. At various meetings, the unions polled their members on the question of a general strike, found uniform enthusiasm for the proposal, and went on record for it. 45. The New Orleans Times-Democrat accused the white trade unionists of lunacy for considering a general strike in order to assist the Negro trade union of the Triple Alliance win an agreement. It charged that the decision proved that the Negroes had gained a dominant position in the New Orleans labor movement. The very worst feature, indeed, in the whole case seems to be that the white element of the labor organizations appear either to be under the dominance of Senegambian influence, or that they are at least lending themselves as willing tools to carry out Senegambian schemes. 46. On November 8, after 2 postponements, the general strike went into effect. Each of the 49 unions on strike demanded union recognition in a closed shop, and in many cases, added special demands for shorter hours and higher wages. Several of the unions, including the street car drivers and printers, broke their contracts to join the general strike. The general strike was under the leadership of a committee of 5. John Breen, representing the Cotton Screwmen's Union, John M. Callahan, A.F. of L. General Organizer and representative of the Cotton Yardmen, A.M. Keir of the Boilermakers Union, Jam S. Leonard of the Union Printers, and James E. Porter, the Negro labor leader who was the assistant state organizer of the Car Drivers Union and had recently been commissioned as an assistant organizer for the A.F. of L. In addition to Porter, J. Madison Vance, a Negro lawyer, played a prominent part in the strike. 47 inches tie the town up, was the cry of the 25,000 strikers, and for 3. The reference was to the inhabitants of Senegambia, a region of West Africa. Days they succeeded in doing just this. Business was at a standstill, cars stopped running, the gas supply was discontinued, light and power was cut off, and the city was in total darkness. There are fully 25,000 men idle. Callahan wrote excitedly to Gompers on November 7. There is no newspapers to be printed, no gas or electric light in the city, no wagons, no carpenters, painters, or in fact any business doing. I am sorry you are not down here to take a hand in it. It is a strike that will go down in history. 48. Once again the press tried to break the strike by Negro baiting. The papers shrieked that the Negro strikers would take advantage of the crisis to seize control of the city, and reported that there were already instances where ladies and school children had been insulted by the blacks. But once again the divisive appeals to race prejudice were in vain. The strikers' ranks remained solid. B. Scherer, financial secretary of the New Orleans Marine and Stationary Firemen's Protective Union, assured Gompers that the Negro and white workers had answered the divisive propaganda of the press by resolving to cement the bonds of brotherhood and fraternal ties that will stand before the world an everlasting monument of strength, and show to the world at large that in unionism there is strength, and that our order, the A.F. of L., stands preeminently at the head of the human race. 49. The press deliberately pictured the existence of a state of anarchy to justify the use of armed military might to break the strike. Actually, however, the strike was conducted so peacefully that the employers sought frantically and in vain for some act on the part of the men to justify capital calling upon its allies, the militia and the law. Even after Governor Foster of Louisiana called out the militia, in response to pleas from the employers, the conduct of the strike was so orderly and peaceful that he was compelled to remove the troops. The employers then finally agreed to arbitrate the strike. The unions consented, and after a few conferences, at which the employers sat down with Negro and white representatives of the strikers, the Triple Alliance, including the Teamsters Union, gained most of its original demands: a 10-hour day, overtime pay, and adjusted wage schedules. Other unions also obtained increased wages and reduced hours by reason of the strike. Although the settlements did not include the preferential union shop, there was to be no discrimination against union men. 50. Existing unions increased their membership and new unions were formed during the strike. Yesterday, the New Orleans Times-Democrat reported on October 30, 1892, there were 3 new unions formed and admitted to membership. The names of the unions were not given to the press, but it was intimated that every man in the Federation of Labor was actively engaged in furthering the interests of the order, and getting together as many bodies of organized labor as possible. Thus ended what this newspaper described as the most colossal strike that this country has even seen. 51. The failure of the strikers to win a preferential union shop did not detract from the significance of the struggle. It revealed the militant, class consciousness of the American Federation of Labor in its formative years. The outstanding feature of the strike was its great demonstration of labor solidarity in action. Thousands of workers in the Deep South had shown that they could unite in common struggle, Negro and white, skilled and unskilled, and that they could stay united despite the efforts of the employers and their agents to divide them by appeals to anti-Negro prejudice. With good reason, a strike leader wrote to Gompers, "It was the finest unification of labor ever had in this or any other city." In a letter to Callahan, Gompers himself underscored the very same point. "To me, the movement in New Orleans was a very bright ray of hope for the future of organized labor and convinces me that the advantage which every other element fails to succeed in falls to the mission of organized labor. Never in the history of the world was such an exhibition, where with all the prejudices existing against the black man, when the white wage workers of New Orleans would sacrifice their means of livelihood to defend and protect their colored fellow workers. With one fell swoop, the economic barrier of color was broken down. Under the circumstances, I regard the movement as a very healthy sign of the times and one which speaks well for the future of organized labor in the New South, about which the politicians prate so much and mean so little." 52. Had the A.F. adhered to the policies and practices set forth D_ring__I_F L1 TTI years Gomp _predict_N Wo LDL he fully realized. For it is clear that the early A.F. of L made important on tributiog U. Owards building the unity of workers regardless _9F E greater than L2R. It, practically every study of the history of the American labor movement, including the exhaustive work by John R. Commons and Associates, fails to mention the New Orleans General Strike of 1892 and the role played in it by the A.F. of L. In fact, one student of the A.F. of L has written, "The Federation does not endorse all strikes undertaken by union organizations. The General Strike has been disapproved since 1886. Molly Ray Carroll, Labor and Politics. The Attitude of the American Federation of Labor Toward Legislation and Politics, Boston and New York, 1923, page 68. The absence of discussions of this strike in labor histories is especially surprising when it is realized that it stimulated the first application of the Sherman Antitrust Act to labor unions. Following the general strike, at the instance of the New Orleans employers, a suit was entered in the Federal Circuit Court against 44 union leaders on charges of violating the Sherman Antitrust Act by conspiracy to restrain trade. A temporary injunction was granted by a federal judge, but the Workingmen's Council of New Orleans appealed the case to a higher court. The case was indefinitely postponed and eventually quashed. See circular issued by Workingmen's Amalgamated Council of New Orleans, APL Corps, New Orleans. Times-Democrat, November 14–16, 1892. Laid down as a cardinal principle the policy of organizing and uniting Negro and white workers, for the purpose of elevating the condition of both black and white. It pointed with pride to the fact that international unions which barred Negroes as members were, in turn, barred from becoming affiliated with the Federation, and it boasted that within its ranks, the colored man and his white brother are joined by the fraternal hand of fellowship. 53. Despite these progressive policies, the early A.F. of L could not succeed in laying the foundation for the effective organization of the Negro workers. Gompers himself unwittingly gave the main reason for this when he wrote in the spring of 1891. There are not many skilled mechanics among the colored workmen of the South. 54. Yet the A.F. of L from the beginning adopted a form of unionism, based primarily on the skilled workers, which by its very nature excluded the vast majority of the Negro workers. Thus, while the Federation at this time stood for organization without regard to race or color, it also added the qualification that the worker must be skilled, when, for the most part, the Negro workers were unskilled and opportunities for advancement in the skilled trades were denied them in industry, as well as by the policy of most craft unions. As with many other questions, the craft organization of the A.F. of L, based essentially on the skilled workers, shunted the Federation away from the progressive road. The foreign-born workers, candidates for the youthful A.F. of L, were required to take the following pledge: I promise never to discriminate against a fellow worker on account of color, creed or nationality. One group, however, was not included within the scope of this pledge: the Asian workers. Gompers conceded that the employers played Asian workers against white workers, particularly in cigar making and in the shoe and textile industries, but his solution for this problem was entirely different. and unlike his approach to the Negro workers at this time, basically reactionary. Negro and white workers could and must unite, he said repeatedly, but the barrier between Caucasian and Asian workers was unsurmountable. The Asian workers must not only be kept out of the unions, they must be excluded from the country. Either they would be excluded by law or they will be driven out by force of arms. 55. Gomper's statements dealing with the Asian workers during these early years of the A.F. of L, when the emphasis generally was on labor solidarity, reeked of the most vicious racism. They were filled with references to the so-called yellow menace, to the inborn inferiority of the Asian peoples, and are replete with other racist epithets. He took pride in the fact that he had led the movement to influence Congress to pass the Exclusion Act of 1882, which suspended the immigration of Chinese workers for 10 years. He pressed for renewal of the law when its time was up, dispatching dozens of letters to government officials, demanding, as president of the A.F. of L, the total exclusion of Chinese immigrants. 56. This racist approach to the Chinese workers was all too soon to be applied in full force to many immigrant workers from southeastern Europe, but in its early years, the A.F. of L adopted a fairly progressive approach to European-born workers. The Federation received many requests for the appointment of organizers who spoke Italian, Bohemian, Spanish, Swedish, French, German, Jewish, and other foreign languages, and for the publication of organizing literature and union constitutions in these languages. 57. Despite a serious lack of funds, most of these requests were fulfilled. A contemporary report noted that a feature of the A.F. of L was its cosmopolitan character, which was illustrated by the fact that many of them, the affiliated unions, have their constitutions printed in 4 or more languages. 58. In large measure, the policy of the A.F. of L leadership was motivated by the understanding, developed from reports from organizers in the field, that if they did not fulfill these requests for foreign language speakers and literature, the influence of the K of L among the foreign-born would revive. 59. As long as the K of L was still a threat to the Federation, the A.F. of L leadership was compelled to pay attention to the special needs of the foreign-born workers, including the immigrants from southeastern Europe. Within a few years, as we shall see, when the threat from the K of L had disappeared and when the immigration from southeastern Europe began in earnest, the policy of the A.F. of L leadership towards these foreign-born workers underwent a sharp change. Yet even during those early years, the degree to which the A.F. of L could organize the foreign-born workers was sharply limited, as in the case of Negro and women workers, by the fact that the bulk of these workers were unskilled. Essentially, for all the emphasis on unity of the working class and on organization of the unorganized regardless of race, creed, color, sex or nationality, the craft union form or organization, coupled with high dues and initiation fees, led inevitably to the neglect of the needs of the unskilled and semi-skilled, particularly the Negro, women, and foreign-born workers, and to the creation of a virtual aristocracy of skilled craft workers. Already in 1892, Frederick Engels noted that while American labor was organizing on trade union lines, it still occupies an aristocratic position and wherever possible leaves the ordinary badly paid occupations to the immigrants, only a small portion of whom enter the aristocratic trade unions. 80. Chapter 14. The Homestead Strike. 1892 was the year of some of the most bitter class conflicts in American labor history. The year witnessed the general strike in New Orleans, the switchmen's strike at Buffalo, New York, the coal miners' strike in East Tennessee, the copper miners' strike in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and the steelworkers' strike in Homestead, Pennsylvania. The last mentioned struggle was one of the bloodiest clashes between capital and labor in American history and aroused nationwide and international attention. The background. In 1889, the skilled workers at Carnegie, Phipps and Company's Homestead plant were organized into 6 lodges of the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, with 800 members out of a working force of 2,500. A national organization in the iron and steel industry, the association's membership was restricted to skilled workers in the rolling mills and puddling furnaces and did not include the laborers who increasingly were an important part of the labor force. In 1891, the association claimed 290 lodges and 24,068 members. But even at this time, the period of its greatest strength, fully 3/4 of the iron and steel workers eligible for membership did not belong to the association. Not even in Allegheny County, the heart of the amalgamated stronghold, did the association have much more than half of the workers in the union. 1. In 1892, the workers at Homestead were operating under an agreement signed by the Carnegie Company and the Amalgamated Association in 1889. Wages were to rise and fall in accordance with the market price asterisk. In the iron trade, the scale was based on the market price of the muck bar, the product of the puddling furnace. In steel, on the steel billet, the product of the converter. Wages were adjusted at intervals of 3 months, and wages for the next period were based on the average price of the preceding period. 206. of 4x4 standard Bessemer steel billets, except that one mum of $25 per ton of steel billets was set as the point below which wages were not to fall even though the market price sank lower. The agreement was to expire on June 30, 1892.2. On April 4, 1892, almost 3 months before the contract with the Amalgamated was to expire, Carnegie wrote to Henry Clay Frick, the notorious anti-union manager of the steel company, outlining his policy for the future. The letter, which remained unpublished until 1903, read in part, "As the vast majority of our employees are non-union, the firm has decided that the minority must give place to the majority. These works, therefore, will be necessarily non-union after the expiration of the present agreement." 3. Frick called the committee of the amalgamated lodges into his office, and handed the men a scale which called for average reduction in wages of 22%, and for a change in the date for the termination of the contract to January 1, 1894, instead of June 30, 1894. In addition, some men were to be displaced and others were to be put on a salary basis instead of tonnage rates. Frick gave the men until June 24 to accept. The company did not care whether the workers belonged to a union or not, he declared, but we think our employees at Homestead would be far much better working under the same system in vogue at Edgar Thomson and Duquesne. The system referred to was non-union. The committee asked for an explanation of the company's proposals, but none was forthcoming. It was understood, however, that the company regarded the present wages as a relic of the war, which, now that Frick had only recently assumed control over the Carnegie Steel Company. He had already stamped out unionism in the Coke regions, ruthlessly crushing strikes by means of the Coal and Iron Police, the Pinkerton Guards, deputy sheriffs, and the state militia. George Harvey, Henry Clay Frick the Man, New York, 1928, pp. 83-86. Even before the strike started at Homestead, Frick began preparations to crush it by force and violence. He literally turned the steel plant into an armed fortress. As a contemporary bit of verse put it, "The fort that Frick built, twixt Homestead and Munhall, if you'll believe my word at all, where once a steel work's noisy roar 1,000 blessings did pour, there stands today with great pretense, enclosed within a whitewashed fence, a wondrous change of great import, the mill's transformed into a fort." Under the new scale proposed by the company, a worker who earned $179.55 in May, 1892, would have his wages reduced to $84.04 for the same amount of work. A heater's helper would have his tonnage rates reduced from $3 to $2.13 a 100 tons. Years have passed, should be wiped out. This prompted the National Labor Tribune to remark, "So is the protective tariff a war relic. So are the laws that admit of the immense concentration of wealth which places the workman at so marked disadvantage. So is monopoly. So are all the devices that are building up a snide aristocracy of wealth." 5. Actually, the wage reductions and the other company proposals were part of the basic program set forth in Carnegie's letter The Smashing of the Union. The strike begins. Although the workers had rejected the company's proposals, they believed that further conferences would be held out of which a compromise agreement might possibly emerge. But on the evening of June 29, and the morning of the 30th, the great mill at Homestead was shut down, hours before the contract expired, thereby making it a lockout and not a strike. Even before the shutdown occurred, the day laborers had been contacted by the union and assurances received that they would not work unless the union was recognized. On June 30, a mass meeting of the mechanics and transportation departments was held, and, despite their signed agreement, they, too, voted to stand by the Amalgamated Association. Immediately, the 8 lodges went into secret session at which an advisory committee of 50 members, headed by Hugh O'Donnell, was elected to handle all aspects of the strike. 6. Antagonism between the highly skilled men and the lesser skilled men had existed at Homestead as a result of the exclusive character of the Amalgamated Association. But all differences vanished during the strike of 1892 when the entire labor force of 3,800 men, skilled and unskilled, union and non-union, native and foreign-born, joined hands against the company. The union was the hope of all the workers. It might restrict its membership and bar the less skilled workers, but every worker in the mills knew that if the union was smashed he would be completely at the mercy of the company. Steps were speedily taken to assure that the company could not put men into the mill by any surprise move. The steam launch Edna, along with a number of skiffs, was secured to patrol the river and warn of any move in that direction. The men were divided into shifts, and picket lines were thrown about the mill and town 24 hours of the day. The ferries were watched and all trains met in anticipation of a move by the firm. Strangers were challenged, and anyone who could not give a satisfactory explanation for his presence was promptly hustled out of town. Headquarters for the advisory committee were established and telegraph communications were set up so that they might be warned of any attempt by the firm to secure strikebreakers elsewhere. Special arrangements were made to preserve order. Saloon keepers were visited and their cooperation was asked to prevent excessive drinking. 7. The advisory committee exercised complete control during the strike, even to the extent of issuing special badges to newspaper men, allowing them to enter the borough. They expelled any reporter who issued erroneous news to his home office. Point 8. Throughout the first week of July, the company remained silent. But it was not inactive. It was making extensive preparations to recruit scabs. Ads for strikebreakers were placed in newspapers in Boston, St. Louis, and Philadelphia. Steps had even been taken to import iron workers from Europe. Point 9. The battle against the Pinkertons. Even before the deadline for the acceptance of the scales had expired, negotiations were opened with the Pinkerton Detective Agency. It was agreed that the agency should furnish 300 guards, for which the Carnegie Steel Company would pay $s per day per man. It was planned to start up the mills on July 6, and the guards were to be brought in the night before. 10. The Pinkerton Agency collected a force of 300 men from Philadelphia, New York, and Chicago, and united them at Ashtabula, Ohio, on July 5. They were then whisked on a special train, coaches darkened, to Davis Island Dam, 5 or 6 miles below Pittsburgh. Here they were transferred to 2 barges, and while the crafts proceeded silently up the river, the guards put on the blue Pinkerton uniforms and armed themselves with Winchester rifles. Despite all the efforts at secrecy, the strikers learned of the movement of the flotilla even before the barges had left Pittsburgh. The alarm was sped to Homestead. Immediately the steam whistle on the electric plant shrilled the news to the strikers and their allies that the hour had come, and the streets soon filled with townspeople hurrying to the river bank. The Edna paddled down the river to meet the foe, and trailing after her came the smaller craft of the strikers' navy. Meanwhile, a crowd of men, women, and children lined the riverbank. The crowd on shore had kept pace with the boats as they passed the town, but were stopped momentarily by the fence around the mill, which had been brought down to the watermark so as to cut off all access by land. When the strikers saw that the Pinkertons intended landing, they broke down the fence and swarmed through the mill yard to the landing. The workmen warned the Pinkertons back, but Captain Hinde, in charge of the guards, stepped out of the barges, announcing they were there to take over the works and that the crowd must leave. Shouts of defiance greeted him from the strikers massed several deep on top of the embankment. A gangplank was shoved out and several Pinkertons started down it. A shot rang out, closely followed by another. Then came a volley into the crowd from the Winchester rifles, which brought down several workers. The firing was general on both sides for several minutes. The Pinkertons retreated to their barges, but since the steamboat which had towed the barges had departed to take the wounded detectives up the river to Braddock, the invaders were left without means of escape. While awaiting the return of the steamer, the besieged guards cut holes in the sides of the barges, and riflemen awaited the next move of the strikers. Who fired the first shot is not known, both sides later claiming that the other fired first. But it was the Pinkertons who fired into the crowd of women and children and brought down several. For some hours the besieged guards and the strikers exchanged continuous rifle fire. At one point, the steelworkers loaded a flat car with oil-soaked boxes and less than tea barrels, set them on fire and pushed them down a siding toward the barges. When this effort to destroy the barges failed, a tank of oil was pumped into the river and attempts were made to set it on fire. But a contrary wind rendered the attempt useless, and the Battle of the Monongahela settled down to an exchange of rifle fire between the Pinkerton sharpshooters and the steelworkers. The battle lasted from 4 o'clock in the morning of July 6 until till 5 o'clock that afternoon. At least 9 workers were killed, and 3 of the Pinkertons paid with their lives for their attempt to take over the mill. 11. Terms of surrender of the Pinkertons were arranged. Shortly after 5 in the afternoon, the Pinks marched from the barges to the skating rink of the town where they were kept. Oil was poured on the barges and they were set on fire. The Battle of the Monongahela ended amidst the roaring blaze. 12. The blaze swept the entire country. The dramatic events of July 6 were headlined in the press from New York to San Francisco. The editorial writers in the commercial press wept bitter tears for the Pinkertons and denounced the strikers as savage beasts who deserved no pity. 13. But the workers shed no tears for the hated Pinkertons. They, the Homestead strikers, have the sympathy of all the laboring men down. An 8-foot stone shaft stands today at a street intersection in Homestead and carries this inscription, erected by the members of the Steelworkers Organization Committee Local Unions, in memory of the iron and steel workers who were killed in Homestead, PA, on July 6, 1892, while striking against the Carnegie Steel Company in defense of their American rights. Here, wrote the A.F. of L organizer in New Orleans, and the only fault I have heard expressed is that they let a living Pinkerton man get away. 14. The events at Homestead brought to a boiling point labor's long-seething hatred of Pinkertonism. Mass protest meetings, sponsored by the A.F. of L central bodies and individual unions, were held all over the country. Indignant resolutions were adopted denouncing the outrages recently committed by the Pinkerton detectives, the hired thugs of the many times millionaire Carnegie, protesting against the employment of such ruffians in the future, and calling upon Congress to take prompt measures for the suppression of this vast army of the capitalist class. Besides adopting resolutions, the meetings raised funds for the homestead widows and orphans deprived of their supporters by the bullets of hired assassins. Your fight is our fight, and victory for you means victory for us all, the meetings declared in telegrams to the locked-out workers at Homestead. 15. The strike continues. Meanwhile, at Homestead, the battle continued. The Amalgamated once more took over command of the city. Order was completely restored, the union working in intimate cooperation with the borough government. 16. The company, meanwhile, was issuing statements to the press asserting that the Battle of the Monongahela had settled one matter forever, and that is that the Homestead Mill hereafter will be run non-union, and the Carnegie Company will never again recognize the Amalgamated Association nor any other labor organization. 17. But the strikers were not disturbed. They were convinced that their effective system of patrols and guards, coupled with the activity of the A.F. of L. Executive Council in organizing picketing of the labor recruitment agencies in New York, Brooklyn, and other cities, would render it impossible for the company to run strikebreakers into the plants. Moreover, with reports filling the press that the situation at Homestead was peaceful, and with Governor Robert E. Pattison receiving information that there was no need for troops, the strikers began to feel certain that the militia would not be called out. 18. Finally, the strikers were heartened by support they were receiving from amalgamated members in other Carnegie plants. The workers at the union mills declared a strike and shut down the plant, despite the agreement they had signed. The workmen at the Beaver Falls plant went out on a sympathetic strike on the same day. In explanation of their action, a worker from Union Mills said, "It is not our battle we are fighting, but for organized labor. They signed our scale, but we knew we would be the next victim. Homestead is the stronghold, and should Mr. Frick win the strike, there nothing will be left for us but to fall in line." 19. On July 10, Governor Pattison, who had turned down previous requests for troops, suddenly reversed himself and ordered Major General George R. Snowden to assemble the National Guard of Pennsylvania, numbering 8, and move to Homestead. It later became clear that the governor's decision was due to his concern over the complete control by the Union of the borough's affairs. The success of the advisory committee posed a future danger that similar union control might help labor win out in other industrial cities. These threats had to be nipped in the bud, and General Snowden was the man to do it. 20. His attitude towards the strikers is illustrated in his statement. Philadelphians can hardly appreciate the acute communism of these people. They believe the works are theirs quite as much as Carnegie's. He characterized conditions at Homestead in 3 words: revolution, treason, and anarchy. 21. Under the guns of the militia, the steel company prepared to secure outside labor to set the mills in operation. Bunk houses, dining halls, and kitchens were built in the mill yard and equipped to provide living accommodations for a large number of men. Thus prepared, and assured of military protection, the steel company began to recruit strikebreakers. Employment agencies the country over were contacted, and at least 70 labor agents scoured the principal cities for men to work at Homestead. Skilled workers in the non-union iron mills of the eastern states were offered special bonuses and furnished railroad tickets to Pittsburgh. With the National Guard escorting the strikebreakers into the mill, the strikers could do little to stop the company from starting to operate again. Undoubtedly, the company reports of the number of men at work were exaggerated, and certainly the quality of the work produced by the strikebreakers was poor. The fact that the company was unable to, unfortunately, the union did not succeed in shutting down all of the Carnegie mills. The workers at the Edgar Thompson mill at Braddock refused to heed the appeals for assistance, and while the Duquesne workers went out, their picket lines were broken by the militia and a number of strikers were promptly arrested. Losing heart, the workers, who had never been organized before, returned to work. This was an important victory for the company, since the pig iron from the Duquesne blast furnaces was essential to the operation of the Homestead converters and rolling mills. W.M. We to Gompers, July 24, 1892, AFL Corps. At first the attitude of the Homestead strikers towards the National Guard was friendly, but after Snowden's comments were publicized it changed rapidly. It was replaced by a feeling of anger and hate as the guardsmen helped the company break the strike. Cooks and servant girls refused to prepare food for and wait upon the company command. See, The Girls for Union, Pittsburgh Press, July 17, 1892. Fulfill its armor-plate contracts with the government was proof that it was having difficulty starting the mill. Although the company had been successful in starting up the mill with scab labor, it knew it could not operate with these men for any length of time. The training of a new force would be a slow and costly process. What the company wanted was to rehire the men outside the gates, but on its own terms. How to break the spirit of the strike was the question. In some way the leaders must be intimidated or bought off in the hope that the rank and file would abandon the struggle. The legal prosecution of the Homestead men, long threatened by the company, became a reality on July 18 when 7 strike leaders were charged with the murder of a Pinkerton detective. Warrants were immediately sworn out for their arrests. Within the next few days the men surrendered themselves, and after spending a night in jail, all but one were released on $10,000 bail each. The strikers retailed by preferring murder charges against officials of the Carnegie Steel Company and their Pinkerton allies. The defendants were admitted immediately to $10,000 bail each, without being required to spend a night in jail before obtaining a hearing in court. The difference in the treatment reinforced what the workers had already learned about the nature of capitalist justice. 22. The Berkman episode. On July 23, while the legal battle was in progress, Alexander Berkman, a young anarchist from New York, entered the company office in Pittsburgh, shot and stabbed Frick, wounding him seriously. Berkman instantly surrendered himself and was jailed. Although the advisory committee took steps immediately to dissociate itself from Berkman's irresponsible action, denouncing and condemning the unlawful act of the wounding of Henry Clay Frick, the anti-labor press just as quickly associated Berkman with the cause of the strikers. 23 The Red Scare was exploited to the full. After the assault, the Pittsburgh and Allegheny police began an investigation of the anarchists in those cities with the obvious aim of linking their so-called findings to the strike. As was to be expected, they found the region full when the Navy Department granted the Carnegie Steel Company an exemption from penalty as a result of the delay in fulfilling its contract. Labor loudly denounced the government for this favoritism to big business. Berkman spent 14 years in jail, being released in May 1906. A campaign for his pardon started in the late 189s in which Gompers himself participated. See Gompers to Senator Boys Penrose, April 19, 1899, and Boys Penrose to Gompers, April 22, 1899, GLB and AFL Corps. Of men with anarchist principles. Arrests were made, and Chief O'Mara reported, "I am now satisfied that there was an organized movement against Frick, and Berkman was only the tool of a number of conspirators. There were more anarchists here than people supposed, and they were getting ready to carry out some gigantic schemes." 24. At Homestead, meanwhile, the strike continued. Weekly rallies were held in the skating rink and the spirit of the strikers remained unbroken. The arrest of R6 of their number for murder had not frightened them. In the face of repeated threats of mass prosecution, they refused to capitulate. The men at Homestead, I am pleased to say, are still holding the fort, and are confident that victory is not far off. Stephen Madden, the Amalgamated Secretary, wrote to the A.F. of L National Office on August 26.25. It was obvious that further intimidation was necessary. On August 30, the company exploded its second bombshell in the form of informations against the advisory committee on charges of conspiracy and riot. When the grand jury met on September 22, it returned I-67 true bills against the Homestead men. There were 6 different indictments, 3 for murder, 2 for aggravated riots, and 1 for conspiracy. This time, O'Donnell and other strike leaders were refused bail and remanded to prison to await trial. The others who gave themselves up had to put up huge bail, a satisfactory bond of over $500,000 being required. This was obviously an impossibility, and some of the accused men went into hiding. 26. The strikers again retaliated by charging Frick and his associates with riot and conspiracy. It was of slight importance. The steel magnate and the detectives had no difficulty in procuring bail from the Pittsburgh bankers, Andrew and Richard Mellon. 27. But the company was not finished. The charge of treason was not brought against the harassed Homestead strikers. The charges of murder and riot based on the events of July 6 and against the strikers in general. This new accusation was against the advisory committee and was based on the usurpation of civil authority in Homestead before the arrival of the National Guard. 34 warrants were issued, and with the exception of O'Donnell, in prison on a charge of murder, all were freed on $RN/U bail each on October 4. 28. In all there were about 185 separate indictments against the strike leaders, often 3 or 4 against the same men. It appears, President. We wrote to Gompers, the company intends to get the leaders all. The charge of conspiracy was in total disregard of a Pennsylvania statute of 1891 making it lawful for workmen to quit work, without subjecting them to indictment for conspiracy at common law or under the criminal laws of this Commonwealth. See Laws of TLIE General Assembly of the State of Pennsylvania. Passes at the session of 1891, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, 1892, page 300. Arrested on different charges so that they cannot secure the bondsmen to be released. It just keeps us going to get bondsmen. 29 Not a single leader of the strike escaped arrest on one charge or another. In his charge to the grand jury of Allegheny County, Judge Edward Paxson of the state Supreme Court based the entire treason indictment upon the activities and character of the advisory committee. He placed the blame for conditions at Homestead upon the addition of large numbers of foreigners to our laboring population. Many of them are densely ignorant, as well as brutal in their dispositions. They have false ideas of the kind of liberty we enjoy in this country. It is needed that all such persons should be taught this lesson, that our liberty is the liberty of law and not the liberty of license. We have reached a point, he concluded his vicious address, where there are but two roads left for us to pursue. The one leads to order and good government, the other leads to anarchy. 30. Although the company lost in the courts, not a single worker being found guilty by a jury, the legal victories were exceedingly costly to the strikers. The leadership had been forced to devote much of its time to legal maneuvers and defense. The funds of the strikers, inadequate at best, had been seriously drained by bail requirements and legal expenses, and many of the most militant strikers had been forced into hiding to escape arrest. The plight of the strikers: we are badly in need of shoes and wearing apparel, Thomas J. Crawford of the Advisory Committee informed Gompers on October 13. The strikers were suffering for lack of things, and finding it difficult to feed and clothe themselves and their families. With our 600 men on the relief rolls costing the Union $10,000 a week, and with outside contributions dwindling, the locked-out men began to realize in mid-October that their cause was doomed. Reports of strikers leaving Homestead to look for other jobs and of some applying for and receiving positions in the mill began to fill the press. 31. On November 5, the Amalgamated's advisory board met at Pittsburgh to discuss the question of applying to the A.F.L. Executive Council to issue a boycott order against the material manufactured by the Carnegie Steel Company. The board decided that, under existing circumstances, it would not be advisable to make such application at the present time. Instead, it voted to request the Executive Council to issue a circular in conjunction with the Iron and Steel Union for financial aid for the locked-out men at Homestead, Pittsburgh, and Beaver Falls. 32. It is evident that the leadership of the strike lagged behind the rank and file in militancy. Indeed, unknown to the strikers, Hugh O'Donnell had gone to New York late in July in an effort to get Whitelaw Reid, publisher of the New York Tribune, to contact Carnegie and inform him that the strikers were ready to settle on any terms so far as wages, hours, or anything else were concerned, provided that the settlement included recognition of the Amalgamated Association. Nothing came of the effort, but it revealed a lack of faith in the workers that paved the way for the refusal to call for a boycott of material manufactured by the Carnegie Company. 83. Gompers and the other members of the A.F.L. Executive Council were considerably relieved by the very sensible conclusion the union leadership arrived at in regard to the boycott. The council discussed the proposal to issue a circular for financial aid, and concluded that the best step would be to appeal for contributions to a special defense fund for the support of the men who had been arrested on alleged offenses in connection with the strike. This special defense fund should be used to procure eminent attorneys and other legal talent, and to raise the fund a special day should be set aside and designated as Homestead Day. Workers all over the country would be urged to devote some part of their earnings on Homestead Day towards this fund. Theaters and other places of amusement would be asked to give benefits on that day, the proceeds to go to the defense fund. 34. The appeal, dated November 12, 1892, and signed by the A.F.L. Executive Council, the President and Secretary of the Amalgamated Association, and by the Advisory Board, was addressed to the American public. It designated Tuesday, December 13, 1892, as Homestead Day, and called upon the wage workers and all liberty-loving citizens of the country to make a contribution of a portion of their earnings on that day to aid the struggling workers of Homestead in their efforts to defend themselves before the courts. 35. Scattered contributions to the defense fund began as early as November 16. About the same time, numerous messages began pouring into the A.F.L. headquarters endorsing the plans for Homestead Day and guaranteeing that it would be widely observed. 36. Unfortunately, none of this altered the fact that the men at Homestead had reached the limits of their endurance. It was clearly a case of too little and too late. The A.F.L. Executive Council, in the opinion of many strikers, had thrown its full weight behind the embattled workers when it could no longer decisively influence the outcome. On June 9, 1893, Gompers rode to the A.F.L. Executive Council. During the past week, a committee came especially from Homestead in reference to the matters connected with their late difficulty. They called attention to the widespread belief among the Homestead men that the Executive Council of the AFL did not perform their full duty towards the men engaged in that trouble as well as towards the Amalgamated Association, APL Corps. On November 8, 4½ months after the struggle began, the first real break in the strikers' ranks occurred. The mechanics and day laborers met and appointed a committee to submit to the Amalgamated men the proposition that the strike be declared off and also asked release from further obligations. The Unionists met that evening and voted to continue the strike, but notified the others to do as they liked. Released from their obligations, the mechanics and day laborers voted unanimously to return to work, but not to take tonnage jobs. Immediately the rush for jobs began. The men were forced to line up before Charles M. Schwab, the new company superintendent, who sadistically chose a number for work and told the others that their jobs were filled. The Homestead Lodges of the Amalgamated Association met for their weekly meeting on November 20th. No more than a third of the membership of 800 was present. O'Donnell and a number of the men were still in jail. Others had left Homestead to seek jobs elsewhere, and still others were too discouraged to appear. When the question was put to declare the strike off and the Homestead Mill open, it was carried by the close vote of 101 to 91.37. The next morning the second rush on the mill gates began. Again the men were forced to line up before Schwab, who checked off the names, referring to a book in which the list of the most active strikers were kept. 38 Some were given work at considerably reduced wages, but many were turned away. At the same time the lodge at Beaver Falls declared the strike off and the mill was reopened. The lodges of the union mills held out much longer, maintaining the strike until August I-4, I-893. But it was a strike in name only, for only 53 men were left to vote, and the firm had had the mills in operation since September, 1892.39. Results of the defeat. Thus ended the great struggle, which at its height involved 8,000 workers, practically ending also the career of the union in the iron and steel industry for many years to come. From I-892 onward, not a single union man was ever employed in a Carnegie mill. In I-89C, there was an attempt made by some skilled workmen to organize at Homestead, but men who earned $4 for an 8-hour day were forced to work 12 hours for half of that sum. National Labor Tribune, January 12, 1893. The 8-hour day disappeared in the steel industry shortly after the Homestead defeat. By the beginning of 1894 the 12-hour shift became the rule in the Carnegie mills, and others soon followed. Up to the time of the strike little Sunday work was done in mills under contract to the Amalgamated Association, but after the strike it became a common practice in the industry. The company broke up the lodge in short order and dismissed 35 of the more prominent organizers. Another attempted organization in 1900 was similarly frustrated by the company. The Amalgamated Association continued to exist for years after the Homestead strike, but as an effective organization it was shattered. The Carnegie Steel Company dominated the industry and set the pattern for other mills. The defeat at Homestead not only meant the end of unionism at the Carnegie plants, but led to the downfall of unionism in the entire industry. The Amalgamated Association had reached its peak in 1891 with 24,068 members. Thereafter its decline was rapid. Membership dropped to 10,000 in 1894, 8,000 in 1895, remained at that level by the end of the century, and reached in 1909 a low of 6,295 members. 40. The solidarity and tenacity of the Homestead strikers, union and non-union, skilled and unskilled, are a high point in the development of American labor militancy and unity. None of the Homestead men scabbed on their fellow strikers. Even Frick grudgingly admitted this. The firmness with which these strikers held on is surprising, he wrote to Carnegie. 41. The unity of skilled and unskilled during the strike indicates that the failure of the Amalgamated Association to open its membership to the rank and file of the day laborers and mechanical departments was not a decisive factor in the defeat of the strike. But it cannot be denied that had this unity existed prior to the strike and had it been developed as the basic program of the union, the Amalgamated would have been in a better position to move forward after the setback. As it turned out, however, the solidarity of the steel workers ended with the strike, and the union made no effort to retain and develop this unity and to use it as a power with which it could gradually regain its position in the steel industry. It continued after 1892 to adhere to the policy of excluding Negroes from membership. 42 In short, while the steel workers, skilled and unskilled alike, had demonstrated tremendous militancy and unity during the Homestead struggle, the leadership of the union did nothing to use these great qualities of the steel workers to build a new type of organization, an industrial union, which alone could challenge the power of monopoly capitalism. Since this chapter was published, only one important work on the Homestead strike has appeared. Leon Wolf, Lockout, The Story of the Homestead Strike of 1982, New York, 1965. Several songs of the Homestead strike appear in Philip S. Foner, American Labor Songs of the 19th Century, Urbana, Illinois, 1975.